Good morning and welcome back to TopstepTV, and this is the opening call. Man, we had a fun time last night. What a party. We had a Fed watch party. Today is kind of hangover day. Whether you celebrated with us during the watch party or with some espresso martinis with the girls, we are back here on TopstepTV for another great show. I got some good friends with us today, Coach Hoop and JD. Hoop, JD, how you feeling this morning?
I'll let you take it first, JD.
Oh, feeling good, boys. Ready for the open. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoop. Good morning to my friends and traders in the chat. It's Thursday. We got jobless claims out in just a little bit. It was a market mover last week. Might be a market mover this morning, too. So we're still going to take that gold opening range trade. Polls up in the chat. Get your votes in. Hoop, how you feeling this morning?
Feeling good, Billy Ray. I'm ready for a little bit of see if we get some more follow through from yesterday. Gold was a wild one yesterday. So, and it's already moved $40 in the overnight. So, yeah,
yep.
I'm kind of glad just all that stuff's out of the way. We still got rollover to deal with and triple witching tomorrow. So, yep.
Overnight inventory to the long side. What's up, Jay?
Yes, we do. No, I was going to say with the poll, we have that poll up in the chat. Gold opens up in about a minute here. It looks like we're taking that 5-minute opening range trade. You were talking about overnight inventory here, JD. A little bit long, but
yeah,
we are taking the 5. That was a wild move in gold yesterday. I think that was probably the craziest market, right? I think we had a 30-minute candle, $60 in gold. He made a new all-time high, and then we sold off initially, made a new all-time high, sold off again. That was probably the craziest reaction we've seen to that FOMC number.
I just think when liquidity dries up like that too, man, you can just push a market around, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100 lot will move that market.
Oh, yeah.
It dries up like that.
Yeah.
I love what Dakota said, though. Dakota triggered a lot of people during the watch party yesterday.
What happened?
When he said, we just everything came back into balance. Like equities flew all over the place, gold flew all over the place, and then everything settled back into balance, like almost at settlement price. And Dakota basically said, "Well, nothing really happened. Nothing happened."
Kevin Bacon, all is well from Animal House, right? Don't be scared. All is well.
All is well.
That was pretty funny. We do have gold open now. Again, we are looking at a 5-minute opening range trade here based on votes from the chat. So we will wait until this 5-minute candle closes. JD, while we wait, there are some numbers on the economic calendar. What do we have to look out for today?
Yes, already talked about it. Jobless claims coming out at the bottom of the hour. Also, the Philly Fed Manufacturing Index. A couple potential market movers there. Again, like I said, that jobs number from last week really moved markets around. It actually took over the spotlight last week. We were talking jobs over inflation. So, bottom of the hour, jobless claims. We'll see what those numbers look like. Philly Fed Manufacturing Index, and then the EIA natural gas report at 9:30, as we always see on Thursday. There's a couple other things coming out later this afternoon. Nothing really market moving. A couple of bill and note auctions, 10-year tips auction. We got the foreign bond investment number at 3 o'clock. We probably won't be around for that. And then the Fed balance sheet after the close. That's pretty much it for the day. Tomorrow, nothing on the docket except for ye old Baker Hughes rig count. You always know the week is coming to a close when Baker Hughes reports that rig count. That's it for tomorrow. So after today, let's see what happens.
I think we got the EI natural gas too. I think so. Did we say that one?
Yep.
So
yeah, natural gas.
Huge missing crude inventories yesterday.
Yeah.
Again, it's becoming a regular thing now. Just expect those numbers to be
off.
Garbage. Yeah.
Yep.
Way off.
Absolutely. Forecast for jobless claims, 240,000. Prior was 263,000. Again, we have that number coming out in just a couple minutes here, just about 7 minutes until that jobless claims number. It looks like the 1-minute opening range triggered a long in gold. But again, we are taking the 5-minute opening range, got about a 3-point range right now. And if this is your first time joining us, the trade we're looking at is the opening range trade in gold, and then we'll take it in crude oil as well. Gold opens up at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. We poll the chat. Chat votes for what they want. Usually it's the 5-minute. We'll be long above the high of the 5-minute, short below the low, and let the market decide where we go from there.
Yeah. We got a triggered a long in the 1 minute.
Long in the 1 minute, and the 3 looks like it's getting ready to trigger a long as well, JD. Sitting right at the high.
Yep. I've got a
There we
5
go.
lot
3 minutes
loaded
long.
in the micros. 3 minute long. That's 2 long signals. 1 minute, 3 minute, both triggered longs. 2 more minutes for us.
2, 3.
Is that the Tootsie Pop?
It's a Tootsie
Tootsie
Pop.
commercial?
Oh, man.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
A 1,
Ooh,
2,
3.
3. Oh, here comes some Trump.
All right. Let's see. It's going to be a pretty wide opening range here in gold. We are going to be trading micros, but we're at about $5 of range. Seeing a short tilt in gold right now, 54% short tilt. Actually just refreshed, and it is 60% long now. So it looks like traders are getting into that opening range trade. I'm gonna put on my conspiracy theory hat, and we heard some jokes and comments in the chat, and they say, hey, we vote for you guys to take the 5 minutes so we can get in the 1.
I believe it.
That might be the case here, right? The 1 minute is already up about 2.5 points.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see what we get here. 30 seconds before this 5-minute opening range closes. Again, we have some numbers at the bottom of the hour, 7:30. Jobless claims coming out.
That 1
Who's in this
minute
trade
is
right now?
crushing it. The 1 minute is
Yeah,
crushing
it
it
is.
right now. Yeah, sound off in the chat. Did you get in on the 1 minute or the 3 minute opening range trade in gold?
We're at a 1-to-1 already, pretty much in the 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yep. About to close this 5 minute candle. I'm just going to go ahead and join the bid. Looks like we're ripping.
Getting there overnight highs.
I've got a high in the micro at 37.0640.
Yep, same here in the minis.
Working a stop to enter 37.0650. I won't even
And
worry
I got
about
a low, just in case we don't take out this high. I got a low of 3,750.
Yep, same. Same in the micro. Just a couple ticks from our trade entry here. Bringing it in.
We clear this 07 area. There's a lot of daylight up there, boys.
Yep.
We got a overnight high at
This is-
37.0730. We're right below it right now.
Yeah. That's
That's
going to maybe go
good.
back to that 37.15 area you were talking about the other day.
Man,
Misses by a single tick on that entry. Did not get in. No trade yet.
we'll take a look at the charts after these numbers come out. But no trade here yet. We are still trading inside of that initial reaction to the rate cut, which is going to be a pretty big range, right? With 36.85 at the lows, 36.35 at the highs, depending on what time frame you're looking at. I'm looking at a 5-minute candle. So I'm not surprised to see us continue to trade in this range. 50% of that range, 37.10, right above where we are right now. No trade here yet.
See, there's a press conference with Trump and Prime Minister too this morning.
Is that this morning, Hoop?
Yeah, it says 6:20. It just, I don't know if that one, I didn't remember seeing that before, if that just popped up or not.
It says 6:45 on the juice, but it wasn't there
Does it say on
an
the
hour
juice?
ago. I feel like, yeah.
Yeah, it says 6:20 on the juice. Yeah.
While we wait for this trade to trigger, why don't we run some news? We've heard a lot about consumer sentiment, consumer credit. I think we got some news on that, JD. Let's
We
run that
sure
quick.
do. The Federal Reserve has been in President Donald Trump's crosshairs for a while now, facing challenges to the Fed's independence and economic uncertainty stoked by tariffs and trade policy. Let's roll that footage, though, if we got it.
The Federal Reserve on Wednesday cutting interest rates for the first time in 2025.
In light of the shift in the balance of risks, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by a 1/4 percentage point.
The move comes as the Fed continues to assess the impact of President Donald Trump's tariffs on inflation, which has begun to tick up, and as the labor market shows multiple warning signs.
We've seen hiring slow. Teen unemployment is skyrocketing. Black unemployment skyrocketing. The Fed is concerned about the job market much more than they are concerned about the inflation side of their mandate.
And as credit scores fall at the fastest pace since the Great Recession, the national average FICO score dropped by 2 points this year, according to data released by the analytics company Tuesday, the most since 2009.
Inflation is sticking around. Interest rates are still really high, even with these cuts from the Fed. So it's just a really tough time for an awful lot of people.
Matt Schultz, chief consumer finance analyst for personal finance website LendingTree, says consumers can take their own steps to help reduce their debt burden rather than wait for the Fed.
There are things that you can do with interest rates that will have a bigger impact than anything that the Fed will do.
Schultz says that includes shopping around for a mortgage or auto loan, or making a balance transfer to a 0% interest credit card, or getting a debt consolidation loan to lower interest payments each month. In Washington, I'm Karen Kafa.
There you have it.
Interesting.
Yes, it is, JD.
So we got jobs taking center stage now. Inflation's out the window. Yes, jobs and FICO scores. Everyone sound off your credit score in the chat. I'm joking. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. We did have NASDAQ making new all-time highs here. I saw some people in the chat say it, 24,762.75. We'll get to those charts in just a minute. We had the S&P make a new all-time high last night as well. Jobless claims coming out here in about 20 seconds. Do understand that this has the potential to move the markets around a little bit. So if you're in a position, know where your risk is. If not, hit that flatten all button a couple of times. Expectations on this number, 240,000. We got 5 seconds until we get it.
Markets are whipping.
Really thinned out in gold there.
Mm-hmm.
Knee-jerk reaction to the downside. It missed our long trigger by a single tick. One single tick.
Nice.
I never even put in a stop to enter on the short side. Do we want to get on the short side? It just triggered a short.
Did just trigger a short.
No trade, though. I haven't done anything. Nothing done. Working nothing
Like
done.
short
I'm pulling everything.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, JD.
I'm okay with that.
Cancel all. Cancel all.
Did we
No trade.
get the number? Jobless claims. Initial jobless claims came in at 231,000. Forecast was 240. Prior was 263. So better than expected. Continued jobless claims came in at 1.92 million. Forecast was 1.95. We are getting some comments from the president as well. Without tariffs, we'd only have a fraction of our current investment. Philly Fed came in at 23.2. Forecast was 1.7. Philly Fed Business Index came in at 23.2. Forecast was 1.7. That seems like a big miss on that number. Got to look into what this Philly Fed number is looking at here. But a big miss there. And classic dips, you believe those numbers? Yep. LOL.
Yeah.
Gotta believe the numbers. Gotta believe the numbers until they revise them, right? Believe the numbers until you revise them.
We're not nihilists here. We believe in things.
So knee-jerk reaction there in gold. No trade there on the opening range. Shout out to the chat voting for the 5-minute. Kept us out of a potential loss there. Seeing the equities sell off just a little bit here as well. 24,742 last trade in the NASDAQ. 6707 quarter last trade in the S&P. JD, let's get into these gold charts. But before that, I think you have some news on gold prices.
I sure do. We're changing it up a little this morning. We've got a story. I love a story about a good heist. And it's happening all across France right now. Thieves stole $700,000 in gold from the Natural History Museum in Paris. Check this out. This is coming from the New York Times. Thieves carry out a sophisticated gold theft at Paris Natural History Museum, stealing just over $700,000 in native gold with significant scientific and cultural value. Using professional tools like an angle grinder and a blowtorch, they targeted specific specimens. Authorities suspect security systems were disabled or hacked, citing a possible July cyber attack that weakened the alarms and surveillance. The heist reflects a wider pattern of French museum thefts in recent months involving valuable artifacts from porcelain to jewelry. But gold was on the menu yesterday.
Frenchman.
It's about
Gold hitting-
184 ounces of gold.
Say again,
With
Jay?
today's price, it's about 184 ounces of gold with today's price. 700,000 divided by the 37.95 for an ounce of gold. I'm looking at here on moneymetals.com. 184 ounces. Man, what is that? What is that heist worth when gold hits 4,000?
Exactly. I like that, thieves are thinking ahead. They're buying
Right.
futures, basically.
They're
Right?
buying futures, right?
Right.
It's true.
What's the ROI if you get caught before gold hits 4,000 though?
Yeah. Do you earn interest? Do you earn interest on it when you're in the slammer on it, or what?
Well, you bury it, and then it's waiting for you when you get out.
Exactly.
All right, let's take a look at these gold prices. Again, Coach Hoop, we saw that pretty big reaction yesterday to the Fed. I got a gold daily chart up here. No trade in the house account on the opening range. It's probably the first time in a little while we've taken a no trade, JD.
It has been a while, and I'm glad we held off. No trigger on the long side. We would have gotten short by, it looks like, 2 ticks.
Yeah.
If we put a stop to enter on the short side in.
Good no trade. Good no trade. So on the daily in gold, we are looking at, we've kind of had this candle framed out. It's one of the highest volume candles that we had from September 9th. I'm still watching this because gold doesn't look like it's, we're kind of in balance here, Coach Hoop. We had 2 weeks of pretty strong rally in gold. We made new all-time highs yesterday, 37.44. But we are continuing to find balance here in this range, 36.61 at the lows up to that 37.15 at the highs. This is a market that to me looked a little extended. We have this 20 moving average, which is this yellow line on my chart here down at 35.97. And it's catching up to price right now, but it got so extended so fast, Coach Hoop. I'm not surprised to see a little bit of balance in this market. How are you seeing the daily chart in gold?
Well, I think, the way I look at it is I kind of had that area overnight, that 36.65 is kind of an area. But I think, that area we consolidated in forever is going to be, a longer term time support, back down that 35.50 area. But I think, once again, the charts are looking a little extended here. I mean, we went vertical there pretty quick, Jay. And once again, we've always said, and Hoag said this, is that a good healthy pullback. That was a pretty good rejection yesterday. So, 3,700 in this area, does it end up being kind of a magnetic point for a little bit? Maybe, but maybe if we get down to 36.50 is where I would find some support. But yeah, on a daily, I mean, obviously I just like to see, like you said, Jay, I like to catch pullbacks in there right now. The question is gold sometimes, if it gets like yesterday where it goes, $70 deep in a range, sometimes, you just got to be a little more selective where you take the long from.
Right. Absolutely. Let's take a look at a 30-minute chart here. I'm going to refresh this real quick so we can get these top step levels on here. And take a look at a 30-minute chart in gold. So a couple of things I'm looking at, Coach Hoop. Let's edit these just a little bit. On the 30-minute, we are sitting right at that 200 moving average. It's the white line on my chart here. Sitting right at it, we looked above it, below it, below it again this morning, and it's kind of just starting to flatten out maybe a little bit. Sitting right at 37.03. That's kind of my line in the sand for gold today. I maybe want to be long above that, short below it, and we'll see how the volume comes in for the New York session. Right now, overnight inventory is pretty flat. If we're looking at the first 30-minute opening range from last night from the Globex session, we're testing the high of that right now, right? 36.98 is that high. And if we look at a VWAP, it's pretty flat. VWAP down at 36.91. So not surprised to see gold continue to balance in this range. It is a big enough range to trade, though, right? The one thing that I think we've said about gold all year is probably the best trading market that we've had. Even when it's not going anywhere, we had 130 days of balance in that market. There were still $40 ranges in those days. So there's more than enough opportunity. I think it is just, as always, like we say, be patient and wait for maybe extremes of the range. And we have Aaron coming on for Fast Markets today, our resident gold trader.
Nice.
So I'm curious to see how he looks at the market. A couple of things I'm looking at here. We have a value area low, 37.09. We have volume point of control from yesterday up at 37.19 and value area high 37.24. So just watching the market's reaction to there, we can see when we get in the range of that value area low from yesterday, we are seeing some rejection up there. If we start to see price acceptance back above 37.09, then maybe looking for the rotation up to 24s. But that value area right now acting as a bit of a resistance in the same area as that 200 moving average. What are you seeing on the 30-minute chart, Coach Hoop?
I'm with you. I mean, that VWAP's kind of flat at 36.90 area. I think would be, if I'm going to be buying the dip, that's probably, I'd wait to see how we kind of act around here. At 37, we've bounced up against here, that 37.07 area, and kind of rejected off of it. That's why I say, gold loves to sweep highs and sweep lows and then just do a reverse bout. So I think that this 37.07 area is pretty critical, because if you start pumping through there, like we said, there's some room above. Could it be a hangover day, Jay, from yesterday? I mean, could we just consolidate a lot today? That wouldn't surprise me either. But yeah, I think, I'm looking for dips to buy. Last night I was looking for some shorts. Gold just gives you, like you said, it's been the best trading market. I don't try and get to one way or the other. I just look for what the chart's telling me, right?
Yeah, absolutely. 37.07 up to 37.09. We got that value area low right there. You can see it here on this chart, right? It is rejecting up there. We have a $40 range already in gold, high to low for the session. Again, presenting some pretty good opportunities. One last thing I'm looking at is the candle that made the low of the day. Looking at this 30-minute candle, 36.85 is that high. We have VWAP from that point, and this happened during the overnight session, leaving that range to the downside. Again, in that area, like you said, Coach Hoop, 36.90s. See how the market responds around there. Anything else you got on gold, Coach Hoop?
No, and like I said, the only thing would be is if we push towards those overnight lows at 36.60, that 36.67 area. If we bounce off, sometimes gold does go a little deeper than we think it does, Jay. Like we'll look at 36.90, and if she gets some steam going, it could go a little bit deeper. So I'm just going to see how it reacts around there. But I think that 36.67 area overnight lows will be an interesting area as well.
Good stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Hoop. Let's throw back over to JD. We got some news on stock futures before we get into the S&P chart.
Yes, we do. Futures are on the move this morning. Everybody's rotating back into their favorite tech stocks right now. We got the S&P up 0.9%, NASDAQ up about 1.1%, and the Dow is up 0.7%. Some big movers. We got Intel shares railing 28%. These numbers are coming from CNBC.com. Intel shares rallied 28% in pre-market after NVIDIA said it will invest $5 billion into the chipmaker to co-develop a data center and PC products. Shares of NVIDIA also jumped 3% this morning. Another big mover, everyone's favorite, Cracker Barrel's back in the news.
Hash brown casserole, I'm ready.
Shares of Cracker Barrel slid more than 9% last night after the company's fourth quarter earnings missed analyst estimates. They're making moves, but it doesn't seem like they're making the right moves, right? According to CNBC, the restaurant chain reported adjusted earnings of 74 cents per share, below the 80 cents per share that analysts surveyed by LSEG were expecting for the quarter. However, the company's revenue of $868 million came in better than the consensus of $855 million. So a little bit of good news for Cracker Barrel, but down 9% pre-market. Overnight, stocks in Asia closed a little bit mixed. We got the Shanghai Composite down 1.15%, the Nikkei up 1.15%, and the Hang Seng Index down 1.35%. Stocks in Europe trading a little bit higher this morning. We got the FTSE up 0.2%, the DAX is up 1.1%, and the CAC is also up 1.1%. The US dollar index up about 0.3%, 97.16 last in the US dollar index. The VIX 14.88, down 5% today. And the yield on the 10-year US Treasury note resting comfortably at 4.083%. Dipped below 4% for a little bit yesterday after the Fed announcement. But back above 4% on the 10-year note today. Back to you guys.
Thank you for that, JD. Let's take a look at this S&P chart. Coach Hoop, I got a daily up. We made an all-time high in the overnight, 67.1975. And shout out to Life of DJ in the chat, making all-time highs in the amount of years you were on this earth. Turned 33 today. Happy birthday, Life of DJ in the chat. Thank you for spending some of your birthday with us. S&P here, Coach Hoop. We had a pretty nice sell-off and then rally into the close yesterday. We have that FOMC print. All the markets that we trade are going to react to it. And we're trading above that candle right now. 66.87 was the high. We have Hoag's weekly kickoff high right at 6,700 even. Major psych level there. Everyone who's trading the S&P knows when we're trading 6,700, and this is the first time we have S&P futures trading above 6,700 ever. So we're watching history right now. This is a pretty strong market, Coach Hoop. I don't know what brings it down. When I kind of zoom out and look at similar daily candles to what we had yesterday, I'm looking at this one from September 2nd, which came down, tested that 50 moving average. And once we closed above it, that was the next leg of this rally. Is there anything that can keep these markets from continuing to grind up, Coach Hoop? How are you seeing this daily chart?
Well, I mean, all you can do when you're at these levels is look at measured moves. And if you take, off this last, call it leg up from, middle of June till like end of July, if you pull that kind of, it's like you've seen Dakota do it where he, kind of measures a move and just draws a line. I mean, I got 60. I mean, you're looking at, I think you said weekly kickoffs probably around 6,800.
It's at 6,700 right now.
But in a daily target still for me, to believe it or not, is still way up there. I don't know, Jay, 30 years around equities. Every time I look higher, I remember, Michael buying a 50 lot at 5,000 and here we are at 6,700. So, and that wasn't like that was that long ago. So, it's just, I think you're going to have to use measured moves in here. I think the only thing I would say a little bit is if we get a pullback, it'll probably be maybe post rollover, get the rest of the contract rolled over, get through triple witching and see how we act on Monday is kind of me. Once again, we still got some rollover business to do. I'm still cautious in here. And once again, I just kind of very selective on what I take in equities right now, especially in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ.
Got you. We do have, speaking of open interest, I'm seeing negative 9,000 in open interest yesterday. But again, we are still seeing some effects of rollover. I asked Hoag yesterday, can we rely on Delta information? One word, no. We cannot yet. So going into next week, maybe we can look into that a little bit more. But Coach Hoop, this measured move that you talked about, the swing from July up to that most recent high, and then measuring it out again, that kind of puts us exactly at 6,800 here. So very interesting to look at. Let's see if we do get up there. Let's take a look at a 30-minute chart, and I think my mouse just died, so I'm going to try to figure that out while we go here. Give me 1 second here. Coach Hoop, buy me some time. Let me find a charger for this mouse in a second.
There's still, as of yesterday, there's still 500,000 contracts that still they don't have to roll in the S&Ps. They can't. I mean, it does settle in cash. I just think that it does. We're getting a little more clarity, but I'd really rather get all this off the books and start fresh come Monday. And I just think up and to the right is still kind of going to be what we're looking at in the 30-minute. 6,700 here should probably be some support. Let's look at this real quick. $66.94 on a 30-minute. Those kind of what we broke through. I'd kind of almost like the question is are your ranges still going to be tight here with rollover? I don't know how much range extension or directional you get, and ACH world. But 66.94, if you're going to look to buy a pullback, that's kind of where I'm looking. And then you just got to measure out the moves to the upside. 66, maybe a little bit at 66.80. I'd really, the other thing too, Jay, is probably wait for a little bit of the dust settle from you. There's probably still some business that needs to get done on the open too. First 15 minutes.
Yep. Absolutely. We have a value area high, 66.74. So that's in that 66.80 area that you were looking at, Coach Hoop. Maybe if we get a pullback there, but long overnight inventory above that 6,700. What I'm kind of looking at is, as we get the volume to come in for the New York session, still working out this mouse thing over here. So if my charts are a little zoomed in, if we get the volume to continue to come in above 6,700 when New York comes in, it's probably not a move I want to fade. It'll tell us a lot. No. And what we've seen this market do recently is make a new all-time high and then sell off, 40, 50 points. My question is, do we see something similar here? Hoag says it all the time. The market doesn't love leaving these all-time highs in the overnight session. So we'll see, right? We still need to convince some buyers to come in here. We made a new all-time high on lower volume just because it happened in the overnight session. That New York volume is going to tell us a whole lot here. So we will see. Anything else you got on the S&P, Coach Hoop? If not, we can go over to crude oil.
Yep. No, I'm good.
All right. Sounds good.
Crude.
JD, what news do we got in crude? I'm going to step away for a second and grab a charger for this mouse, so we can continue.
Get it done. All right, Hoop. We're going to talk coal. We're going to talk about coal for a minute. All right. We got an article here from oilprice.com. Coal prices rebound as China is boosting imports. So coal prices up as China sharply increased imports to offset a 3% drop in domestic production, meeting a surging power demand during hot weather and low hydropower output. The buying spree lifted seaborne coal prices, but analysts caution the rally may be short-lived as China expands renewable energy. Domestic output stabilizes and steel demand softens, all of which could limit longer-term price gains. So, Hoop, I was looking this up while you guys were talking about the S&P. Coal-powered steel blast furnaces. There are 12 operational coal-powered steel blast furnaces in the United States. Guess how many there are in China?
Doesn't
matter. Don't try and guess. Thousands.
I'm not. Yeah.
There's a region in China.
I figured. Yeah.
There is a region in China stacked with steel mills. Coal-powered blast furnaces producing steel. You could actually see the smoke from outer space on a satellite. On a satellite image, you could see the pollution coming from China as it goes up the jet stream, wraps into the Arctic, comes around Canada. People talk about global warming and the ice caps melting. Everybody knows where the problem is coming from. It's got nothing to do with farting cows either,
You don't like farting cows, JD.
But China's up in their coal game, and they want to start producing some more steel. You want to talk about it? There's the 500-pound elephant in the room. Just nailed it. All right, guys. Coal prices going up.
There used to be a futures contract. I don't even know if the Merc still has it. It was Group U.S. Coal. I don't know if it's still around. It was a while ago, but you might want to look that one up. Yeah,
I will. All right, back to you guys. What's going on in crude this morning?
Let's get into these crude charts. We are going to take that crude opening range trade in about 7 minutes or 12 minutes, depending on how the chat votes on that poll. But crude oil does open up at 8 a.m. Central Time. On the daily in crude oil, we are still in a range, right? We are still in this range. Crude did roll over. We are now trading the October contract on Topstep X, so trading the X contract here. You may want to roll over if you are trading on any other platforms. But why would you be doing that? Trade on Topstep X. It's a great platform. But here we are. We are in balance, Coach Hoop. We've been talking about the same prices for a while. Somewhere near 64.50s at the high of this range, 61.50s at the low of the range, and nothing's really changing. With that being said, I think crude has been a great trading market as well in this range if you can identify the extremes. Yesterday, we were talking about somewhere up near 64.50s in the September contract. That was pretty close to the high of the range before we did sell off. If I look at the moving averages, the 20, 50, and 200, they're all kind of braided around each other. That 200, anytime I see the moving averages like this, Coach Hoop, I start to ignore the shorter time frames and just look at the longer one. And if we can see where the low of the session is so far today, that 200 moving average on the daily down at 63.20 is pretty close to the low of the session. So a market that's in balance, presenting some opportunity, but not one where I want to get caught in the middle of the range. How are you seeing the daily in crude oil, Coach Hoop?
Same way, Jay. I mean, I have I also peg like a yearly VWAP, which is flat in there. The market's just, especially this time of year too. You're through demand. From a fundamental perspective, you're through driving season here in the States. Heating oil and natural gas tend to take the show as we get colder here. I mean, it's stuck in this range between basically 61.20 and the top end is 65.5. Crude is notorious for kind of like, sweeping high, running everybody out and then going the other direction like it did when it got to almost $70 there before. President wants lower oil. So, and this time of year, I'm typically going to be looking a little bit more for shorts, but you still have some, a lot of, I think the outlier is a little bit of what's going on over in Russia and sanctions. Every time that seems to poke its head, crude rallies, and then it kind of gives it back. So once again, the only thing you can identify right now, Jay, is the ranges, right? So
Right. Absolutely. We did have this major sell-off candle in June. We are testing the low of that right now, 64.11s. And really crude has been pretty range bound since we had that candle print. We haven't even tested back up to 50% of it, which is up near $70 here. Dolby in the chat saying Trump Starmer beginning right now. So look out for some volatility. Maybe if we get some comments out of there, we'll be sure to share them with you here. But we got crude oil opening up in a couple minutes. So JD, if you're in the back, I know you're there, but you talked a little bit, maybe about a month ago, about this very heavy short position in crude oil. Have you heard any updates on that at all? If that position has changed at all? It's, we're trading the same prices. And, the way I think about it is if they're continuing to be short, it takes one move for that entire short position to start to cover.
I have not followed up on that story. I will right now. Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to see if they're unwinding that position at all. But yeah, record short position going back to 2009. The heaviest institutional short position in crude or in crude and natural gas since 2000. Was it 2008 or 2009? Something like that.
I think you're right. 2009, I think you said, JD. Yeah.
So I'll look that up right now. I'm going to take a look at the commitment of traders report and see if they're unwinding that at all. Give me a minute. I'll report back.
They're usually pretty long time frame too. They're not
Yep.
usually looking for a 1 month scalp. I mean, there's something. The only thing, Jay, you make a great point is what if it gets squeezed? They have
Right.
pretty deep pockets usually. They would need to really, they would really need to get squeezed, I would think, to bail. But then, that could create some opportunity. But yeah, I mean, when you're right, you see the whites of their eyes and they start to get squeezed and they bail, you could get a stop run.
Seeing an open interest change here of negative 24,000, but again, crude is in rollover, so take that with a grain of salt. Let's look at a 30-minute chart here. We got crude open up in about 2 minutes. Go down to a 30-minute here and let's take a look at what we're seeing. So we have a value area high from yesterday, 64.08. Hoag's weekly kickoff, 64 evens. Value area low, 63.87, and a volume point of control of 63. So all of these levels, pretty major levels within a tight range of each other, which makes sense for the market that we're seeing right now. On this shorter time frame, Coach Hoop, if I'm looking at this, if we're going range to range, this looks like a decent spot to maybe assume some risk to the downside, just to kind of fall back into this range. But then if we look at what happened in the overnight session, right now we have overnight inventory a little long, price above the open. But we came down, tested that 200 moving average on the 30-minute and bounced from there. So, about $1 range here. Are you seeing anything else on this 30-minute?
If you draw a trend line across the top there, we're at the top of this. Like you said, Jay, I would be looking for shorts because I can limit risk up here. So, that 6,400 area, 64. Once again, with crude, it's always, numbers because of option levels. It's even, half, a lot of times 20, 64, 20, 64 half tend to be areas of, consolidation. I like to short, and we're kind of breaking as we speak, Jay.
We got a crude oil
yeah.
opening here in about 10 seconds. Looks like they started earlier.
Yep. But once again, just playing the range, and it's so hard for me because I spent 25 years of my career watching $3-4 ranges in crude, and we're getting much half that now. So, Trey, what's in front of you?
Crude oil is open. We have 37% of the vote going to the 5-minute, so we are taking that 5-minute opening range trade here. Again, no trade in gold. We did not get a trade triggered before that jobless claims number came out. So let's see what crude oil presents to us here. Last trade in crude, 63.83.
You said it, Jay. Someone had an itchy trigger finger in crude oil.
Yeah,
they got an early.
Went in there 10 seconds before the bell.
Just dumped it.
Crude selling here, 63.78. See how big of a range this ends up being.
What happened in gold?
14 tick range right now.
We would have triggered a short in gold. Again, no trade. Working nothing done in gold. Would have triggered a short. And we'd be in the money right now. 1 minute triggered along. I think 3-minute triggered along. Those both got wiped out on the 7:30 numbers. But let's focus on crude oil. And I was just looking up that large crude position. I don't see anything that hints at unraveling or unwrapping that huge institutional short position in crude oil right now.
Gotcha.
All signs are still pointing to that trade, or that sentiment is still on. Very bearish sentiment. Heaviest bearish sentiment in crude oil since 2009.
You guys seeing the equity pull back here? Equities
again,
pulling back pretty good here. Equities are pulling back pretty good here, along with the bonds. Yeah, 66.91. Everybody gets
no
scared
trigger
early.
1 minute so far, JD.
Nothing done.
I have
working nothing done. Yeah.
I have a low of 75, a high of 89. There we go. 1 minute just triggered a short.
Just got a 1 minute trigger short. Sitting at settlement price right now, 63.70 settlement price in crude. Kind of melting through it.
There it
So the
goes.
equities.
There it goes. That 63.26, 200 moving average on the 30-minute looks like a decent target for this crude short. If we do get in it, let's see what price they let us in. We still got another 2 minutes to wait. That 2 minutes feels like an eternity right now, JD, as we see this market continue to sell off. But
Sure does. Still,
Looks like
only a 25 tick opening range so far. I got a high 63.89 in the micro, low of 63.64.
looks like everybody covered their positions before the open right now.
Yeah, right.
Equities, crude, everybody said dump it.
Dump it.
Dump it all.
not seeing any headlines. It kind of just seems like you said,
Me
Coach Hoop,
neither.
maybe a little bit of profit taking.
Yep.
66.68, 66.88 last trade in the S&P, 24.670 last trade in the NASDAQ. Gold, 36.95 last trade over there. Got another minute and a half before we get triggered into this crude oil, or before that 5-minute range closes. I shouldn't say get triggered into, because we've seen crude establish a 5-minute range and then sit in it for an hour. So
Yeah. Or a day.
right.
Oop, we got
Ras says
some
that's
requests.
not-
What's that, Jay?
No, Ras in the chat says that's not profit taking. Talking about the sell off here in the equities.
Oh, yeah. Oop, we got some requests in the chat for you to go over cattle this morning, too.
Okay.
Let's power through a little more and give Hoop a minute or two to talk about cattle at the end.
You got
Let's
it.
do it. We'll go
Right.
NASDAQ right after this crude oil. Come on, crude. Let's get it going.
See?
I guess you
Jay,
can't
it gets
rush
you-
the clock. Right? We got 30 seconds.
It gets you talking to yourself, crude. Come on, man. Come on.
Nice short from up there, up to that 64 level, right? That is the high of the range.
Yep.
Extended it a little bit yesterday on inventories, but came right back into this range. Looking for somewhere down near 63s potentially as a target here. We got 10 seconds here, JD. I got a low of 64, a high of 89.
64. Yep. I have the same. All right. I'm working on 63 stop to enter below. See if we get this.
And minis just triggered a short.
Nothing in the micro yet. 64 is
There we
traded
go.
out. No 63 print. I think we're going to get it. We're going to get it, though, here. And we're in. No slippage. 63.63. House count short 5. Micro crude. 63.63.
House count is short 5 micro crude oil. Let's see if we get some continuation on this sell off here.
I put the stop above yesterday's volume point of control. Yesterday's volume point of control is 63.99. Our stop, our CYA, 64.03 on this trade. $200 worth of risk.
I like that, JD. I like that idea. All right. So we get Coach Hoop some time with the cows. Let's get to some news about the Fed, talk about NASDAQ charts, and then we'll get into the cow charts.
Let's do it. I'll rip through this news real quick. This is coming from Yahoo Finance. Powell warns that there are no more risk-free paths now. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell warned there is no risk-free policy path, with any move carrying trade-offs. The Fed faces dual pressures of persistent inflation and rising employment risk, making both tightening and easing potentially hazardous. Policymakers' forecasts vary widely, underscoring deep uncertainty about growth, inflation, and unemployment. Despite cutting interest rates for the first time in 9 months to address mounting risks, Powell stressed that the move offers no guaranteed solution and could create unintended consequences. A stiff warning from the Fed chairman. Did we make the right move? I don't think he's very confident in what he did, to be honest with
No.
you.
Doesn't
Yeah.
sound like it.
He didn't act like
didn't
it
wanna-
yesterday either.
Yeah.
Yep.
You think he was acting under pressure? Do you think Trump's really putting the screws to him? Do you think he cares what the president says at all?
I
He
don't,
says he
but now
doesn't.
that a guy,
I think he's.
now that Mirren's in there, and he's on a, I don't know, man. How are you going to paid leave of absence and work another job? I want that's just, I want that job.
Right.
But
No conflict of interest at all. No.
no, none at all. Yeah, and he's the guy who came out and said he wanted a half a point yesterday. So once again, I spent 30 years getting wrapped up in that stuff, and you got to take it with a grain of salt. It's great to talk. I love talking macros, but when we're day traders, man, it'll paralyze you if you get to go down the wormhole too much.
It's true.
Yeah, it's true.
All right, guys,
I'm
I'll
ready,
watch this
Cap.
crew trade. What's happening in the NASDAQ?
Let's take a look, JD. NASDAQ on the daily made new all-time highs in the overnight session, 24,766, new all-time high in the NASDAQ futures. We're about 100 points off of that right now, seeing a little bit of a sell-off here. But again, a market that is extremely strong right now. Buy the dip on almost every time frame that you can look at. Coach Hoop, again, I'm comparing yesterday's daily candle to September 2nd's daily candle, where we had a huge wick. The market recovered. We traded in that range for a little bit. The market recovered and gave us the next leg up. We'll see what happens here. 24,545 is pretty close to yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was 24,553. That 545 level is Hoag's weekly kickoff high. With all of the crazy volatility with the Fed meeting yesterday, somehow Hoag still finds the high of the market within 8 points. Don't know how he does it, but on the daily, this again continuing to rally. Go ahead, Hoop.
It's the tea leaves and the chicken bones.
Absolutely. So what I'm looking at here is 24,650s. That was the high of yesterday. It was Wednesday, Tuesday's high up here. See how the market responds around here. Pretty strong overnight session. Overnight inventory clearly long. We have a 270 point range already in the NASDAQ, and the daily ATR is 271 points, right? So although this is a market that's continuing to make all-time highs, Hoag and I talk about this a lot. Maybe not necessarily a market where I want to buy the high because of how we see this reaction, right? We get pretty close to that daily ATR. We make a new all-time high, and then we see a little bit of a sell-off. Are we going to see something similar today? We will have to wait for the market to tell us that. But what are you seeing on his daily in the NASDAQ, Coach?
Well, I mean, what do we have, Jay? You got you just keep making higher highs, higher lows. You had 9 straight days of pretty much going straight up. I think the only thing I start to look at, and once again, it's equities, so it's different than an ag market or something else. I think by the pullback of how it looks, but we are extended, the old escalator up, elevator down, and once again, I just don't, and this isn't anything technical or anything, I just don't think until you get through rollover and clear everything off the books by Friday, you're probably going to have some moves. Like we just had a pretty good rejection off the highs. But, on a daily, I just think it needs a little bit of a pullback, Jay, is what I'm looking at. NQ can during a day session can drive me with wicks and crazy. So I tread very lightly there. But right now it's like Dakota says, it's by the dip for now.
Awesome stuff. We have the NASDAQ up just under 1% right now, up 0.86%. Yesterday's value high is down at 24,512, which is pretty much the low of the session in the overnight session. We came in and started to buy it right away. Let's take a look at a half an hour chart. We're above the 200 moving average on the 30-minute. If we look at last night, again, we got overnight inventory to the long side. This is where Hoag would be saying if we don't fill the gap reasonably early, we're looking for trades in the direction of the gap, and in this case, that would be to the upside. If I have a VWAP, which is this orange line on my charts now, that's where we are right now, right? That little sell-off, 100 points from the high. We stopped right at VWAP 24,657. Let's see if this holds, right? We know more volume is going to come in about 18 minutes or so for the New York session. We got Braden and Aaron trading with us this morning. Let's see what kind of markets they present. We present to them. But 24,657 is that VWAP, kind of where we stopped on that move. Nice little 20-point bounce from there in the NASDAQ. If we don't hold this VWAP, then I'm looking for, a retest of that weekly kickoff high, 24,545. That may be where we see some buyers start to step in. Anything else you're seeing on the 30-minute, Coach Hoop?
Yeah, the only thing, 24, that 24,600 level to 2490 is a nice zone if you're going to see, maybe a little bit of profit taking to take a shot at a long through there. Once again, I'm going to wait a little bit for probably the first 10, 15 minutes of maybe some unfinished business. I'm looking at spots to buy the dip, between, I think 2,600, like I said, 24,600 to 2490, maybe if it gets going, 24,560 to the, these are all more support things that I'm going to look at. Upside's just kind of tough. Your point of controls for me sitting up there at 24,730. I mean, if I'm going to look more, once I said let a little bit of business get out of the way, and then looking to potentially buy a dip, but it's going to be based a little bit of momentum right now, for sure. After yesterday.
I hear you, Coach Hoop. Let's see if we continue to get some extension to the upside. Again, the NASDAQ would be opening the day with a gap of 0.9% right now. Let's see if we get any follow through. A lot of times I think what I see is when that gap is above 1%, we get a lot of continuation. Sometimes under 1%, we see a little bit more of a pullback, but every day is different. Every day is different. JD, I think we got one more news clip to run, some news on NVIDIA.
Yeah, let's talk tech for a second. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang bumped into a camera and a microphone yesterday and did a little venting about China. Let's hear it.
We're disappointed about where we're at, but we're patient about where we're at. NVIDIA is a large company, and we've been working in these markets now for a very long time, and we have relationships in China with the Chinese companies. We've been serving Chinese companies, American companies, global companies all over the world for a very long time. And so I have every confidence that all of this stuff will get sorted out.
Again, we mentioned it earlier. NVIDIA is investing $5 billion into Intel, the chip maker, to co-develop data center and PC products. Intel shares are up 28% pre-market this morning, and NVIDIA's up about 3% pre-market. We got some
Getting
tech.
back that move from yesterday.
Tech making moves this morning.
Can't keep that stock down, even for Hoag probably propped it up overnight. So
Hoag is
propped it up overnight.
Yeah, forever investor in NVIDIA. I don't think he's ever selling. I'm never leaving. Never leaving. Well, we got through our big four here, Coach Hoop, but we have you here. Let's take a look at these cattle charts. What are we seeing in cattle?
So, basically since, middle of March on the daily, I'll take it just like we do. We'll talk daily first. Basically, since the middle of March, this market has been up and to the right. It has had some pullbacks. We're getting one right now. We're button up on the daily. We're kind of button up against the 50-day. There is, as I call it, a cattle on feed report on Friday, or as I call it, cattle on fade. This market has been, it's kind of been, Jay, we've talked about it, kind of like gold. It's been buy the dip. It's been very good technically.
Okay.
The only thing that's really driven it, from fundamental side is basically some issues. We joked about it before about the screw worm, which has caused some problems with what they call the feeder cattle, which are the smaller cattle that become larger when they get to the States. And fundamentally and technically, we kind of just keep driving. This is typically a time of year where the cash market does weaken pretty quick. So, I was talking to my fundamental guy yesterday. It was great 20 years ago. Fundamentals, I think, have a little bigger stake in it. But right now, I think if we start taking out yesterday's lows, It's also just getting into finishing, getting rollover too. I would assume that we roll to the December contract probably tomorrow.
Okay.
The volume just shifted there. But if we start losing this area up in here at 230, there's room for this market to pull back. So from a daily perspective, obviously it's been buy the dip. But we are, every time I think we're going to get a retracement, we've had a couple of them, they haven't been huge, but every time she comes back. And the other thing, Jay, and you trade, you at the buzzer with Coach Paul, agricultural markets really respect, 50 days and 200 days. So let's look at the 30 real quick.
I'm looking at this chart here, Coach Hoop. It looks like we're pretty much exactly at where the low of that move is yesterday is pretty much exactly 5% off that all-time high. I know Hoag says it all the time when we're trading the equities, but we're not the only ones looking at that level.
No.
So interesting spot there,
Well,
right around 229.
And that was the thing I was going to ask for you, because I remember when markets were moving, and this is outside the equities, 2%. That's always a target for you, isn't it, Jay? A stop. Once again, Jay, this is funny. Even though we don't trade in an office together or anything like that, but when you trade with somebody and you know what they're looking at, whether it's Hoag, me, Coach Paul, Dakota, there's certain things that stick out. So, main thing I'm looking up here, this is kind of on a smaller time frame. You see on the 30-minute, this 228.75. The thing you have to be careful with cattle is a lot of times, like even if we go smaller time frame from yesterday, we had a gap open up higher the other day, market ran. Yesterday, we gap opened up lower, we filled that gap, and then we bounced. Now you've got, some consolidation going on pretty much after she settled in yesterday. I would think that we might be a little bit quiet ahead of the cattle on feed number on Friday, but ACH, it's definitely kind of consolidating right now. And that's just on a 3-minute, Jay, because, you I, Coach Paul, kind of look at it the same way, right? 30-minute, 3-minute. So.
Oh, Jay, that's fine.
Oh, I'm on mute.
Muted.
Yeah, it is. All right.
I'm like,
thank you for
where
that.
am I? Where am I?
I took Hoag's mute feed today. Thank you for that, Coach Hoop, update on the cattle report. It has been one of the better trending markets we've seen all year. Jack, I see Jack in the green room. I'm going to send you $5 after this. JD, who do we have trading with us on Topstep TV today?
Oh, we got a good one today. Coming up next in Fast Markets, Coach Jay's sticking around for another couple hours. He'll be joined by Jack Braden and maybe another mystery guest. We'll see. 11 o'clock morning recap. Jack and I will be here talking about the trades we took this morning. Taking a little heat on this crude oil trade right now. Trading just above settlement price. And then 11:15, trade with Topstep. Our old friend Ben Trades is back. You remember Ben? He was he's an MMA fighter. He was using profits from his funded accounts to fund his MMA training. So we're going to catch up with Ben at 11:15. Me and Dakota will be in there talking with him. Group coaching, 12 o'clock Central Time. Coach Robert is back. We'll talk a little technical with Coach Robert, and Coach Vince is going to be there also. I'll be talking to the Riz. He's the Riz, and nobody beats him.
Talk some ribeyes.
Exactly. 1 o'clock, Dobie, Carlos P, our good buddy Carlos P, and I will be in there talking markets and training up. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Jack, Sana, and Dolby Time. Dolby Time is back in the house today. He's feeling better. He's ready to trade it up, ham it up, do whatever needs to be done. Dolby's in the chat too. Welcome back, Mr. Nick. That's the schedule for today. Lots of tradertainment coming your way right here, Topstep TV. Thank you, Jay.
So thank you for that. Excited to trade with Braden again. Ask Braden how the rest of his day went. We saw Braden on Fast Markets yesterday. Curious to see if he traded the rest of FOMC day. Our house count is still in this crude oil short. 63.63 was our entry. Last trade over here in crude, 63.71. If I'm looking at that correctly. So a little under the water, right? Underwater on this position, but still has not stopped us out just yet. I do like the downside in crude, maybe down to 63.25-ish. We'll see if we get there. Gold prices 36.91.50 last trade in gold. NASDAQ and the S&P saw that little bit of a sell-off, tagged VWAP 24,684 last trade in the NASDAQ, 66.88.50 last trade in the S&P. Thank you all for joining here this morning. We'll get to fast markets in just a couple minutes here. But if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. Let us know if you're in any trades early. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I know we got traders all over the world. We say good morning when we join here, but I try to make it a point to say good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world, because TopStep is a global company. So let us know where you are watching from this morning. Coach Hoop, anything you got to say to our traders before we go into fast markets?
No, just once again, we're still in roll just because Fed Day went out of the way. So if price action and like we see a three, like we did yesterday, we get a one of those 1 second tape bomb for 3,000 lot. Those are going to probably still be around. So just size down and widen your stops.
There you go. Size down, widen your stops. JD, we're going to see you on air a little bit later today. Anything you got before we go into fast markets?
Hoop nailed it. The only thing you have control over is your downside risk in these markets, so make sure you're trading in stops. And if you haven't done so already, don't forget to share your FICO score in the chat. I'm joking. Don't actually do that.
And
I'll keep an eye on this crude trade too, guys.
Recipe.
What a night.
Here.
What a night.
Sitting right at settlement here in crude oil right now. Let's see. 63.63. The house is short. We got traders watching from the Bay Area, Latvia, Brazil, Florida, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Nash, Vegas, England, Uzbekistan, Houston, Estonia. Good to see traders all over the world.
It'll never get old.
India.
Estonia will never get old.
Nope.
No,
Boomer Bryan's one of my VIPs. Love it. We joke
Nice.
about it all the time in VIP.
We got Swampy watching from work. I like that
Good job,
one. That's
Swampy.
my favorite one. Watching from work. Watching from work. That is good to hear. Don't get in trouble. Make sure you got some AirPods in or something so they don't hear what you're watching. But we are going to go into fast markets just a little bit here. Hoag's out today, but I would be remiss if I did not mention the checklist. We don't have to go over it. You guys know it. Make sure you are prepared for your trading day. Make sure your mouse is charged. I might be speaking to myself on that one. Make sure your mute button is off if you are on screen speaking. Make sure you know where your risk is. Make sure you have a trading plan, a reason to get in or out of trades, and make sure you hit that like button. I heard from a friend that it could be lucky, but that is not financial advice. We have fast markets coming up in just a little bit. I'm sticking around. We got Jack, we got Braden. It's sure to be a great show. This is Topstep TV. Fast markets coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on.
Happy Thursday, everybody out there. Jay, yet another company has entered the arena and taken $5 billion that could have purchased the Chicago Bears and put it into Intel. Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing good, Jack. I'm doing good. How are you? How are you feeling this morning?
I'm surviving. Good. Strong. Feels
surviving.
great.
That is good to hear. We got Braden here. Braden, welcome back to Fast Markets. 2 days in a row, we got Braden on Fast Markets. Braden, our NASDAQ live funded trader at Topstep. How you feeling this morning, Braden?
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy to be back. Feeling pretty good. I heard you mentioning, I'm sure you'll kick around to it. I heard you mentioning before the segment how I finished the day. I I feel good because yesterday we ended fast markets red only by about $400 or $500, and then I kind of kept looking for that intraday reversal, which we did get kind of a run up into the FOMC decision. So I played that and came out positive yesterday, so I'm happy.
Yes, good stuff, man. Good stuff. Nice recovery. We talked about it during the end of fast markets yesterday, right? Where it was well managed risk for what we were seeing, and the day was sure to present some more opportunity, and we saw that opportunity, some pretty wild moves during the Fed meeting and after we got that rate cut. How are you looking at the markets this morning, Braden? We made new all-time highs in the overnight session. I know you trade the NASDAQ and the S&P. How are you looking at it? We made all-time highs, about 100 points off the high right now in the NASDAQ, S&P pulling back a little bit as well.
Yeah, definitely not trying to fade it. It can always go higher. But yeah, we're 100 points lower, and it's right off VWAP at the moment. So we'll kind of see what the reaction looks like out of the opening bell. But I would be looking to play long continuations into the all-time highs today, hopefully.
Let's see if we go take them out again. Jack, how are you seeing these markets right now? We made a new all-time high. We got the Fed. We got the rate cut out of the way. How are you seeing the S&P?
You know, I just realized that I went off of sharing my chart. So give me 1 minute here.
All right. We got the open coming up in just about a minute and 15 seconds here. This is fast markets, and as soon as those markets open up, they are sure to be fast. We are opening up with a gap in the NASDAQ, just under a % gap right now. Let's see if we get some continuation of that gap, or if the market tries to go fill it early on in the session. Hoag would be saying right now that gap rules do apply. Again, if we don't fill that gap early, looking for some continuation to the upside. 24,675 last trade here in the NASDAQ. In the S&P, last trade 66,8575.
I got my charts going, Jay. We're good to go.
Right.
This is the chart I'm looking at, kind of as I suspect a little bit. I'm going to keep this vertical line here. That is the 1 o'clock where the Fed cut came out. 10-year yield is at 4.12 now, so it is reaching above where it was before the cut. Over the next couple of weeks, I'll be watching this very closely. 15 seconds till
Thank
the
you for
open.
that, Jack. Yields going up. That means prices are probably coming down in the 10-year. Any levels that you have, maybe we'll talk about it after this open here. We'll watch the open. 5 seconds here before we open up. I'm curious of any options levels that you have, Jack, looking at in the S&P. We are open.
All right. My plan for today, it's a little tricky after that melt up last night, right? So I don't know. We've sold off a decent amount from it, but I think I need a pretty clear failed breakdown or something, or a deeper one for me to get into this, because last night was kind of wild.
Yes, it was. I'm going to be honest. I did not expect that rally last night, but here we are. Sometimes the markets do the unexpected. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here. We got a value high from yesterday in the S&P, 66.74. Last trade over there, 66.81.5. And NASDAQ, kind of testing that overnight VWAP, 24,660 last trade here. Let's see if this acts as a support, or do we fall back into value from yesterday as well. Overnight inventory, definitely long here, maybe reconciling just a little bit. I think if I was up 200 points in an overnight trade, I'd probably take some profits as well. But
Exactly. We are back within, I'm looking at the ES, we're back within the range from yesterday, which was very highs after the Fed cut was announced. We're also, like you mentioned, right at the support level from overnight at around 1 in the morning for the night traders. But as I said, I'm not super anxious to just buy the first support level here. Let's let this shake out.
Got you. Braden, of course, if you jump into any trades, do let us know. And the house account may follow you on some of those trades. 66.87 now, last trade in the S&P. 24,680 last trade in the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at the tilt. Make sure I refresh that. 54% long in the S&P, 54% short in the NASDAQ. Crude oil, 55% short, and gold, 66% short. Last trade in gold, 36.83. Gold selling off a little bit here. I know that opening range trade did trigger a short. We went with no trade on the house account. after the number, but it looked like it would have been a pretty good one. Gold selling off here. Lows of the session in gold, 36, 67.30. We're about $20 off that low right now. Seeing the NASDAQ bounce off that VWAP.
Yeah, it's reacting beautifully off the VWAP, especially on the 15-minute. We had an overnight dip into the 580s. That was that VWAP for me. Just boom, right off VWAP. Almost 200 points higher.
Look at that. Nice bounce in the NASDAQ. Gold continuing to sell off here. 36.80s last trade in gold. House is also short crude oil. Crude not doing too much right now. 63.69. We're short from 63s. 63.63. Let's bounce in the NASDAQ here. Jack, we're right below this major level in the S&P, 6,700. Call it a major level. It's big fat round number. Any options levels that you're looking at potentially for opportunities in the S&P?
Well, I tend to look more at the SPX options, which
Right.
are different. There's a big spread. We got a new contract, big spread between them. Let me pull up this real quick here. Enhance. Yeah. So what would 6,700 be? 6,700. Right now we're at 66.30 in SPX. So 6,700. I'm more interested if it sells off back toward like 30 points below here, kind of where we closed yesterday. As I said, it's the day after Fed, last day of roll. Looking for no trades an option. I'm looking a little bit more of a pullback here.
Looking for a little bit more of a pullback. Chat saying Intel to the moon on the news. Intel was up about 28% before the open.
What are they doing now?
Pretty big move.
Intel is up 25% right now, which is nothing to shake a stick at. By the way, it's an interesting economy we're in, Jay. Just to go over this, NVIDIA announced that they were taking like a $5 billion stake in Intel. This is what kicked this off. We'll talk about the optics of some of that later because it's interesting. But on that $5 billion, Intel gained about $30 billion in market cap. And NVIDIA, as of right now, is up like $120 billion in market cap today.
Wow. sounds like a good return on that investment, Jack. Sounds like a great return on that investment. Look at that. Gold is continuing to sell off here. 36.78, 36.79 last trade in gold here, continuing to sell off. We did see a short tilt in gold, 60% here. Braden being patient. I know I asked you yesterday, Braden, how long do you usually wait before taking a trade? You said, about the first 15 minutes or so, kind of let the market, establish itself for the open, see what we're kind of dealing with here.
Yeah, to more or less just kind of a waiting game to let the market build some structure and test levels. So right now off of VWAP test, we did see a buying reaction. So I'm kind of letting this trade a little bit longer, let some more orders go through this market, see how these candles form. If we can hold, the VWAP bounce was 650. So if we can hold and build support above 700, which would be, a series of green candle closures with nice wicks off that 700, 690s level, then maybe I'd be interested in taking it long. But yeah, you need to at least give it some time to put some structure beneath it so that you have a general idea of where you want to take a trade.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with you there. Hoag is out today, but this is where we'd be asking Hoag, how do you look at the opening range? Looking at a 1 minute opening range in the equities. It is the low right now in the S&P. In the NASDAQ, it's the low. In the S&P as well, we're kind of leaving the 1 minute opening range to the upside. 24,705 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Seeing a nice push here off this open, about a 50 point range so far in the NASDAQ. 66.91 last trade in the S&P. All right to be patient here.
I think
one thing I will say.
Go ahead,
Jack.
Braden.
Okay,
I
was just going to mention. Sorry, there's a delay.
No worries.
I'll just
you
say
go
this
ahead.
real
I'm telling you. Go.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to mention the volatility in this market has increased. So if you look at an indicator like the ATR on the hourly here, obviously we expected that yesterday going to FOMC, but there's actually, and we have pulled back a little bit, but it's still a more volatile market than it has been the week before and the week before that. So if you're looking to trade, and some of these stop losses and take profits need to be adjusted in accordance to the volatility of the market. So the more volatile, the more range there is in this market on, let's say, an hourly chart, then the wider your stops need to be on some of these trades as well. So, and if that means you want to risk a certain dollar amount, well, you can do the math on that, but you're going to probably need to size down and kind of increase the range of the trade, because the market as a whole, I mean, is at 50 points. So the average true range on the hourly, we're moving an average of 50 points on NQ. Earlier in the middle of the month, it was 30 points. So we're almost double. So if you usually rock 20-point stops, maybe think about 40-point stops or something like that.
Great point. So I know yesterday, Braden, you were with some of the trades you were talking about waiting for that hourly candle close. Are you looking at the ATR specifically on the hourly as well to kind of manage your risk on trades? Do you use like a multiplier of the ATR for a stop?
I've been looking into that, and I do want to experiment a little bit with that. But I do know, you can use a multiplier of like the ATR times 1.5 or times 2. So maybe I'll experiment with that a little bit today. So I mean, if I wanted to take a trade on the hourly, that would mean, okay, we're looking at the ATR at 50 on the hourly. If we want to multiply that by like 1.5, would that probably be
75 points?
Let's stop it. 75, 75 or 2 would be 100 points.
Yep. Just adjust your size accordingly for the wider stops.
Of course. Seeing a pullback here in the NASDAQ, kind of pulled right back to that 1 minute opening range. About 50% of it low that move there, 24,675. Gold is just getting hammered right now. 36.73 last trade here in gold.
Ever talked in a consecutive.
We're about 7 points off the low of the day. 7 points off the low of the day here in gold, and it is just getting hooked here. 36.72 last trade in gold. Since the equity open, we are down $17 in gold and continuing to sell off. See if we go take out these overnight lows in gold. 36.6730. Equity's pulling back just a little bit as well.
10-year yield still pumping up to 4.13 right now. It's a high yield of the day. Now's the time where I got to remind everyone again that tomorrow is quarterly, not weekly, not monthly, not daily, quarterly options expiration. This movement last night, some really funky stuff could go down between now and Friday afternoon. So act accordingly.
Act accordingly. Like JD says, keep one eye on the ditch. Quarterly is the big one, Jack. Quarterly is the big one.
Yes.
Looking to see if we get any headlines coming out right now. Not really anything. We know Trump and Starmer were having a press conference a little bit early. Not seeing any comments out of there. But seeing the equities continue to sell off here. 24,652 last trade in the NASDAQ. Now we are below the opening range. S&P 66.81 last trade over there, and gold is continuing to sell. 36.69 last trade in gold. Crude oil is not giving us any favorable price action on that short. 63.79 last trade over there in crude.
All right, look around the Mag 7 real quick. I've put Broadcom in it, but Amazon's down nearly 1%, Tesla down 0.7%, Nvidia, of course, up 2%, Google up 1%.
Thank you for that, Jack. A little bit of a mixed bag there. We got settlement all in the NASDAQ all the way down at 24,465. And we talked about this early, right? If we don't, do we see continuation of the gap, right? We had a gap to the upside, almost about 1% in the NASDAQ. Is the market attempting to fill it here? How big of a pullback are we getting? Is the question.
Yeah, I remember Hoag said it on TV a week or two, maybe 3 weeks ago. When we had these overnight rallies to all-time highs, he said the markets don't like that, and they usually give them back. And it's just like all that buying pressure that we saw in the overnight session. As soon as some real volume kicks into this market, we are just selling, lower highs. VWAP's breaking down, low day got taken out. So this selling's pretty aggressive. Definitely going to wait for it to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that overnight inventory, they're just giving it up, right? Where if we're long, if I'm long from the overnight and I'm up 200 points, if New York wants to come in and continue buying it, sure, I'll hold on to that position. But if there's no supporting volume, like you said, Braden, when some real volume comes in, if they don't support it, we see everyone run for the exit, right? And that's why we get a little bit of the selling here. Really no buying pressure above 24,700s in the Nasdaq. And we're 60 points below it now. 24,640 last trade there. 66.78 last trade in the S&P. Jack, I know you said you were looking when we were up in the 90s. You're looking for about a 30-point pullback. We're about a quarter of the way or third of the way there right now. Gold continuing to sell off.
Yeah, I wanted to get back to the yesterday's close in the ES around exactly 66.62. Those who know. Before I start looking
Great
to
call.
buy this, there's I think right off the open we got a lot of people closing out calls, etc. And yeah, that was a real interesting move last night.
What a call, Jack, on that close yesterday. We got settlement in the S&P 66.58.75. Jack's call of 66.62 for the above below in the S&P hit, right as the bell rang yesterday. So really great call
Yeah.
there. Gold made new lows on the session, 36.66.50. I've seen a little bit of a bounce from there. Go ahead, Jack.
And there's no magic. It's just that the SPX closed at exactly 6,600, and there's currently like a 62-point spread between them. You will see that it won't always work, but tomorrow, especially, be looking at the options levels towards the end of the day, because it was kind of the only strike that there was any action going on at that point, and every time it spiked, people are covering below their covering, and it tends to go to the point that will F the most people, as we say generously, which would be that level.
60. There were some comments in the chat. How did Jack do that? What was the magic? And there you go. Looking at the SPX, the underlying asset for the futures. Gold continuing to make new lows here. 36.63 last trade in gold. New lows on the day and continuing to sell here. Where are they taking this market? The equities look like we're selling here as well. 66.74 last trade in the S&P. 24,620 last trade in the Nasdaq. Seeing some really nice selling coming in here.
Mm-hmm.
I got a
this
value area. Yeah, go ahead, Braden.
Really weak. Really weak. Just quick comment. Really weak. Really weak. This might get dangerous here, actually.
So we got a
We'll
high.
We'll see what happens once they just wipe out the overnight longs, right? That's what I'm kind of waiting for.
With you there, Jack. We got a value high in the Nasdaq and Hoag's weekly kickoff level as well, 24,545. Maybe a potential target to the downside. Devin Haney, that's the first time I've heard that one. I look like Devin Haney. There we go. Crude oil selling a little bit here, 63.70. Chat, let us know if you guys are in any trades right now. You are watching #FastMarkets. Make sure you tag us on socials with those trades as well. Take a screenshot, maybe take your profits before you decide to take a screenshot. Tag us on Twitter or on Instagram. We'll share those later in the day. Share your trader setups, your wins, any funny memes that you have. #FastMarkets on socials.
Guys, 10-year the yield keeps inching up. That's not what we want to see here. So that would put me into things being heavy. That's what surprised me so much, that yields were spiking last night and the stocks were up so much.
A little bit of a divergence there, Jack. You would not expect that.
Not in our climate right now. Remember, that's the point of these rate cuts. They aren't to let the banks borrow cheaper overnight. They are theoretically, we want interest rates down for things that people use interest rates for, which are usually loans. And the 10-year is great kind of benchmark for where mortgages are.
Seeing a little bit of a bounce here. 24,620s last trade in the NASDAQ. We're about 30 points off the low of that move. Gold bouncing as well. Gold made a low there of 36.60 and a half. Last trade 36.68 in gold. So a little bit of a relief there. Maybe buy the dip opportunity. Seeing some size here in the S&P as well. Got 1,000 offered at 66.75 here, Jack, in the S&P. Still rollover stuff or what?
I think people just got way over their skis last night. And, you
Yeah.
know, it's not like we're not returning to anywhere shocking. We're going back to right where we closed and right where we were before Powell spoke, too. So,
Right.
you know, there's now like an
Yeah.
80% chance of a half a point in cuts by December. So the Fed, the bond traders are aligned here. We have the marching orders, but last night, I don't know, if squeeze or what sort of foul sorcery, but yeah, this is fine until we break through where we were yesterday. Like, I'm not too concerned.
That 1,000 lot did fill. 1,800 contracts traded in a second there in the S&P. That price range was right around 66.75, where they did get that fill. Trading 66.76 right now in the S&P. All right, Braden, how are you seeing this right now? We're about 20 minutes into the session, still early. Seeing a little push early on. Now we're back below the opening range.
Yeah,
How
we're
are you
at
seeing
about
this market?
50%. Well, we're at about 50% of the overnight rally. We just retraced about 50%, but wow, this is a nice push. 640s now. Yeah, I just want to see it show a bottom really, because we were leaving a pretty nice wick on the daily. We took back half of the overnight rally. Buyers are stepping in now, so I'm still long biased. I'm still looking to take it long. I did want to see something that would show buyers are willing to step into it, because that was kind of looking a little sketchy.
A little bit. Right back to that 1 minute opening range here. 24,655 last trade in the NASDAQ, S&P back in that range as well. 66.82 last trade over. And Jack, did they hear your 30 points, Jack, and only give us 20? Is that what they're going to do here?
Probably. That's fine. I feel like it's going to get there by tomorrow. We'll go way higher.
We did
Got a
make
VWAP
overnight.
test. It broke right through. Wow.
Still below VWAP in the ES, but it's ripping up to it right now.
Wow.
These are... Tell you, with the
NASDAQ up
expiration
about
tomorrow,
105 minutes.
these are going to be some swingy markets.
Braden, you talked about it, right? Ranges are increasing. I'm seeing a ATR on a 1 minute at 22 points in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy.
22 points.
22 points on a 1 minute. That is $400 in 1 minute. How many people can afford to be wrong, over leveraged with that type of those type of swings? Gold back up to 36.72 here. That's looking at a VWAP from the equity open, kind of testing that in gold right now. What a bounce here. There are some ranges to trade, right? 100-point move in the NASDAQ since the New York session open. Crude oil's back at our entry, 63.64 here. House is short from 63.63 evens. I guess 63.63 is not an even, but you guys get what I mean. We saw a heavy long tilt there, Jack, in the NASDAQ, got down to 72% short. We're back up to 61% long right now. 74% long tilt in gold off of this bounce here. Gold made a low 36.60 and a half, $13 from that price. Good patience here, Braden. Good patience here.
Yeah, I kind of want to see. I mean, it's a nice bounce. I'm not just going to FOMO into strong buying, but I would like to see if we pop above 700s and hold and create some more support there. We'll look to get in.
Saw some calls in the chat. Richard Harris was looking for a 66.82 in the S&P on a retest after that sell-off. Back up at 88. It's a nice call, Richard. Coach Hoop saying we talked about this price during the opening call in gold, 36.60s. Came down there and seeing a nice bounce from here. Markets are moving right now. Chat, if you guys are in any trades or if you're taking any profits, make sure to tag us, #fastmarkets. Let us know in the chat what you're looking at. But of course, trades come first. Trade first, talk later. Let me do the talking for you.
Some resistance. Yeah. Been some resistance here around VWAP. Last 3 15-minute candles have kind of topped out right here. Looks like we got a little bit of selling again.
Yeah, right there, Jack. 66.91 VWAP in the S&P overnight VWAP. Got a New York session down at 82. Nice bounce there. Markets are volatile. No real news. No real news as far as planned numbers go. Of course, we know unplanned news this year has taken center stage, right? A headline comes out or something like that. Even though, more recently it has seemed like, some of the jobs data and things like that has been affecting the markets. But of course, if there is a headline that comes out to move these markets, we will let you know. But as far as planned numbers go, I think the only thing we're looking out for today is that natural gas number in about 35 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the jobless claims this morning were kind of back to normal, kind of back to where they were. I think we have to be careful about the inflation numbers will have a real one-to-one effect where a hot inflation number would be bad. Cool one would be quite good, right? But the jobs are now a little bit more murky because the lower they or like the worse they are, the more rate cuts we get, and the better they are, the more it might seem the Fed's off sides and they start worrying about inflation again.
Interesting stuff there. We do have a minor number coming up here in a couple minutes, about 5 minutes. U.S. leading index change month over month. Don't think we had that one on the economic calendar. Jack, what is that number looking at?
What was that number
Have any
again?
idea? U.S. leading index change. What are we looking at there?
You got to admit when you just don't know. This
Yep.
wasn't ever a number that I don't know how long it's been around, but it wasn't something that we really cared about.
Yeah. There you go. Minor number doesn't show up on our economic calendars. Does it have the potential to move the markets? Maybe.
What's it called?
I guess in that case, U.S. leading index. Yeah. Gonna have to Google that one because not too sure myself there, Jack. Rejected at the high of that opening range, 1 minute opening range, 24,650, right against VWAP there, and the S&P as well. Looks like we may get another leg down here. Let's see.
Yeah, so Jay, I guess it's kind of like a dowsing rod. It's published by the Conference Board. It's kind of trying to predict the future 6 to 12 months out.
Nice. Sounds like a job where you can be wrong and still be right. Right? It doesn't matter. Right? It's like, oh, wait, our projections were off. Let's look another 6 months out and see what we get from there. And YH8, you're catching on to me. When in doubt, ask Jack. That is the plan.
Yeah, what's what you talk about predicting the future? It is funny. Whenever you look at the dot plots for the Fed, it's like the Federal Reserve, where inflation is always 2% 3 years from now. Never wrong. No matter what's happening, in 3 years, inflation is always 2%.
Always 2%. Always 2%. We are coming up on the top of the hour here. It's been 26 minutes so far, and we've seen some movement in this market. High to low range in the NASDAQ. We got about 115 points, kind of sitting in the middle of that range right now. 24,650 last trade there. 66.79, 66.80 last trade in the S&P. Crude cannot give us any price action below our entry here. Like the entry algo is running in crude, saw where our entry was and just keeps bouncing from there. We're short from 63.63 in the house. Last trade 63.76. Gold saw a little bit of a bounce. Say not a little bounce, $15 off that low. Got a little volume here now trading in the Nasdaq.
Yeah, we just flashed up like 40 points in
Yep.
a couple seconds.
Yeah, you see that in the S&P as well, Jack. About 1,000 contracts traded in a second there. That's the second one we've seen in the S&P since the open. About 500 contracts in the Nasdaq, and a nice spike there off those 50s. Interesting stuff going on.
Yeah, we had 3,000 ES trade in a second there.
Somebody trading some size in this range. Kind of sitting right at volume point of control in both the S&P and the Nasdaq. Which makes sense. We got a ton of volume trading around here. Volume point of control in the S&P from yesterday is down at 66.62, below the low of the day so far. So we are above value, above range, above value from yesterday in the Nasdaq, above value in the S&P. Let's see if they move value higher here. We didn't fill that gap yet, right? These markets are still holding up pretty well. Braden said we got about 50% pullback from the overnight range and seeing a bounce. High of the high of the New York session in the Nasdaq right around 24,715s. See if we go take that out.
Palantir's up 4%. Mag 7 Nvidia is just under 2% up right now. Google up 1.5%. Contrarian Apple down a smidge. What a day, man.
What a day. What a day. It's just getting started, Jack. Just getting started here. 72% long tilt now in gold, 65% long in the S&P. Average price here in the S&P, 66.84. So they're a little bit in the money here. See if they get some continuation. And we rejected at VWAP the last test of VWAP. We rejected 66.90s. Let's see if we get another one here.
Where's my buddy Intel at? Intel's still up 25%.
What a move. Any Intel investors in the chat, let us know. What is your average price in Intel if you have any? S and VWAP here in the S&P again, 66.90s last trade here. See if the Nasdaq finds some buyers here above 700s. Braden, still no trades right now. Still staying patient.
Yeah, nothing for me. I really want to see this hold above 700 at the moment.
Gotcha.
But there'll definitely be an opportunity here. We've got a long session. But yeah, this is looking good. It's looking better. We were just having some issues there at VWAP. But now we're starting to break. I'll start to eye up a long here if we can just if buyers hold 700s, I'll get long.
So Jay,
for high
I
day.
saw on Wall Street Bets this morning reminded me of something. There was kind of this legendary post a few months ago about this young man who got a $700,000 or $800,000 inheritance from his dead grandmother and was putting it all into Intel at $30. Wow. And this was the day before it got cut to like $18. And I don't think they have heard from this individual, but if they had held, they would finally be in the money after this move today. So I'm hoping to find something if we get a post on there later.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're just early, right? Taking your grandma's
really the height of comedy.
Intel is pretty insane, though.
Yeah, it was this huge post with all this like due diligence and stuff, and then like the next day it got cut by 30% or something.
That's those are the markets for you. But he held on to it. Nice trade. What is Intel trading at right now? Oh, he's literally probably at a scratch right now, Jack. If he held on to that trade. Wow, what a roller coaster.
I'm sure he'll sell it and put it in the S&P index.
Or open door.
Yeah, what's Open Door doing? Open Door. Dakota's not here, but wow, not much of a day. Just kind of hanging there around $10.
Hanging out here.
Traded a
S&P finding some buyers above VWAP right now. NASDAQ trying to find some buyers above the 700s. An all-time high in the NASDAQ is the high of the session, and as well as the S&P. 24,762.75 all-time highs in the NASDAQ. 67,19.75 all-time high in the S&P. See if we go take those out. Push in here. About 50 points off in the NASDAQ here. Take a look at some Delta numbers. I know Hoag, actually, we're not going to do that. Hoag said don't trust Delta until next week, so we'll wait on that.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, you can net if you have access to the September and December contract, Jay. You can kind of net them out.
Yeah. So it's asking me to do public math, though, Jack, and we're not going to do that right now on air.
Oh yeah,
good idea for anyone looking at those Delta numbers.
but even if you did too, it could get kind of murked up because there could be a lot of people just closing out the contract. So we won't talk Delta today.
Back with the Delta numbers next week. Hoag should be back tomorrow, I believe, as well. All right, Braden, we're sustaining probably for the longest we've had. We had some candle closes here. I'm looking at a 1 minute above 700s. Still staying patient for now. I like the patience because this was an interesting open. Could this be a megaphone pattern, right? Where we see extension of the highs, extension of the lows. We'll see. So
Yeah, it's starting to look better now. I like how price action is slowing down a little bit. We're not seeing as crazy swings. We're actually just holding steady above 700s. I will try to eye up a long, but I need a couple red candles here, which we haven't had from the 40. I could have bought the 40s, but that was looking like a deeper retracement. So yeah, we've had some deeper pullbacks, but I guess that's kind of in line with a more volatile market. That's just, you're going to get that, and so it starts to look a little bit, maybe a little bit more bearish than you would typically think a pullback should look. But I mean, that just comes with a more volatile market, I suppose.
Seeing some heavy long tilts here. Yeah, Jack.
Yeah, 67.12 might look for a cheap short if we get up there.
Okay.
That's just a level for now. We'll see how the price reacts.
Check looking up at 67.12s. We got a 76% long tilt in the S&P, 71% long in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ has some orders up here at 750s, about 100 offered at 24,750 in the NASDAQ. Let's see if we go get those about 20 points off of it right now. 78% long tilt in gold. Gold was seeing some heavy tilts this week, man. We had a couple of times where gold was above 80% long on the tilt. Never really so much to the downside. I guess everyone's just kind of looking for buy the dip opportunities in gold. Maybe we see another one here where we're $20 off that low. 78% long tilt there.
Closing on 6,700 in the ES.
Not a lot of size sitting there, about 160 contracts. That's pretty much nothing in the S&P. See if they take it out.
Yeah, because they're futures, I tend to care less about just round numbers. Besides just morbid curiosity, care less about the big fat round numbers in the futures contracts. Although there are some levels around here, 67.02, where it could be a little bit of a fight.
Oh, you might just go vertical into the all-time highs right here.
Yeah, right. NASDAQ pushing into those 750s here. About 120 contracts sitting there. We are 20 points off of the all-time high in the NASDAQ. 20 points off in the S&P as well. 67.02 last trade over there. See if the NASDAQ takes out these 750s. I think we probably got, nope, we didn't get stopped out yet. In crude, our stop is above 64s, 63.91 last trade over there in crude oil. Pretty crazy open so far.
Given the magnitude of these moves and stuff, I wish it's more when I would probably, like on that dip there, should have been scaling in. Like it didn't get down to my level, but given how much things are moving, I think I probably should have scaled in just a little bit. Obviously, hindsight capital, never wrong, but just something I'm thinking about for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I think that's why, I kind of like the way Dolby gets into trades where you have an idea of like what your max allocation is, and then just pick a spot to start entering. I never enter trades that way, but we see it work out sometimes where it's like, hey, I'll get something on the table for this move.
But remember, it's like the glass in basketball, right? You got to call it before you do it, or else you're just adding losers.
Absolutely. 742 last trade here in the Nasdaq. Again, seeing some size here at 750s, about 130 contracts. Watching these markets chop around, gold selling off just a little bit here. But Jack, I think you got some news for us. Let's hit Jack's news pack and get right back to the charts.
Let's do it. All right, let's talk some news. First, a tweet I liked today. It's pretty pertinent. Instead of calling the top every day, maybe you should call your mother and tell her you love her. Think about that, all the bears out there. Calling tops is a very difficult thing to do. We talked about Intel, but we haven't shown the chart yet. Yeah, Intel up. Yep, that is a fat green bar there. The investment will be used to jointly develop custom data centers and personal computing products. Or as someone put in the next slide here, it's okay. You're going to live with me now. Always love a good Goonies reference. But all right. Pushing a little higher. We'll just hit jobless claims real quick. Decline back to 231K. So kind of where we were in the trend here. Still above where we've been over the last few years. Keep an eye on every jobless claims now because that'll really influence the Fed's decisions on rates. And lastly, I love good regional stuff. What do you call the activity of driving around in circles? I need to know, anyone in chat from northern Minnesota or North Dakota, do you really say whipping shitties?
No one says that.
Well, a few of those green dots in the far northern plains would disagree with you, Jay. If you're whipping shitties, let us know in the chat. I need to know. Let's get back to these markets.
Whipping shitties. Literally never heard that. We made all-time highs in the NASDAQ. 24,767, new all-time high over there in the NASDAQ. S&P still has a little bit of work to do, but tech is pushing right now. We are hearing that the president is speaking. So if we get any headlines from there, we'll be sure to share them with you. But new all-time high in the NASDAQ. Took out those orders at 750. 761 last trade over there.
We have a few people in chat saying, Jay, they're from Minnesota, northern Minnesota, and they do say whipping shitties. So,
wow,
you learned something new.
All right, guys, I'm long at 748, 5 micros long, looking for the all-time high breakout. Hey, and if we get some nice volume through this all-time high, I'm going to add into this position and look for 800s, 24 800s. My risk is at the bottom of that hourly. Kind of had that wick reversal. It's a high entry, so I'm risking the bottom of the hourly candle here on NQ.
Right in long 5 micro NASDAQ from 748 here. Last trade 752. Looking for some continuation. It was a nice push there through that all-time high. 767. New all-time high in the NASDAQ. S&P still has a little bit of work to go to get up there, but still a lot of day left here as well. Crude oil pushing up above 64s now. I think we are a tick away from getting stopped out in that crude oil trade. We probably just did get stopped out 63. 63 was our entry, trading 64 evens right now. That tilt got paid in the equities. It's still holding 73% long in the S&P. Makes sense, right? The S&P didn't take out that all-time high. 53% now in the NASDAQ, where we saw it as high as 70%. Maybe some traders taking some profits after that all-time high tag. 70% long in gold. Whipping shitty sounds like what monkeys do at the zoo to harass visitors. Candidate for comment of the day here.
Does that still happen, like, in real life? Do they do that? Or is that just, like, something that happens in, like, oddball comedy movies?
I think it happens in, like, you sometimes, like, Instagram videos where they play that Jet 2 Holiday clip in the background, and you see monkeys doing some crazy stuff. I saw some monkeys stealing some guy's glasses the other day. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Not an excursion I think I would go on. Yep. 24,744 here, last trade in the NASDAQ. So, Braden, you're looking at this this hourly candle for your risk.
Yep. Yeah, so that wick before the wick prior to that hourly candle, because now we have a strong hourly bullish candle, or at least at the moment. Obviously, we still have 45 minutes on this candle, but I like it. Push of equal all-time highs looks good. All of this range here really shouldn't be tested again, because this is all rejected. Rejected sellers, really. So we have that small body. So a nice reversal candle there. And then we open up and immediately buyers step in and push it back to all-time highs. If this candle gets faded and we flip red here, and essentially we would have to flip red to take me out of the trade, then it's probably not, my idea is probably not valid at that point.
Gotcha.
So that's the risk. And then we talk about wider risk. So that's kind of, that's 40-point risk, which is, I guess, on the lower end, but a combination of using the ATR and try and kind of market structure and candles, if you want to place your stops around candles, but that's kind of in line with ATR.
Awesome stuff. I like that where you said, Braden, where that risk is based on market structure and not a dollar amount, right? Where it could be, hey, I don't want to lose more than X amount of dollars in the trade, and then that risk is somewhere where the market has proven it can trade already. But this trade idea is invalid if the hourly candle flips red, where you're allowing the market to decide where it's wrong, and then seeing if we continue to get a push here. So nice idea again, Braden long from 748 here in the micro NASDAQ. Crude getting a push here, 64.17 last trade in crude oil.
Somebody asked what ATR is, average true range. So it's just like the average of, it's usually like the previous 14 candles, I think, but I suppose you could change that. It gives you an idea of how, the reason we talked about it for adjusting stops, it gives you an idea of, how much the markets are moving in the time frame you're looking at, and adapting to it, if that's what you want to do.
Adapting to market-generated information. S&P's pushing highs here of the New York session, 67.07 last trade over there. Overnight high, which is an all-time high in the S&P, 67.1975. Jack, I know you were looking at 12s here, which looked like a rejection after this jobless claims number came out this morning. Let's see if we get a push into 67 here.
Up around here, I would expect there to be at least some hesitation. We get the 66.12, that's 66.50 in the SPX. Right now, the Russie's up 1.7, NASDAQ 1.2, ES up 0.75 of a point. So not huge moves yet. Although the higher we go, the more huge the percentage moves look like, right? A percent move now with the ES at 6,700 is double that of a few years ago when it was at 3,300 or something, half of it. So a lot of movement.
A lot of movement for sure. Seeing a little bit of size here up at 67.10s in the S&P, about 300 contracts sitting there. About another 200 at 67.08. Not seeing so much in the NASDAQ. Again, go ahead, Braden.
Sorry, we're getting some really nice consolidation just under the all-time highs on NQ. I guess because we're playing catch-up with ES, but this is really nice price action to be consolidating like this right under the all-time highs. So looks good.
Looking at a so you're looking at a 1 minute. So you use a 1 minute, 1 minute and an hourly. So
Yeah, I'll
kind
use
of
like the
flatten
1 minute, hourly, 5 minute. I guess I jump around a little bit, probably more than I should, but yeah, when I'm playing it, like the tighter I'm playing it, I guess the lower time frame I go to look at it, and that maybe it's paranoia or something. But yeah, I mean, I'm in it pretty high, so I'm looking at the 1 minute for whatever reason on this setup.
Somebody
New all-time
wanted
highs
to
in
say,
the NASDAQ.
yeah,
Go ahead,
somebody
Jack.
wanted to see the Intel chart. So who am I to disappoint? Here's the Intel chart, what it looks like since this morning. Let's zoom out and put this in a date. Look at that little guy up there. It's a happy little guy. Yeah. As you can see, here's where we dumped Nada's money into it. And it got cut from 30 to 18. Then, playing in a pretty tight range here. And this is the type of move that just wrecks, obviously, short. I just can't keep laughing at that little bar there. This is regular trading hours. That's why there's that huge gap. But
Right.
yeah, until this wants to forget
What a
about this
chart.
whole period here. What a chart.
Got some comments from the president here. Meeting with the UK. We are committed to ensuring the UK has a supply of reliable AI. Tech deal will ensure the UK and US lead next great tech revolution side by side. Trump also saying the stock market has hit a new high. Does anyone remember earlier this year when we saw that huge sell-off and the president said, "I'm not even looking at the stock market"? Thought that was interesting.
I mean, like he looks at it.
Come on, you're looking at the
He's
stock
got to
market.
tweet it. Is
Right.
now a good time to buy? That's what. If we ever get our press
Yeah.
pool thing, that's what I'm going to ask every time.
Two weeks before that, he said, "I'm not even looking at the stock market." We continue to sell off, and then he said, "Yep, now is a good time to buy." Come on, that is not even a political thing. You're looking at the stock market, right? We look at it every day. And speaking of looking at it, looking at the Nasdaq make new all-time highs here: 24,775 and 24,776 new all-time highs in the Nasdaq. Every new high tick of the day is a new all-time high. I've got Braden long, nice trade here from 24,748. Nice trade. Sometimes it could be a scary trade to buy the highs, Braden, but when that flow is as strong as it is, you're just getting in with the trend, right? Getting with the trend, identifying where risk is. Sometimes traders look at it where it can be a pretty scary stop loss if you're looking at lows of the day, but you don't need to take that whole risk, right? Like you said, identify where the trade is invalidated and catch on a piece of the trend.
Definitely.
Great stuff here. Up near these 67.12s here, Jack, in the S&P, 67.09 last trade over there. Gold, 36.71 half, and crude oil a little bit off of its high, 64.05 last trade here in crude oil. Speaking of establishing your risk and knowing where you're wrong on a trade, we know this is trading. There's nothing that is 100%. So our tip of the week is for any trader that has taken a loss today, this week, or at any point in your trading, clear your mind after taking a loss in trading. Make sure you take a break, analyze your mistakes calmly, right? Assess what you did right, what you did wrong, and if the market just didn't agree with your trade idea, regain your mental clarity and avoid emotional trading. Make sure that the next time you go to click the button, you're doing so with a clear mind and not trying to make it all back in one trade. Especially if you put your grandma's inheritance in Intel, you want to clear your mind after that, so you can think clearly for your next trading decision. So tip of the week, make sure you clear your mind after a losing trade.
Well, we're breaking outside of this. If we're going super long term here, this is the SPX going back. We're breaking out of this channel right now. These are weekly candles. For those not familiar, those two blue circles are when I had children, which is the undefeated economic indicator to sell. Here's the Trump tweet. But yeah, this goes back a few
Breaking out of
years.
that trend line. That's on a
Bullish.
that's a
What?
weekly chart we're looking at there.
Weekly candles. What a friggin' rally this has been since
Man, seriously.
said tweet.
Jack, pull up the monthly if you can, real quick.
Yeah.
The wick in April is like the wick of all wicks.
Let's zoom in. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Look at that thing.
Oh yeah.
Close above that, and we are just all-time highs ever since. Did look like a pretty good time to buy stocks, I guess. So, Braden, with this trade, I know you were talking about potentially adding to this if we do see some volume. What gets you into adding into this trade, if at all?
Well, the thing is with adding, if you don't get like a very, very low entry, like if we didn't take that morning reversal, the fact is that I this is a high entry. It just is what it is. So I need to have a starter position, which I have, and then we need to see some strong movement away from my entry. And then because what I need is if I'm going to be adding, I'm going to be averaging up into the trade. If I'm adding size into a trade, I really don't want to add risk to the trade. So, well, I need a strong move away from my entry, which we kind of got. But you kind of need the market to work with you. You need a strong move away from your entry so that you can buy the pullbacks whenever we get retracements. You also need the pullbacks not to be too deep because as you're kind of following that market and sizing into your position and your average is going up, I like to keep my stops break even when I do that. So I would like to see like a move through 800s and then much smaller retracements. The fact is it can work if you try to implement that into your trading, like sizing into it, but you have to understand like sometimes the market gets a deeper pullback and then you just get kicked out of the trade entirely. But right now we're just kind of building structure at my entry. I actually want to like get a stronger trend away, and then I'll be buying those pullbacks and trying to add into it.
Gotcha. Good stuff.
In this situation, and if I add into this, and I've done it before, where it's still like at my entry, kind of try to add into it, it just kicks me out because I'll be break even if I'm adding into a trade. I don't want to add risk to it.
Good point. Yeah, because you would have to move that stop up just to, so the trade costs the same. So you want to be very conscious of that. Good point there, Braden. We are pushing these highs, 24,781 half, 782 half now, new all-time highs in the NASDAQ. Continuing to push, Braden jumping on the train and just getting on board, holding on for the ride. 24,782. S&P still off of its all-time high. We're about 7 points away from that right now, testing that 67.12 price here, Jack. Gold selling off again, 36.68, 36.69 last trade in gold. Low of the day, 36.60 and a half.
So interested to see how the ES reacts around here. To me, this is like the last possible level that it could turn around before it busts through the high of the day. Also, all-time highs. Every tick, as you mentioned, is a daytime all-time high for the ES.
Yep. 67.12 half here. Let's take a look at this tilt. What are we looking at now? They held the S&P, still 68% long. Probably traders holding for an all-time high here. 67.03 average price over there. Still 59% long in the NASDAQ, 24,743 average price over there, right around Braden's average price. Not surprised to see that tilt pare back just a little bit, traders taking profits. And then what we're not seeing is that tilt increase because it's kind of hard to buy the all-time high. So I'm curious to see how that tilt adjusts throughout the day. NASDAQ, another all-time high. We got about 87 contracts sitting up at 24,800. Not a whole lot of size there. Let's see if the NASDAQ wants to go take those out.
Yeah, let's get 800s here. It is hard to buy the all-time highs it is much harder to sell the all-time highs.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Coach Hoop, in the chat. Natural gas number for all of our nat gas traders coming up in about 3 minutes. So make sure if you are trading natural gas, you are aware of that number. Can definitely affect these markets. Where's Coach Hoag? Hoag is out today. He'll be back tomorrow. But he will be back. We got a nice trade going on here by Braden. About 40 points in the profit. Continuing to see these markets grind higher.
Yeah, I saw Hoag last night actually in person. And
Oh yeah,
JD, yes, and MP, and Andrea. The whole team was there. We had dinner last night.
nice.
It was nice.
Topstep crew meetup. I heard JD was, if you heard during the opening call, I said, if you're recovering from the FOMC meeting or espresso martinis with the girls, JD said it in the green room before the opening call that he was sipping some espresso martinis. What was your drink of choice last night, Jack?
Oh, I drove the minivan, so some red
Okay.
wine.
Nice glass of wine. Seeing a little bit of a pullback from the highs here, but what can we really call a pullback right now in this market? 15 points in the Nasdaq is probably the best we've gotten so far. Maybe 20 points since we started this rally and cleared that opening range. So seeing a really nice push, a little bit of size here up near 800s. Let's see if we go take these out. Braden still chilling in this long here. John Ross plus 4K on ES longs. Great trade there. Great trade. Justin Church says no one is trading natural gas. Guarantee you there's at least one person trading natural gas.
I'm not going to show the disrespect. I would never fade Braden in a million years. So I hope it busts right through this.
Yeah. This 12 level meant something to someone, Jack. We are seeing a little bit of hesitation here. Was that an options level you were looking at? SPX level?
6650 in the SPX right here, right now.
There we go. That is it. New all-time highs in the Nasdaq by a tick there is 788.50. Nat gas number in 10 seconds for any of our natural gas traders, and that has the potential to cause some volatility in that market. Also, initial balance closing now, and there's your highs in the Nasdaq. Oh, what a pop! 795 quarter now. Let's go get them, Braden. Let's go get it. 80 contracts at 800s here. Shouldn't be a whole lot for the Nasdaq to take out if buyers are this convinced.
Yeah.
Braden, are you just looking to trail this?
Well, no, I really want to see it get above 800s and kind of start breaking out a little harder than it already is. And then I'll look to trim some into like the low 800s, maybe 820s, probably take half the position off. And then, yeah, I guess I would trail. I don't usually trail, but that is something I could implement here because we really don't know if this is going to find any resistance. Could just keep going until the end of the session. But I will look to take some profit above 800.
There it is, above 800s here, 875 new all-time high in the Nasdaq. Another 50 contracts at 802 filled those. 804 quarter new high in the Nasdaq. Again, any new high tick of the day is an all-time high. We are watching history right now. These markets are just continuing to push higher. We got rate cuts yesterday, and the market said, let's keep going. 805.75 new all-time high in the Nasdaq. S&P getting ready to test its all-time high. 67.1775 last trade. 67.19, and the orders all-time high in the S&P. Continuing to push higher. Braden, great trade here. We're about 50 points in the profit on this one right now. See if we get some continuation through these 800s here. Great trade here, man. Again, can be scary to buy that all-time high, but if you see some room to the upside, I think that seeing that major level up there, 800s, it's kind of felt like a magnet. Really great trade there. Went in with reasonable size so you can accept the risk and let the market do what it does. Natural gas, that number did come out. Seeing that gas down 2% in the last 3 minutes. Pretty big move over there in natural gas. Jack, how's the Mag 7 looking right now?
Oh, the Mag 7 are looking great. Besides our contrarian indicator, Apple's down 0.5%. Everything else is up. The main to mention, NVIDIA is up 3.5%. That's like a cool $140 billion in market cap.
With a B.
With the rock stars, Meta's up 1.5%. Google's up nearly 1%.
Good stuff. Thank you, Jack. We got the initial balance closed here. I know Hoag would be looking for how the auction responds to the extremes of the initial balance. I'll get those prices for you guys in just a second here. But 24,799 last trade here in the Nasdaq, 67.15 last trade in the S&P. Let's take a look at that tilt. See if it did change at all. 67% long in the S&P, 53% in the long now in the Nasdaq. Looks like some traders maybe taking some profits or potentially getting in short here at these 800s. Crude oil still long tilt, 63% and 60% long in gold. Brady, you take any profits above 800 there or not yet?
No, I'm looking for 820s.
820s, got you. All
Yeah.
right, awesome stuff. All right, well, let Braden manage that trade. We got a little bit of a news clip. Played this during the opening call, but we replayed this. Amid pressure from President Trump and uncertainty over trade policy, the Federal Reserve revealed its latest decision on interest rates yesterday. We saw that 25 basis point cut. Let's run that clip.
The Federal Reserve on Wednesday cutting interest rates for the first time in 2025.
In light of the shift in the balance of risks, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by 0.25 percentage point.
The move comes as the Fed continues to assess the impact of President Donald Trump's tariffs on inflation, which has begun to tick up, and as the labor market shows multiple warning signs.
We've seen hiring slow. Teen unemployment is skyrocketing. Black unemployment skyrocketing. The Fed is concerned about the job market much more than they are concerned about the inflation side of their mandate.
And as credit scores fall at the fastest pace since the Great Recession, the national average FICO score dropped by 2 points this year, according to data released by the analytics company Tuesday, the most since 2009.
Inflation is sticking around. Interest rates are still really high, even with these cuts from the Fed. So it's just a really tough time for an awful lot of people.
Matt Schultz, chief consumer finance analyst for personal finance website LendingTree, says consumers can take their own steps to help reduce their debt burden rather than wait for the Fed.
There are things that you can do with interest rates that will have a bigger impact than anything that the Fed will do.
Schultz says that includes shopping around for a mortgage or auto loan, or making a balance transfer to a 0% interest credit card, or getting a debt consolidation loan to lower interest payments each month. In Washington, I'm Karen Kafa.
Thank you for that, Karen. And pressure by the president. We're seeing consumer debt at highs, credit scores falling. We got rate cuts here. Jack, what do you think about that news clip that we just had there? Any opinions on that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of conflicting information. It's tricky for the Fed because their tools are meant to address one. They can't do both at the same time. The credit score thing was funny to me because it was just down 2%. So obviously they must be credit scores must be distributed or normalized or something like that, because come on, 2 points in a year,
right? That's
was it 800 the 200 2 points,
right? Yeah, maybe making
people are financing burritos or down 2 points.
It's been a narrative there, maybe. I guess it is a decrease, but maybe trying to put a little bit more pressure here. 24,785's last trade here in the Nasdaq. Jack, we're back below those 12s you were looking at earlier. That does seem like a line in the sand there. 6750. Do you say 6750 or 6650s in the SPX?
6650. And also that would have been a really funny trade if I had put it on, because it would have come it's kind of a real bad beat in the ES longs right there. It got within 1.5 of the high of the day, and it did not take it out, and now it is back to that 6712.
Maybe the biggest pullback we've seen since we started this rally to all-time highs here in the Nasdaq. Got about 30 points off that high. See if
Yeah, I
this is
think
some more. Yeah, go ahead, Braden.
NQ needs to carry NQ needs to carry ES into the into its all-time highs right now. I might add. Well, I'm going to be bringing my average up, but I might add into the low 70s. Put my average around mid 60s. There'd be a good chance if we dip any lower than this, I'd get stopped out. But
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
we also had one of those fun situations where the VIX on that like last move, that last 15-minute bar where we had the VIX increasing as we were busting through all-time highs. And we had the Fed meeting in the rearview mirror. We do have options expiration tomorrow, but that's always something that piques my interest.
Yeah, I added 5. I added 5 more in 70s. I might get stopped out.
Where'd that move your average up to there, Braden? In the 60 somewhere?
Yeah, 60s. I might get stopped out right here. Wow.
See if it holds. Hold the line.
It's a tough pullback.
All right, let's take a look at those initial balance ranges real quick here. Initial balance high in the NASDAQ was 761, so it held right there. 761 quarter initial balance high in the NASDAQ, trading 772 right now in the S&P. We're kind of sitting at the initial balance right now, 67.12. That price, Jack, 67.12 is initial balance high in the S&P.
Yep.
See what happens.
Awesome stuff. Okay.
All right, I'm going to step
Well-
away for just a second here, Jack. I'm going to hand you the wheel, and I'll be back in just a little bit.
Thank you, Jay. Enjoy that few minutes off air. We'll take a look. We got Braden's trade on the screen here. Nearly touched the highs of the session in the ES, turned around. As Jay mentioned, maybe the deepest pullback we've seen on this rally up from the lows of the day.
I was really looking for it to just be like a just trade higher all day. That's tough.
Never make it
There's
easy.
a chance. Like one tick off of being. Well, we'll see.
Little bounce there.
Yep.
It came close, but we're live. Are these what 1 minute candles?
Yeah, these are 1 minute candles.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting stopped out. Wow. I'm sure.
This is mesmerizing. Come on. Well, I won't talk to your trade. What's moving here?
It's yeah. Wow. I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if I even want to take another trade after that. That's disgusting. ES.
A lot.
Little pullback.
Not too much damage done. But yeah, that's
No.
unfortunate.
I mean, do you call it greed when you don't lock in profits on an all-time high break? There's no resistance there, so I don't know if it's greed. Just tough. It's a tough pullback.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're doing what
It-
you usually do, it might be different than what
Yeah.
others do, but the only way to know if you're making progress. 67.06 half last trade in the ES. What up, Braden?
That's the consequence of joining a trend a little bit late, and we already had 200 points there with no real pullback. So there's a good chance that would happen. I'll look to maybe re-enter, but we'll see.
Trying to see. Yeah, a little pullback and pretty much across the board here in equities. What we got Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin's up 1% today, trading in the spot market 117,760. Carvana, my favorite stock, is cracking all sorts of highs. I believe Carvana right now trading 391, up another casual 3.5% today. Taking a look at gold real quick. So, Braden, what percent of the time are you trading NQ at this point compared to ES?
Well, I had mentioned that I wanted to start trading ES. I really I haven't made a conscious effort to like really start trading it. I just kind of just go into trading M and Q automatically, but I would like to start trading ES. At the moment, I don't really trade it as much. But I was saying yesterday, I do think there's obviously NQ has moved a little bit better than ES has today. So maybe NQ
Yes.
is the better trade today, but that's not always the case. Sometimes ES has a better setup.
Oh,
up,
John
guys?
Jones, I famously do not like Carvana. I have no position in it, but it's just one of those things that intrigues me. Welcome back, Jay.
Oh, good to be back. Good to be back. I was listening to the conversation there. Braden, I don't know that I would call it greed, man. You manage your trades the way you manage them. You're all a live funded trader, number 173 on the big board for a reason. So, going to look different to every person, but would you lose about $57 on that trade? I don't know that I would call that greed, right? Looking for
Yeah.
something, market didn't invalidate it, just a little stop out here.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to
and-
see. Yeah.
Yep.
I was confident holding through a pullback and even adding to it because I mean, if we're waiting for ES to break all-time highs, then both markets can kind of trend. We had a strong body here on the hourly up until a couple minutes ago, and it was looking good. Traditionally, there I'd just like to see maybe a micro pullback and then just rip higher into the overnight highs. But deeper pullback now. I might be interested in getting long again, but it has to be lower than I was originally. Otherwise,
Makes sense.
I'll call it chasing. Yeah, I'll call that chasing for me.
That original long, if I remember, was 48s, right?
Yeah, 48.
48s. We saw that size trade through at 50s on the way up here, right? Which tells us that we know we have a buyer there at 50. Whether they were buying to open or close, we don't really know. Let's see what they do at these 50s here. About 50 contracts on the bid right now there at 50. We got a New York session VWAP a lot lower here, down at 708 in the NASDAQ. Last trade 753. S&P's pulling back here, testing these 6700s again. 670150 last trade in the S&P. Could not take out an all-time high there. Just a little pullback here in the equities. Gold kind of just chopping around 36.74. Crude oil 63.96 last trade over there. Let's take a look at this tilt. Got pretty heavy long. I think those traders that were looking for the all-time high in the S&P probably took some profits or took the position off because now we're seeing 62% short, 65% short in the NASDAQ. 73% long in gold.
Yeah, that's one of the rare times where having your stop right above the all-time high there, if you were short, actually worked when it got that close.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the right idea though, Jack, right? Where it's okay, trade to a price you haven't traded before, and then my idea is wrong. If not, then you can hold on to the trade. When do you take that trade? I like the area you were looking at, Jack, because in these markets there are going to be opportunities for pullbacks, but you can't just sell it because it's too high, right? That's probably the worst case for trying to call the top. But you had that level, right, that lined up with SPX, so it made sense. Where we try to tell traders that all the time. If you're going to take a short, just do it in a location that makes sense, right? If you're going to short the NASDAQ, wait to see the reaction at 800s. We don't get follow through, then maybe that's your trade there. Little bounce off of 50s here. 765 last trade in the NASDAQ. 765 here, 6702 last trade in crude. Nope, that's not crude. That's gold. Seeing a little pop here in gold now, 3678 last trade in gold. Chat, anyone in any trades? You guys take some profits here. How's everyone's morning looking so far? Let's get a little vibe check in the chat. How is everyone doing so far? See if NASDAQ wants to test these 50s. Again, about 50 contracts sitting here, 24,750. 60 contracts now. Didn't trade it on that last test. 751 was the low of that move. Ali says passed 3 combines today. Nice, Ali. Garv is short the Russell. TJ long gold, 4 micros. Metal Mind says done. It's chop time. So
Somebody,
here's where. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
yeah, somebody was asking about like Intel puts here. Again, nothing on this show is financial advice, but I feel like this is one of the situations where it's like if you think it's going to retrace, short it with a stop as opposed to, given a 30% move, the options are going to be pretty expensive.
This is where Hoag starts to look for failed upside auctions. Right now we have a potential failed upside auction in the S&P. The NASDAQ is doing a better job of holding above that initial balance high. That initial balance high is 761 evens in the NASDAQ. Last trade here, 770s, right? So the NASDAQ holding up a little bit better than the S&P. S&P, that initial balance high is... Actually, I had that price wrong. Okay, yeah, initial balance high in the S&P, 6713.5. And we are trading 10 points below that right now. So NASDAQ holding up a little bit better. Maybe we get a successful failed upside auction. It's a tongue twister right there. S&P, a little bit weaker than the NASDAQ right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of the story of the day. Russell's up 1.6%. That's leading.
Man, the Russell was up. I think it was after the Fed move yesterday. It made a high near 2480s. It was up about 3%.
Yeah, it was up like 2%. 3%?
Yeah, retraced that entire.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty. I think it was closer to 3. Yeah, it retraced that entire move, and was down. Went negative for a little bit. That market is. I know we don't have a ton of traders that trade it, but it percentage-wise, it's usually a percentage leader in the equities every day. Some movement there for sure. Natural gas after that number down 4.4% on the day, biggest percentage mover to the downside right now. NASDAQ trading below that initial balance high now. Hoag would be telling us here we need to wait about 10 minutes to see whether or not this auction actually fails. Waiting for that 30-minute candle close. We are slowing down just a little bit here with price action. S&P testing the 6,700 here. So Braden, I walked away for a little bit. I heard you say maybe you don't take another trade here. And tip of the week, clear your mind from a trade, right? Even that one wasn't a big losing trade. How do you approach the rest of your day here right now?
I still like the long idea. I'm not gonna. We need to reset really. So like, I wouldn't take if the original entry was 748. I'm not buying it above because I'm just not gonna buy it above because I already tried that. So if I can get more of a discounted long entry, then I will, and I'll try the scale-in setup again. But I had mentioned it before. It just doesn't work in an environment where we get pullbacks like that. Like it's a deep pullback. It's a deep 60, 65 point pullback. Would have worked better in like a nice price leg like that where we just kind of trend up what we saw a little earlier in the session. But that's kind of the risk you take. But as long as you're keeping your stops, I really like to go break even whenever I scale into a trade. So at least I have that. But that kind of comes in waves. Like first you need to get the entry you need to get a starting entry. And you need to have a reaction from that entry. And in my case, we got like a 50-point push. Okay, we get a little pullback. I'm looking for higher. Try to anticipate a higher low. Size into it some more. Unfortunately, we just get stopped out because, well, momentum is fading here. But yeah,
Yeah,
you kind of
they
need a couple things to go your way.
conditions today are a little bit wacky in this stuff where if you had told me yesterday before the Fed that the next day the 10-year rate would be higher than it was before Powell started talk or before they released the interest rate cut, I would have been heavily inclined to say, okay, we'll be down, right? And with the expiration tomorrow, I'm going to be patient on buying into this. But if you're into like quicker trades or range trades, there's obviously a lot of movement right now, so more power to you.
Movement for sure. Chat corrected me there. I did have the initial balance incorrect in the Nasdaq. It is up at 24,788.5. So we do have a failed upside auction here playing out in the Nasdaq. Still need this 30-minute candle to close, but it looks like it will be a failed upside auction to the upside. 66.9850 last trade in the S&P. 24,752 half last trade in the Nasdaq.
ES is about to get a VWAP test. It looks like it's 694. Couple points lower.
Nasdaq has a little bit more room to go to VWAP. I got a New York session VWAP at 712s and full session right around 690.
Yeah, there's been some real degen buying too since yesterday. I mean, take like Palantir as an example, was traded down to like a 161 handle at the low of the Fed thing and then traded up to like 176 at the highs today.
Wow.
It ain't nothing.
No, it's not. They took
Yeah.
anything as a dip buy opportunity, Jack.
VWAP is always going to look different session to session. In this case,
Yep.
you got NQ VWAP at like 690. That would be this hourly leaving, what is that? A 120 point wick to the upside and flipping red to get a VWAP test. At least within this hour, which we're 6 minutes, but either way, it would be 120 point rejection of the upside, which you don't want to see VWAP here. Not saying you don't maybe try a long attempt there, but yeah, it's too deep of a pullback in this situation. And
Right.
the VWAPs generally in context, if we're in an uptrend, yeah, you want to buy a VWAP looking for it to kind of act as support. But man, with the volatility we've had today, kind of 120 point break to the upside, if we lose that entire move and come all the way back down to VWAP, you kind of need to think of it from like a perspective of, okay, that's a deep, in my opinion, that's a deep pullback. Yes, VWAP you kind of want to be buying at, but like this hourly candle would flip red. We'd have a failed break to the upside. We have all this range, intraday range that we put in earlier in the session.
I mean,
Yeah,
since the
I'm with you on that
number,
one,
we've been on a roller coaster, man.
Yes, we have. I'm with you there, Braden, right? If we get back down to VWAP, which is still above settlement right now, you have to think about anyone who's tried to buy it so far for this New York session, right? If we get down there, do they actually try to buy again and push us back up here? Or do we get, maybe a settlement test, a green to red test on the day? That'd be a huge pullback, but we've seen it in these markets before, right? Where we make an all-time high and then we see that profit-taking move and give some of it back. We've been talking about how this market is making all-time highs, but doing so kind of reluctantly. And we had a nice push here, but if there isn't sustained buying, you do have to take profits at some point, which could bring us back down here. So, VWAP test is still another 80 points away here in the Nasdaq. But if it gets down there, I agree. I don't know if it's a great buying opportunity here.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. 66.97 last trade in the S&P. 24,746 last trade here in the Nasdaq. Let's bring in James for some announcements before we get to the top of the hour. James, what do you got for us?
Absolutely. Thank you, Jay. Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. Hey, did you know that Topstep has the largest Discord trading community out there? It's true. At over 173,000 traders and growing every day, Our Discord is the place to be for questions about trading, finding like-minded communities, and quick support from our Rockstar Discord mods when you need it. All right, you can also catch your favorite TopstepTV coaches like Coach Hoop, Coach Vince, and Coach Paul. They're in the Discord live with free group coaching and seminars every single day. So if you're not already a part of our Discord community, what are you waiting for? We're going to drop the link in the chat now to sign up and join the ever-growing community. And if you're already a part of it, thank you for being a part of our Discord. Also, today at 12 p.m. Central Time, group coaching is back. Don't let the name fool you. It is group coaching with Hoag, but Hoag is not here today. Instead, we're going to have JD, Coach Vince, and Coach Robert is back on TopstepTV to answer your questions live. All right, we're going to drop another link in the chat right now. This is for you to get your questions in for group coaching at 12 p.m. If you want to ask Coach Robert anything technical, now is the time. If you want to ask Coach Vince something about the charts, here's your chance. Get your questions in. Tune right back in at 12 p.m. Central Time to catch group coaching today with JD, Coach Vince, and Coach Robert. That's all I got for now, Jay. I'll throw it back your way.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, James. We'll see James a little bit later for some news, I am sure. Checking on these markets, S&P with that VWAP test here, 66.95 last trade in the S&P, kind of sitting at VWAP right now. NASDAQ last trade, 24,736. Let's take a look at the tilt here. Tilt has been pretty interesting, kind of watching this throughout the day as these markets move. Take a quick look at the tilt. 58% short in the S&P, 70% short in the NASDAQ, average price 24,733. So they are a little underwater here, but maybe looking for a little bit more downside here. 62% long tilt in gold. Last trade in gold, 36.7250. Jack, I know you were talking about that. Yeah, go ahead, Braden.
I was just going to shout out that I got long there, 5 micros, 736, 24,736.
Braden back in the long side of the market from 736. Last trade 739 here. Got that better price. Got that better price than your original entry, Braden. That's what you were looking for, a little bit more of a pullback. Sticking to the plan here. Sticking to the plan. Devin wants to know where I have a VWAP in the NASDAQ down at 693. And that's full session VWAP down at 693.
Yeah, full session VWAP we're right at right now in the ES.
Yep.
You asking something, Jay?
No. I was just answering that question. I was asking you something, Jack. You were looking at 12s as a potential short spot. Did you have a downside target here? Kind of looking at SPX?
Yeah. I mean, I would have been out at like up around this next level here, like 6702. So
Got you.
had we put the trade on, like, once again, hindsight capital would have worked, but we would have first taken 12s. We traded up to like 18 quarter or something. So it would have taken like 6.25 points of heat and then presumably taken it off for 10 points.
Seeing that VWAP test there in the S&P. Again, we got Braden long from 38s. I think I got that price right, 38s.
36.50.
36,
And,
there we go, 36.
If we can start getting a stronger push back to high day, first of all, this is the same thing. I want to scale into this one as well. If I believe that we can go take all-time highs and trend higher in the session, well, I'm going to build my starting position. If we get some strong buying into 760, 770s and some separation from my entry, just to really give me room to be able to add and then not immediately get stopped out because I want to go break even on the ad. So, we push 760, 770s here. I would like to buy a micro pullback. And then that would bring my average up and get aggressive into this buy back into high of day.
We are watching a master at work here right now. Again, Braden has a plan and he's sticking to the plan, right? Very clear in what you discussed there, Braden. I am not buying this unless we get a better price than my average, than my initial entry. You got a better price than your initial entry. You didn't look for a short. You stuck with the plan for now, and it is working out for now. Again, we all have to manage our trades as they come, but you have to have a plan first. And Braden trading his plan right now. and living with the results. So nice trade here so far, long from 736 in the NASDAQ. S&P is testing the 6,700 level again, 66.99.50 last trade here in the S&P. We saw the NASDAQ make new all-time highs in the regular trading hour session. The S&P did not. We got to about 67.18 or so for the New York session so far. That high is 67.19.75. So S&P maybe a little bit weaker.
Well,
Braden,
the 10 years
we're
kind of
Yeah.
found more of a range now, up around 4.12. It was kind of taken off for a while there. Probably this first one here. Well, it started rallying before the jobless claims number, but at least it's not pushing higher right now.
And when we saw that push higher earlier, Jack, that kind of coincided with the sell-off we saw early in the equities, right?
Yes, and that's kind of in this environment what I would expect to happen. Now, that's not
Okay.
always the case, like in the traditional sort of like financial markets 101, it's kind of like, bonds go up inverse or whatever else because, you're in
Right.
stocks or bonds, you sell stocks, you buy bonds, but that hasn't really been the case in the environment we're in now.
Got you. We're seeing micro Bitcoin up here. Micro Bitcoin almost up 2% on the day, trading 118,000 right now in micro Bitcoin. So nice rally there. Micro Ethereum futures up as well, up about 2%. Just looking at the quote board, seeing where our biggest percentage movers are. Top three right now: the Nikkei, micro Ethereum, and micro Bitcoin. Top three percentage movers. So the downside, we got gold down 1.18%. The New Zealand dollar down 1.27 and natural gas down 4.42%. We got Braden long right now in the NASDAQ though, from 736.50, 24/736.50. Chat wants to know why Braden took this trade. We're going to let Braden manage this one. Maybe once the trade is done, we'll have some time to discuss. Unless Braden, you're cool with that right now. I know how that works though. Sometimes you're thinking about the decisions you got to make. So we'll get Braden to break this one down.
Yeah,
once we wrap.
no,
this
you're good. I'll go over it real quick. This is just like I said from the start of the segment. I'm looking for trend continuation trades into the all-time highs. So let's see. We had the sell-off out of the open, pretty much recover that entire move. So buyers showed that they wanted to step back in. We had the all-time high breaks, and whenever you see it, once again, this market is breaking above resistance. NQ is. And so what comes with a strong trend to the upside, we want to look for higher highs and higher lows. And part of, what I like to do is anticipate higher lows. And so kind of a combination of, I'm already anticipating that there's going to be a higher low. We're in an uptrend. We broke broke all-time highs and high of day. ES was kind of bouncing at VWAP coincidentally, which was good. ES has equal highs. So I kind of want obviously both those markets to move higher. And for me, I felt comfortable anticipating a higher low. It was a really slow sell-off. I just kind of anticipating when buyers are going to step back in. We had a level there from the overnight session where we had a lot of buying accumulation. So that probably had something to do with it as well. Wow.
Whoa, what was that big tape on there?
And my stop is at VWAP because I mentioned that if we get back down to VWAP, it's going to look bearish. So.
All right. We just had a spike of volume across the board here. Seen it in crude oil, gold, and the equities. S&P came down, tagged VWAP again, and bounced from there. This might be a. To be honest,
3,000 watts.
Yeah.
Hey, I maybe want to add on that buying.
Kind of like that for your trade if that's going to be a rejection of failed selling there. What was that? That looked a little more headline-ish than anything we've seen today so far because we saw it across the board. U.S. to sell 82. Was this just now? That was a couple minutes ago. I don't think that was it. Talk about
the roll.
Yeah, it could be roll. We saw it in crude though, Jack, which is a little weird.
Yeah. Yeah. This is too, like we never really get more like all those big block moves. It's always about 2 2.5K to 3K in a second.
Yep.
Well, more fun.
Yeah, what was that?
More fun here on a Thursday.
Crude oil tagged 64 there, and crude is down 50 ticks right now. Crude is just selling off right now. 63.50s in crude. Wow, crude is just getting cooked here. 63.40 now, 60 cents down in crude oil. Looking for a headline, not really seeing one, but definitely some volatility across the board. Again, crude still selling here. 63.40 last trade over there in crude oil. Braden is long from 36.50 in the Nasdaq. Last trade here, 24,775. Interesting move there. Yeah,
Yes,
sometimes you look for like.
sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Braden.
Well, no, nothing. I was just gonna say, well, I still want to add into this, but yeah, we picked up some volatility there. Kind of want to let things settle down. If it proves to hold above 70s, I'll add.
That spike of volatility, I'm seeing about 700 contracts in a second in the Nasdaq. That range is 770s down to 746, so about 20 points. We're holding at the high of it right now. It was interesting.
Yeah.
760. Go ahead, Jack.
Somebody asked a question that was interesting. One moment. Someone was asking about if you looked at delta on those. Oh yeah, Troops was asking if you look at delta on those 1 second moves. I don't know what, because generally when I see like a big just like market order like that, I tend to think that somebody is just hedging another move, something else they have against it that they got filled on right away. So I don't know. It could be interesting to net that out of delta. Oh, here's an idea. Because our delta is usually into like hundreds or thousands or something. If you get like a minus 3K delta trade in something, I would maybe mark that as something to remember, just because as you go through the rest of the day, like that could be a bunch of negative delta that doesn't really, it could just be because they got filled on the bid side, and I don't know,
Yeah.
the
I
ESU or some
so
options trade.
for me, Jack, I use Quant to trade on my personal stuff, and it does show you the delta of some of those bigger spikes. But usually, I only pay attention to them when they're above like 70% in either direction, right? Because otherwise, like you said, like it could be kind of both sides. Like that last one we just saw in the Nasdaq was 57% negative. Like what can you really get from that? But when it's heavier one way, sometimes we see it 90%. A lot of times we'll see more of a market reaction to a heavy delta on either side.
Yeah. So Troop says the volume on that move is minus 1400 delta. That makes sense. When you get a block order like that, I know from experience of getting hung on orders before, when I was trading with an auto spreader, is that everything's so interconnected now that you see an order like that and everything does move at once because people are
Yep.
spreading against and hedged against a million things.
EU plans to phase out Russian LNG more quickly after Trump's push. That was about 5 minutes ago. Also, the U.S. Supreme Court to hear arguments over the legality of Trump's tariffs on November 5th. Go ahead, Braden.
I like NQ a lot more than I like ES right now.
Seriously.
ES still has that exhaustion wick on the hourly. We're testing VWAP, but not getting much of a buying reaction. So a little hesitant about that. I feel like that could weaken my NQ trade a little bit, but wow, NQ looks a lot better than ES right now.
And that failed selling there, Braden. That made me like your trade that much more. You were already in from a great spot, but when they couldn't push below 750s there, that made me really like this trade a lot more. And if someone was coming in to sell there and they didn't get any price action in their favor, that could push us Two highs here, 783 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Crude still selling here, 63.34. Crude just had to stop us out in that house account trade before turning around. Nice trade we got going on here, Braden.
Fingers
we can get a
crossed
six
here.
going. We could get like a delta minus block trade, netted of block trade delta. That might be an interesting thing to have. Maybe someday.
Say that one more time, Jack.
Like if there was a way to measure delta on the futures that netted out some, you'd have to define it somehow, but what I would call block trade deltas. So that negative 3,000 contract move there gave us negative 1,400 delta that will sit around for the rest of the day as you're looking at your delta. But
Okay.
I am pretty confident that that is not just someone going outright short who can be squeezed, right? I think it's
Right.
one leg of a trade against something else.
Gotcha. Seeing the NASDAQ pull back just a little bit here, 773 last trade. And Braden long from 36 half. A newbie trader wants to know who kidnapped Andre. I think Andre's all right. He's just taking a day off. He'll be back. He might be back.
Yeah.
Is he on later today?
No,
He's on
he's
later
not on
today.
today, but he's not even taking a day off. He just has some meetings, important meetings. When you have an important meeting, you need to make sure that Andre is there.
Yeah. I have an
This
important meeting.
company
Andre is definitely getting an invite.
Yes.
He's definitely getting an invite. Andrew seeing a divergence from the S&P. Yeah, the S&P is just not getting along with this move right now. It really is just comfortable sitting at VWAP, maybe holding us down just a little bit here, but NASDAQ's still trying, still fighting the good fight, as they say. 770s last year in the NASDAQ crude, making new lows on the session. 63.27 new low there in crude oil.
Yeah, ES
Roger,
is gonna
I
have to
assume
wake up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it
You
does.
could probably hire Andre for your meeting. I think he's on Cameo.
Let's see if we get this push here. 777. Lucky sevens in the NASDAQ over there. Chat, let us know if you guys are in any trades. And while you're chilling here, watching the show, watching the master at work, Braden, live trader on the big board, make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Tell all your trading friends that they should hit it as well. Like and subscribe. And hopefully you're enjoying the show and trading well while we're here. Gold is just flat right now. Flat VWAP in gold, kind of just hanging around 36.72s. See if we get this push here in tech travel. That's not nice.
I kind of read that as like a stodgy, like old British person. Hangs upon them.
Yeah, every once in a while, I don't know what it is. It's hard. Like you read the chat because you want to pull some stuff from it, get engagement. But then for whatever reason, those negative comments they're just like, hey, look at this. I thought about maybe doing a mean tweets segment, Jack, maybe in a break between segments. But I think that probably encourages people to say bad things about us.
Yeah.
So we're not going to do that. Let's get a nice tweet
You don't want to
version.
them, but some of them I did keep some screenshots along the way of ones that were pretty funny.
Oh yeah. Yeah. 783 is here. Let's see if we get this pushing. And NASDAQ made a new all-time high, 24,809 and a quarter. But Braden's targeting up here. Made that all-time high in the regular trading hour session. So we know there was at least a couple buyers who were convinced enough to continue buying up here. Let's see if we get these 800s, if they got some more money, if they made their balance transfers over into their buying accounts and continue to push these markets higher. Who would ever say anything mean about Jack? I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care if it helps you. Go for it.
Go for it. Braden, I know you were talking about maybe adding. We tried that once already. It worked the last time for a little bit.
Kinda
Would you add
worked.
to this one, or are you just letting this one rock?
Yeah, let's go up there and test the all-time highs. I want to see ES show some more strength. I want to see a little bit more convincing buying off VWAP. And then if we can pull back into the 800s, I'll be trying to size into some dips. And I feel more comfortable doing it with how low this entry is.
Yeah, you got a good one there.
But yeah, and I mean, I could have been in hindsight adding here and been looking like a genius. But whenever it comes to adding in, I really like to form them around like breakouts of levels. Right?
Okay.
As we come up here, we keep getting buying up into intraday high at 809. I would like to see maybe a pullback into the 790s. I almost want to see like proven buying, and then I'll buy that pullback for the break of that level. Right? That's what I would like to do. I guess in between, I'm a little skeptical because I mean anything can form as a lower high at the moment. Although this looks great. So I kind of want to see. Let's go see a push of that high, then I'll try to like size into it.
Much less size up here than the last time, right? We saw a couple hundred lots up here the last time we got up here. They've taken that out already, right? So it looks like some clearer runway to go take out that high here at 800. It's only 20 contracts sitting there. We just filled most of those here, and let's see if we can convince these buyers. But this is looking pretty good. Braden in a nice one. Pretty much low ticked that entry, man. What a trade. What a trade. Again, watch what Braden did. He stuck to a game plan in a market that stopped him out, maybe a little frustration. Tip of the week, clear your mind after a losing trade and then just execute again. It's football season. Your favorite quarterback is going to throw an interception. They throw an interception and think about that for the rest of the game. They probably have a shitty game. Next play mode and get back in. You can continue to trade. A nice trade here so far, Braden. Seeing a little bit of size here up at these highs. 53 contracts, 24, 8, 10. 54 contracts sitting up there. See if we get this follow through.
I was definitely frustrated after that loss.
I can see it.
I only know because whenever I start talking to the market there, you can usually tell at that point you're probably pretty frustrated.
Yep. I could see it, right? Where it and the frustrating thing is to a high probability you expected this move. And there we go, new all-time highs. Right. It's just like do it when I want you to do it. And unfortunately we can't choose that in the market, but there we go, new all-time highs, 24, 8, 14. Way to just kind of put that frustration to the side, Braden, get back in here. Beautiful trade, man.
We're still about 5 points below that 67.12 level in the ES, so there's room.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. And now, I think you can break out here. We can carry it. So go ahead, Jay.
Got you. Yeah, real quick, just being a trading buddy here. Last time, Braden, you did say you may take some profits above 800s. Manage this trade as you see fit. But just,
don't let it come. Don't let it come all the way back down. Yeah,
right.
I hear
you. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. I'm not going to tell you how to manage your trade, but it's like the rally car driver, right? It's just like, hey, turn right here, turn left. But ultimately, you're driving the car at the end of the day. Someone wants to know, how can I get the orders that you're seeing? I'm looking at level 2 data. You can subscribe for level 2 data on the Topstep dashboard, and then they show up on the DOM. Go ahead, Brad.
I totally lost my train of thought. No, I agree. If this comes back and I don't take any profit, horrible. That'd be horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for me, I mean, look, we have no upside resistance here. I will kind of be watching ES. If ES starts to fail here and maybe not take the high, then maybe we will need to trim some, and then maybe like Jack said, trail. Maybe I'll do a bit of a trail under this 770 area. But we'll see. Yeah. I want to see if ES can push the highs here.
I'll point out in the ES, actually like 67.10 is more the level I was discussing earlier, and you can see that 230 lot and 170 lots sitting in front of it. If those hit, that is the 66.50 SPX. So that would be an area where I expect to see some decision time for a lot of folks. Maybe hang around there a little bit.
I'm gonna lock some in. We'll trail, lock some in and trail.
Nice.
Trail,
Nice. Good
trail
stuff
at like
being there. Great trade.
65.
Great trade here. Great trade. Locking in about 360 on the day there. Realized profits. Stop for the rest is in profit. So this cannot be a losing trade at this point. Great trade here, Braden. You are watching a live trader on the big board at Topstep TV, following a process, and this is how you get to that point. We asked Braden about it yesterday. You don't come into the day looking for home run days, but if the market presents it, you take advantage of it. And regardless of the size, you got to follow a plan. So really nice plan here, Braden. If the S&P can just get on board with this move, we got a nice extension. But Jack, that 6650 is holding us down right now. 24,802 last trade in the NASDAQ, 6702 last trade in the S&P. We're going to bring in James for a little bit of news here. NVIDIA legend and CEO Jensen found some cameras yesterday and spoke about his working relationship with Elon Musk. James, what do we got?
Well, my relationship with Elon is excellent, and our relationship is largely around collaboration and engineering. 100% of my conversation with Elon is technical, and we've worked together for a very long time, since the very beginning of Tesla to now, and so that's my relationship with him. With respect to Grok, through his sheer will, and our collaboration turned into a really terrific success for Grok, and I'm really proud of him. I'm really proud of the team.
Do you have those conversations with Musk around, is your technology going into safe systems?
He jumped on it fairly quickly, and I don't know the details of what happened, but I'm sure he's correcting it.
So you trust that Musk is doing what's required?
Elon's an excellent engineer, and that I think is the bottom line. He's an excellent engineer. He builds excellent things. He wants to build them properly. He has his personality, but don't confuse that with his technical excellence.
Jensen hath spoken.
Interesting personality, but don't confuse that with his technical excellence. He has a very calm voice, Jensen.
Oh yeah,
running the biggest company in the world. He's just super chill. That was a fire jacket he was wearing, by the way. Seeing a little bit of
Always
a pullback
wearing.
here. Yeah, right. 24,792 last trade. Saw Braden take a little bit of profits there, and just the Nasdaq looks like it wants to go. It's just saying, "Hey, yes, let's get with this. Let's get going higher here." Seeing a little bit of nice buying above 800s here in the Nasdaq, but again, if you look at that correlation, S&P may be holding us back just a little bit here. 6703 last trade here in the Nasdaq. Gold kind of just topping around. Crude bouncing a little bit off the low of that move. 63.33 last trade in crude oil. And Braden long from 36.5. A hell of an entry on this trade. Gives you the space to manage it.
Somebody asked real quick how to calculate the spread between the SPX and
I think we lost your audio there, Jack.
what's weird? I clicked it as I was going over. Basically, you need to have data from the SPX and you just see what the difference is. Right now, the SPX is at about 66.43. The ES is at 67.03. Okay, so there's a 60-point spread between them. That will remain, won't move around too much. That spread, you have to check it, every day or every couple days, because that spread's gonna narrow as December gets closer. Where eventually, right before roll, there was only about a 4-point difference between the SPX and the ESU. So, just some addition, I guess subtraction.
Simple math. Quick maths. Looking at the Nasdaq 24,800, kind of hovering around here. New high of the day, new all-time highs in the Nasdaq was 24,816 even. about 20 points off of where we're trading right now. Let's see if we can go take that out again. Got London close coming up here in a couple minutes, 3 minutes until the London close. If you think about where the inventory is right now, they are long. Let's see if they decide to reconcile any of that, or we just, they pass the baton and say, hey, you guys take it from here. We'll see new all-time highs. Looking at the tilt, 55% short in the NASDAQ, 72% long in the S&P. So traders may be looking for that catch-up trade, right? Looking for the S&P to catch up to the NASDAQ here and make that all-time high, 71% long, while the while the NASDAQ is 54% short. Gold still holding a 63% long tilt here. Nice trade here. Zay in the chat says he's thinking the Dow is the one that needs to play the catch up that may lead the S&P higher. Right now, the Dow is up 0.34% on the day, trading 46,523. The Dow is also a market that is making all-time highs. In this current trend that we're seeing. Right, Dow made a new all-time high today, 46,722. And the Russell still has a lot of work to do to get up to that all-time high. Still about 6%, I believe, off the all-time high there in the Russell.
Which was set, old Russell, it's been
6 years
nearly
ago.
1,000 days or something. Yeah, no, I think it was in the 2021 run-up where, let me get that chart out. We'll look at the old Russell, my old friend.
London close here in about a minute.
Here we are. Back in November of 21 was when the Russell hit its all-time high. We're ever so close.
You can do it, Russell. You can do it.
You can do it, little guy.
I got aggressive on this dip and added 6 more micros in a position, which brought the average up to 69. So I'm really playing it aggressive and tight, looking for this higher low for the run up back to the highs.
So Braden take some profits here and now adding back into this position on a little bit of a pullback. Long 8 now from 24,769.
The trade-off that just happened here is that I could leave this trade on with 2 micros and give it more room and have the benefit of maybe accepting a larger pullback, but they're still technically runners at that point. And but the trade-off here is that I went aggressive, added in, anticipating a higher low. But since we added in with like 3 times the amount of size I originally had on, it brought the average way up. So I'm playing it very aggressively. And if we don't hold this higher low here, then that's the trade-off. I'm going to get stopped out and I'll lose that original position with the 2 runners at the 730s entry. But I'm okay with that.
Well, we got a little bounce on the European close there.
Yeah, we did. NASDAQ back up at 791 here. Nice add on that trade, Braden. I really love the trade management decisions we're seeing here, right? A lot of times people focus on trade entry and exit decisions. Jack, we talked about this when we were, out in Chicago, where sometimes you just have to get in the market and then manage what the market's presenting to you. Sometimes we focus on trying to get a perfect entry on a trade, where it may not work. Right now, Braden, we're seeing some pretty good trade management here. I had a question for you on that while we look at this trade. On the ads, right now you have the exit because you were talking about, your original entry position. Would you ever consider taking a partial part of the position off and leaving? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Jay. One sec. My headphones died.
Oh, okay.
Well, we may never know, Jay.
Oh, we may never know. You're just going to have to watch it in real time. Braden did add into that trade, average at 769s now. We're testing 800s again. Really nice trade. We talked to Braden a little bit yesterday about how he manages trades, how some of his bigger days do look. And he said it, right? If I am reading the market well, I'm going to add into that trade. And we're seeing it right there. Really nice add. Let's see if we go take out these highs now. S&P is trying 67.0575 last trade in the S&P. Let's take a look at that Dow. Zay brought that up, and now I'm curious of what the Dow is doing. Kind of just hanging out here, 46,537s.
Yeah, my headphones died. I
Mhm.
didn't hear what you
All
said
good,
right
man.
there, but
Can you hear us now?
yes.
All right, cool.
All right, we're back.
So yeah, what I was asking was with those ads, right, where you were kind of thinking about where your original entry was on that. Right now, you have the full position to get out above your entry. Right now, would you ever consider scaling out of the ads if it goes against you, to then kind of keep that original
Oh,
entry
scaling.
price?
You know what? I've never done that.
Mm.
Wait, like you're saying scale out of some of these contracts here, and then it would
Right. So
bring my
your
average
original
back lower?
stop was down near 736 somewhere, right? So you added to this, but right now I can hear like hey, I want to still be in this trade, but if it stops out this full position, I'm not going to lose on this trade. But scaling out of that ad, so if it goes against you on the way back down, it then brings your average back down there. Just an idea. It's we're talking trade management decisions now instead of trade entry and exit. But scaling out,
Yeah.
because a lot of what do we see traders do all the time, right? We scale out as it's going in our favor, right? But scaling out as it's going against you a little bit, where you're not taking full risk, and then it allows you to maybe stay in that trade with your initial stop and not getting down there with your full position. But hey, we don't have to think about stops when the market's going in your favor right now, Braden. Great ad on that position, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've never thought about that strategy, but that could be effective. I think I kind of commit to the trade. Like I'm accepting it. I'm bringing the average way up when I add into this, and if I get stopped out, I can't be mad at it. I can't be mad. You just that's the trade off, you know.
Yeah.
Well, looks like you peeled off a few there. What's your position now?
Well, no, I was going to. I'm kind of looking for the break above 806. I did have my finger on the ask to cover like 2.
I saw
We're
that.
still in 8. I probably will if we pop back above 806.
Omni says that was a terrible idea. Keep doing whatever you're doing. I agree. It's just a question here for Braden, but what Braden is doing is working, so we'll go with that. 790 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 704, 6704 last trade in the S&P. Gold still kind of hanging out here, 36.72, and crude oil 63.27 last trade over there in crude oil. Braden, what moving averages are those on your screen? On that, on both sides, I guess.
This is the 20. The red is the 20, and the blue is the 9. And then I just have VWAP way down there, which hopefully we don't see VWAP today, the rest of the day. But yeah, they're good to have sometimes, because sometimes you'll see VWAP maybe out of the open, but if we get some strong continuation in one direction or the other, you may not see VWAP again the rest of that session. So it is a great indicator, but if I can only use it for the first hour or two out of the day, then we get a strong move one way or the other, you might not see it again the rest of the session. So to have some exponential moving averages is not a horrible idea.
Yeah, I think we see a lot of traders use that 9 just as once we start to trend, right, as a good spot to look at for potential pullbacks or trade management on that 9 moving average.
We need ES to break out here, and we're golden.
Man, it is like, come on, get with the program here. Volume point of control in the S&P, 6704.25. We spent a lot of time around here, where, for example, in the NASDAQ, that volume point of control is all the way down at 760s. So NASDAQ is doing its job. S&P needs to catch on.
I'm doing my job.
You're not doing your job, Jack? What happened?
No, it was a Starship Troopers reference.
Oh.
Is
You would have to see it.
Yeah. See it? I thought you were a millennial.
Man, I'm the worst with movie references. I never get any of them. Trading movie references I get, but anything else, Sorry.
Right. Oh, it's I'm doing my part. Yeah. Have you seen
OG
RoboCop?
traders, if you I've seen RoboCop. Yes, I've definitely seen RoboCop.
Okay, it's the same director, so it's the same sort of feel in Starship Troopers.
Got you. Definitely seen RoboCop. Oh, what trading movies? Name them. They're all great. Trading Places, Margin Call,
Margin
Big Short.
Call. Yeah.
Yeah, all great movies. Not really seeing too much size here. There's about 400 bid at 6,700 evens in the NASDAQ. So, Jack, speaking of, we bring up stocks every once in a while. I don't know why I have an alert set on this stock, OKLO. It seems like once or twice a week, I'm getting an alert that this stock is either up or down 10%. Right now, OKLO up 10% right now. I don't know what it does. I don't know what the company is, but it's up 10% right now.
Nuclear technology. That's one of those. I was laughing at Dakota yesterday talking about like open door, whether
Yeah.
it's like a meme or something like that. I mean, no matter what you think, it's not necessarily a bad thing. As we pointed out before, the UBS meme basket is up 100+% since the lows of April. So like, there's nothing wrong. I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily to call something a meme stock. But I also think you're
Right.
being, I'm not saying Dakota's doing this, but I think you're being delusional if you refuse to believe something that you are in is a meme stock. You're not being very I don't know,
Judicious
judicious
with your
like
with your
what you're
investments.
doing.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jack. Chat seems to
Yeah,
know
Aqua,
exactly what OKLO is as soon as I mention it. Even Dolby Nuclear. So, do we have some degens in the chat? Maybe you're not a degen because this thing is up right now, up 10% on the day, trading $104. Do we have OKLO traders in the chat? Wow, this thing is up huge this year. What the hell? Is this all-time highs in OKLO? It definitely is. Wow. All right. Maybe I should have been paying attention to those alerts.
yeah, the quantum stuff too they mentioned is up again today. I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with it. I think to me, all a meme stock means, I don't even take it as derogatory. It just means that it has a massive online following, probably a high retail concentration, and is big on like narrative of an unsure future as opposed to like making money or something.
Yeah. Means it has the attention of social media. Probably hear about it on TikTok. Doesn't mean you can't make money from it, though. That is not financial advice. And I don't know how much financial advice you should be taking from TikTok, but here we are. 24,790 last trade in the NASDAQ, 6705 in the S&P. Again, 400 bid at 6,700 evens here in the S&P, kind of sitting at volume point of control. We got about 15 minutes left here in Fast Market. It's been a great show so far. Again, watching a master at work trading with these trades. See if we can take out these all-time highs. 24,816 in the NASDAQ, the all-time high we made during the regular trading hour session. 69% long tilt in the S&P and in gold.
I think the other component to meme stocks, Jay, tends to be when people talking about them sound like they're at a cult. Like it seems to go beyond the company or even money and transcend into some sort of like religious experience that they're having. That, yeah, you don't hear people talk about United Healthcare that way.
Not at all. Not at all, Jack. But GameStop is going to save us all, right? Open Door is going to save us all. And speaking of somebody who's going to save us all, coming out of the phone booth here, James Harden. We know anytime James brings in the news, he's like Superman and can save the markets. James, we need a little bit of a bid here in the NASDAQ. So what do we have as far as the news?
Hello again, everybody. I'm here in the bottom left corner of your screen today. We're down a couple guys, but that doesn't mean we're not having a great show. And hey, here are the stories that you need to know to make sure that you have a great Thursday. For one, I love reading the disconnect between millionaires and the everyday man. Live Nation CEO says tickets are in demand, but concert tickets are still relatively underpriced. Yeah. Everybody I talked to who's ever seen a concert would probably disagree with that statement. The guy who owns Live Nation also owns a lot of sports stadiums. He also owns the Utah Jazz, and he launched a new NHL franchise in the state in 2024. So he's really coming at it from a sports kind of mind. He even joked, he said it's a badge of honor to spend $70,000 for Knicks courtside tickets. But when you read about concert tickets, the average concert price is $72. I can't imagine the last time I spent $72 to go to a concert. It's always in the hundreds after the booking fees from the devil himself, Live Nation or Ticketmaster. So, no, billionaire who's never had to buy a ticket and sit in the nosebleeds. I don't think that ticket prices are underpriced. I think they're pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that Knicks courtside costs more
Relatively
than my
underpriced.
Relatively underpriced. And then, of course, if you want to go to these events, you're going to shell out even more money if you want to get a drink or buy food, or get sloshed in the parking lot beforehand, as God intended. There's a lot of different ways around it.
Yeah, well, we mentioned yesterday StubHub, $8.6 billion market cap on its IPO.
Whew. Brutal.
Is Live Nation publicly
Also
traded?
brutal.
Yeah, it is.
Also brutal, coming out of Chinese air show. You guys want flying cars? Well, wait a little bit longer because they're still crashing. China is pushing the personal air travel agenda as they buy all these companies that are trying to make not self-driving, but flying cars. The electric flying cars take off and land vertically, and they're hoping to sell them for around $300,000 each. Once I stop seeing pictures like this, maybe I'll look to invest. Don't worry, though. What you're seeing here, no one got hurt. Everyone was evacuated safely. And I think there was one injury, but no fatalities. Still, though, flying cars. What do you guys think? I barely trust the people on the roads here in Chicago. I can't imagine them in the air.
Yeah, I was going to say not until everyone is self-driving would I begin to trust people flying around me. They have enough trouble in 2 dimensions.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen some of the worst drivers in Virginia. I come to Chicago, I see some more worst drivers, and I just realize they're everywhere. But like you said one time, Jack, who here identifies themselves as a bad driver? Nobody.
Oh, yeah, that's a good thing. We put that poll up in chat once. It's like, are you a better than average driver?
It's like,
do it in a room
90%
sometime.
Yes.
Especially if you know people there that you know for a fact are terrible drivers. Just take a little poll.
Well, I'll tell you what also makes a terrible driver, and another reason why I don't want to get a flying car anytime soon. Meta has released their new Ray-Bans AI-powered smart glasses that some jackass will be wearing in those flying cars. With these new AI glasses, yes, they can help you see, but you can also do a lot of different fun things on it, such as scrolling Instagram, watching Instagram reels, listening to music, looking at a map, all the things you already do in your car with both hands, but now you can stare straight ahead and watch that funny Madagascar movie while merging without looking. Yeah. But my favorite part of this...
Wahlberg. Go ahead.
No. What about Mark Wahlberg?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, James.
My favorite part about this was during the live presentation yesterday when he had to demo this product. Here was the sign, the teleprompter. Live demo, good luck, is what was what it said to Zuckerberg before he put it on. If you have any insight into these events, the live demo portion is typically a death sentence. Something always goes wrong. The product doesn't work the way you intend it to. That's why if you look, we all talked about Apple's latest keynote event last week. It's all pre-recorded now. Steve Jobs used to go on stage though with at least 2 to 3 devices in his pocket just in case one failed. And I think at one time, I'd have to fact check this, but I think at one time they were debuting like the iPhone, but it was truly just the software running on an iPad or iPod Touch. It had no cellular capabilities to it. But they were like, here it is, the phone, it works. See, ooh.
See, that's when the innovation stopped, right? You got to really trust your product and just get up there with a bunch of them and say, hey, if this one doesn't work, that's fine, right? You throw it out and bring in a new one.
Yeah, I miss the days of
Oh.
E3 when they'd bring up the studio executives to demo the new game, and they're like, "I'm playing the new Gears of War." Ooh, gotcha! And it's like, no, give me the sticks. I'll wreck you all right here in front of everybody.
Right. Take some
Miss
risk.
E3.
Yeah.
Take some risk.
Take a risk. You built the game, play it. Anyway, that's the news I got for you guys today. Let's get back to these markets. Still a lot of bell to go. Catch you later.
Let's do it.
Thank you
What
for that,
I was
James.
going
Jack.
to say there and called him Mark Wahlberg, which is funny instead, is like Zuckerberg's transformation into like a wedding DJ is almost completely complete. Like he looks so much like Andrew, do we have that photo? Is it back there? Like come on, guys.
Yeah.
This is the guy
Yep,
playing
a
the
wedding
cha-cha
DJ, like-
slide.
Right. They bring him in for like a high school prom or something like that. He's the cool DJ. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
what he
He
looks
can
like.
look like a dork in anything he wears. Incredible.
All right, Braden, give us a little update on this trade if you can, Braden. How we looking here?
Yes.
NASDAQ trading 769.
So, I mean, I sized up into a long trade that I just was looking for more follow through. Like, we keep getting really aggressive retracements. I got stopped out of that one because we sized into it. So that's kind of the risk I couldn't afford, is that this market pulls back 60 points off the all-time highs, and it did. ES is not looking as good. I'm not going to try my luck any longer today. I'm actually going to lock out and just secure the 380 on the
Okay,
day.
for the
Green on the
day or
screen.
for the
Yeah,
session?
I'm all done for the day, the entire day.
Nice, man.
Because yeah, we just can't get the follow through at the moment. So I'm done for the day. I'll lock in the 380.
Green on the screen. Nice trading, Braden. Yeah, I mean, it's the NASDAQ looked like it wanted to go. The S&P just not catching on. And we're able to take some profits from it, right? Great management up there, where, you did secure some profit on the trade, right? Pay yourself a little bit for your work. And then if the market agrees, by all means. But, locking out here, there's still another day left in the trading week. Really great stuff here, Braden. And we're coming down towards the end of fast markets here. We got about 10 minutes left or so. I got to ask, Braden, right? You did say, you were a little bit frustrated with the initial trade. Is that part of the reason for the lockout? Or is it just
Well,
one
it's
day
just
thing?
it's a pattern of I keep taking long trades that we're seeing some upside. I think it's mentally I'm not agreeing with the fact that I need to be locking in profits on all-time high breaks. As soon as we break, we are just becoming exhausted right after. And whatever it's
Gotcha.
a case of, maybe it's ES weighing us down, whatever it is, mentally I'm not agreeing with that at the moment. And for me to not agree with that and still be green, I think is good. I still would take this market long. I feel like I've rolled my dice enough trying to take it long. I feel like I've been right enough trying to take it long that if I keep trying to do it, it'll probably not turn out well for me. So I'm just going to lock it out, because mentally I'm looking for like all-time high breaks and then just keep going with very limited pullbacks. And that's not the case today. So if I can't adjust my mindset, I don't think I can or even want to today. I'm green. I'm just going to lock out and call it a day.
Amazing awareness, man. Again, you tried the trade. Sometimes it doesn't work, but amazing awareness to know, hey, you know what? Maybe I'm not agreeing with what the market is saying, or the market's not agreeing with what I'm seeing. And a lot of times, and we've probably all done it as traders, you just try to force the market to do what you wanted it to do. And unless you're trading an account big enough to do that, none of us can do it. So being aware, and still being able to take some profits on the day, Braden, I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned from this one, man. So great trading. It's always great to have you on here. Always great to see live traders and how they execute their process on Topstep TV. So I think everyone should be hitting that like button. We should be at like 2,000 likes after this session today, because it was a ton to learn from it. Seeing the NASDAQ sell off just a little bit here, 24,749 last trade there in the NASDAQ. S&P, the one that was kind of holding us down, 66.97 last trade over here in the NASDAQ. Oh, sorry, in the S&P. Maybe we do get this VWAP test now. 24,707 here in The NASDAQ is VWAP trading below the 750s. Go ahead, Jack.
We're getting it in the ES. Kind of as we come up on the end, I want to say a few things. I'll be back later today for Power Hour, but then I'm out tomorrow. And since I'm out tomorrow, I just wanted to again warn everybody it is quarterly options expiration. So be prepared for some odd moves, especially like that last hour of the day could be insane. So be careful. The second, I said this at the beginning, and we almost got to where I would be interested in it. But with the yields right now higher on the 10-year, we found the range here, but it's higher than this blue line, which we're going to go back to this quite a bit over the next, probably until the next meeting. The rate's higher. Oh, we're selling off here, right?
Yeah, we are.
I like to hold trades longer, and I'm just hesitant to buy unless we got back down to that 6,600 SPX. So those are my thoughts, Jay.
Good stuff. Jack, it's always great trading with you on Fast Markets, man. This was another good one, but we got a great show still lined up for you, so make sure you stick around. We are seeing the markets move here, a little bit of selling. We have the morning recap coming up with Jack and JD after this. And then after that, we got Trade with Topstep. JD, Ben, and Dakota are going to be joining us. Ben, the MMA fighter, we're going to see how he's been throwing some punches at this market. After that, we got group coaching. Remember, form pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you get your questions in there for group coaching. JD, Coach Vince, and Coach Robert. So if you have any questions on the Topstep X API, make sure you throw them in there today. Trade with Topstep again, Dolby, Carlos P, and JD. And then we're ending the day with Jack, Senna, and Dolby time. Great session so far here, guys. Seeing the equities continue to sell off 24/7/30, S&P 6692.50. We're going to go into a break. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Futures traders should know and understand what open interest is. Open interest, quite simply put, is the number of outstanding contracts in a futures product. Why is it important? Open interest can tell you when money is coming into or being pulled out of a specific futures contract. Now, how can you use that to your advantage? When price is rising over time and open interest is increasing, that says that money is coming in to the long side of the market. It's a strong move to the upside. Open interest starts to fall off in that direction, maybe the market's running out of gas a little bit. And the same is true in the opposite direction. If price is moving lower over time on increasing open interest, money is coming into the short side in that market. But if open interest starts to fall off as price continues to go lower, maybe the downside is now out of gas. I hope this simple explanation of open interest is going to help you trade well.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the morning recap. Hoag is off the grid for the next 18 hours. He didn't tell anyone what he's doing. He said he wouldn't be in contact. It was all rather mysterious, but I'm told he'll be back tomorrow. JD, how you doing?
Very good, very good. Thank you. I know exactly what Hoag is doing. Do you really want to know what he's doing today? So we have a whole bunch of like new hires here at we got like a whole bunch of new hires at Topstep. So Hoag's at a meeting right now teaching new Topstep team members about the futures markets. He's putting on a live seminar for new team members at Topstep today. That is Hoag's job for the day.
Cool.
Very, very important meetings, as they say. Very important meetings. But Hoag is the guy that you want to learn from. If let's get into it.
Yeah, Hoag. Yeah, let's get into
Opening
it.
call.
So opening call.
So we had the gold opening range trade. We did not take it. No trade triggered in gold this morning. We came one tick away from getting triggered into a long position in gold. Thank God that didn't happen. Actually, the minis triggered along. The micros did not trigger a trade. And then right as that 730 number came down. I never put our stop to enter on the sell side because we were trading like 2 or 3 ticks from the high. So I just assumed we were going to get in long. Missed the SPY a tick, didn't about face after those 730 numbers. And the short was the trade. We would have gotten tagged into a short had we taken the trade, and that would have played out nicely. But alas, no trade in gold today. Crude oil, on the other hand, continues to screw us on the opening range breakout. You will see here we triggered a short right off of the 8 o'clock Central Time open. We got short 5 micro crude at 63.63. It gave us a little bit, and then it took it right back. By 9:05, we're in that trade for just about an hour. We had a stop in at 64.03. We took about 200 ticks, $200 worth of risk on this trade, and came back, tagged this out, and then did an about face, and we're trading on the lows as we speak. So crude oil, chopping it up all over the place. I don't think it mattered if you got long or short. You would have been stopped out of the crude trade on the opening range breakout. We took the 5-minute on both of those after pulling the chat. So no trade in gold. Bit of a paper cut in crude oil. Opening range breakout trades down $215 for the morning. Jack, what happened during fast markets? You got it.
Well, Braden was a busy boy. We'll start with the house account, which will be easy enough. No trades in the house account. We were looking at the ES, which is C here. I came in expecting, my thoughts coming into it were I did not want to be aggressive buying it or selling it at these levels. We came down and touched 66.70 quarter was the low of the day on that sell-off. I was looking to get long in the low 60s. Well, what could have been, because we took off like a rocket, which gets us to the trades from Braden. He was in the MNQ, but the NQ is good enough here. Braden got long the first time. Probably, I don't have the exact prices, but maybe up in this region here. He added, was showing green on the screen. He has his process, which is a little different than what other people do. Came back and it got him. I think he lost a trivial amount of money on that trade. He said he wouldn't get in unless it was better than where he had gotten in on the first lots of it. So he did here. He basically, I think, just about bottom ticked this move here, got long again, was adding. It's not always clear to me when Braden's putting on more, but similar story here where he was looking for the breakout above the all-time highs, above 800s here. Once again, it came back, but he trailed it a little more aggressively here. And I believe Braden ended up $280 and flat on 2 trades that, great trade management for what he's doing, because 2 trades that kind of ended with these kind of rough sell-offs for him, kind of bad beats. It looked for a while like he was really going to take a chunk out of these trades, but he locked out $280 flat on the day. Great day of trading there, Braden. So that's all I have right now for fast markets. Any other things you want to hit on, JD?
Nope. I will be here for the next 3 hours, though, so get used to this face. We're going to be talking quite a bit at you. Stick around. We've got a fan favorite coming back. Oldie but a goodie. We haven't talked to him in a while. Ben T is coming back. Our MMA fighting friend.
Ben T and Dakota, the MMA guy, the boxing fan. We're going to be back with them in just a few minutes, so stick around. This is Topstep TV. Let's do it.
Welcome back, friends and traders. This is Topstep TV, and it's time to trade with Topstep. We've got our old friend Ben Trades here with us, sitting right there in the middle, joining us from the Great White North in Canada, fresh out of fight camp. We've got Coach Dakota over there, the other bookend. Everybody knows who Dakota is. Welcome back, everybody. Mr. Trades, Mr. Ben Trades, it's been quite a few months since we've seen you. How are you feeling? What's going on? Tell us everything.
I'm doing quite good. We're currently doing a fight camp with Coach Neo. We're setting up an event on the 20th, which is Saturday. So I'm going to be doing that and just trading Monday through Friday. What about you, John Doherty?
Doing very good. Topstep TV is my life. I'm here all day, every day. You guys all know that. Even on Sundays, I'm here working. Mr. Dakota, how are you feeling today? What's going on in your world?
Doing good, doing good. Enjoyed some conversation in the green room with you, Ben. You said you did some hard sparring today. 21, and just love the mixed martial arts. I love to hear it, love to see it. Always sounds like
Dakota,
you're
this
recovering
means a
from
lot coming from you.
Yeah, it sounds like you're recovering from a shoulder injury, and I've been there, done that. When it comes to injuries from contact sports, that's kind of. I'm 31. I'm 31, gonna be 32, so it's a lot different. You know, being 10 years younger, I would love to be 10 years younger, getting into that sport.
I just want to say it's a huge honor to share the same room as you. Dakota, I've been watching you for the last year and a half, and I learned a lot from you, from your breakout trades and your pattern trades, and visually, I've gotten way better just following your live streams with Topstep TV.
You've been joining. Have you been joining slow markets?
I have been joining slow markets. That's where I learned
Awesome.
your psychology. Believe it or not, not forcing
Well,
a
that
trade.
means a lot.
Yeah.
It means a lot. Loved it. That's what I do it for. A lot of people don't realize it's easy to get caught up in the social media, the drama, and everything. But like this is a great example. Appreciate you, Ben. It's why I do what I do and enjoy every last moment of it. Someone who's 21, young, and doing something as crazy as this. What do you think's more crazy? Trading these futures markets or MMA?
Well, in future marking, you can't, get injured. You can't lose your life. It's a very serious sport that we do. We don't play fighting. There's a lot of discipline which has similarities between trading and fighting, but psychological wise, it is almost the same thing. If not, trading might be harder psychologically.
Interesting. Okay. What do you believe requires more discipline?
Right. So I believe the psychological aspect of trading is much more defined than fighting, because at the end of the day, you could train your mind to become fluent at fighting, like become just the best, just putting in that work. But with trading, it doesn't matter how much work you put in, you might not be profitable. And that's what breaks a man down, is just knowing that you got it, but you're just following backwards because of your psychology, over trading, oversizing, and it's pushing you back, even if you think you're going forward. So, having that discipline in trading is much more important than it is in fighting, or as much as in fighting. Excuse me.
Yeah. You make a mistake, you could get back up and do it again here in these futures markets. But you make a mistake in a contact sport, that's a whole different level. Like Mike Tyson says, and you experience it too. I know it's a complete different sport. There's always that debate, NBA or MMA versus boxing. And whenever I get asked that question, it's like, who's better, MMA or boxing, or jiu-jitsu or boxing, and comparing these different sports. And I always say the same thing. It's two completely different sports. Now they have some crossover. So let me ask you that question. What is your comparison between, say, like MMA or boxing, or MMA is mixed martial arts, so it's a cross between all these different mixed in together. I'm curious on your point of view on that.
Well, I actually have the answer for that. So any boxer has about 30 seconds of fight in them with an MMA fighter. It's very simple for an MMA fighter to put you down on the ground and submit you. There's absolutely zero chance a boxer will ever beat an MMA fighter. Even Floyd Mayweather, the best of the best, the top of just like the champion of all time, right, has 0% chance of winning against an MMA fighter. And that could be a non-ranked MMA fighter. It doesn't have to be a ranked MMA fighter. It could be a nobody.
Unless he gets lucky with that first punch, right?
Well,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's I 100% agree with you. It's a completely different sport. Boxing is a sport in and of itself. I'm very much a purist, but boxer and an MMA fighter are getting into it with the street on the street. I'd say it's about 5% or less that the boxer comes out on top.
So
and that's coming
Dakota,
from
what are
a
you looking at
boxer
right now.
That's coming from a boxer because, like you said, you got about 30 seconds, and don't get within a couple feet within the dude, and then you also have the leg kick. So it's a completely different sport. It's like comparing, It's I don't want to even go into it because we're sitting here watching these markets. But no, I agree. I coming from a boxing background,
Apples and bowling balls, right?
What's that?
Apples and bowling balls. Two
Apples
completely
and bowling
different
balls.
things. That's what we're
Two
comparing.
different things. Oh yeah.
John Dorothy, what are you looking at for the current market?
I was just about to check in. Let's take a look at the tilt real quick. We got the ES at 58% long. We've got the NQ 52% short. Crude oil 56% long, and gold. Gold is leading the pack at 74% long in the tilt right now. Pretty flat in equities, pretty flat in gold. Pretty flat in crude, and gold looks to be ticking a bit higher according to the tilt. We've gone a little bit sideways in the equities here. We ran both sides. We ran the sell stops, then we ran the buy stops. Now we're sitting right back in balance again. Last trade in the ES 66.99, call it 6,700. Last trade in the NQ 24,758. Last trade in gold 63.27. Last trade in crude 36.76.90. So it's been a little quiet. Fed day yesterday created some volatility. I loved Dakota. You cracked me up yesterday with your quote. What happened? Nothing happened.
Dakota, I have a question.
Whipped
for you.
around.
I have a question for Dakota. So I follow you on Twitter because, like I said, I read your psychology. I follow you as a mentor, and I remember one time you tweeted that you were in debt because of trading, and you were going through like a cycle of just losing accounts, and obviously you got yourself out of that hole because you're the top trader. You're the top 10, if I'm not mistaken, best trader at Topstep. I just want to know how you fixed your bad habits and you were able to get yourself out of that situation. Was it strategy? Was it your discipline?
It's a little bit of both. Real quick, I did just get into a long NQ at 756.
There we go.
A full mini. But yes, I will say this. I am not the top 10 best trader here at Topstep. I hate comparing myself to others. I know depending on who you are, what you're looking at. But when it comes from a day trading aspect, I think it's a whole different world when it comes to we're day trading futures in and out of the same positions, flat by the end of the day. There's some amazing traders here at Topstep, yourself included. It sounds like you're doing well in your XFAs. But from the psychological standpoint, yes. When I was fresh out of high school, going into college, getting a Pell Grant, to pay for college, and then taking out college loans, and I used those and put it in a brokerage account and lost it. And
dude,
so
same
you can
thing happened to
imagine.
me.
What's that?
Same exact thing happened to me.
Yeah, and then being a college
it's heartbreaking.
student, with a part-time job or no job, and in debt, and you're like, okay, you know what? It's just a college loan. I don't have to pay it until I get out of college. And then when college is over, it's like, okay, it's now time for me to. I have to start paying this off, and I went through and did that. And throughout the time, I did have a part-time job. With working with the coal mines. I come from a small coal mining city, and I was working in the coal mines. It's hard. A lot of it's hard and laborious, but I did most of the office work, and I used those funds to also build a trading account, not to pay off debt. I said, heck with this. I'll just defer it. Declare a hardship, defer those loans, and any money I'm making, I'm just going to put it towards a brokerage account and keep trading. And I did that. Whether I, looking back at it, it was stupid. It's not financial advice. And it's not good financial advice to just not pay your loans and just use any extra money to put into a personal brokerage account and trade it. But I went.
I mean, look at it
some
this
very
way.
dark times.
Look at it this way. You're definitely one of the best traders I've ever met. And besides that, now we have, trading platforms, opportunities like Topstep, to give us essentially the 50,000 buying power, which, saves you so much time, so much money. And the stress is not the same, Topstep really has your back. And I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the production. I appreciate everybody.
And checks in the mail. Checks in the mail, Ben. JD, you pay Ben.
Ben is not receiving any compensation from us for those kind words, I promise you. But Ben, you're fresh to 3 brand new XFAs. You want to talk through your charts a little bit? What are you looking at in the markets?
So
what are you trading?
Essentially,
what size are you trading?
So essentially, I went into this ongoing cycle of just losing streaks, and it was rough. I'm not gonna lie. It was rough because I was like, what am I doing? Is it my psychology or is it my strategy? And I found out it really was my strategy. I had a great buddy of mine. His name is Vincent. I've talked about him previously in the past. He's one of the best traders I personally know. And believe it or not, he has 5 accounts with you guys, and he's pulled out, I think, if I'm not mistaken, around $27,000 US about 3 days ago or 4 days ago. But
very nice.
Yeah, so I learned from him. I asked him for help, and he was able to help me. He's very generous, very nice. And I found out that I really don't know anything. So when it came to like trading, I was like, okay, well, I think I know everything because I studied this, I studied that. I learned here, we're years in, and yes, we've made a lot of money. We've lost a lot of money, but at the end of the day, it's discipline what keeps us that consistency flow, right? What I mean by I was losing streak, I didn't mean I was losing my accounts. I mean I was losing, winning, losing, more of like a break-even stage. And I found out that risk management is one of the most important things. That's number one, because without risk management, you're going to lose an account, and that's the last thing you want. But it was mostly the strategy. So the strategy, I was able to fix it, and it got me to that consistent flow again, which is lovely to see. And right now, we're bullish. We're going to the all-time highs. So sometimes it's a bit hard to know exactly where to buy or sell when it comes to the all-time highs, because selling is like, it's at the all-time highs. No, I don't want to sell here. Who wants to sell at the all-time highs? Because you just see pumps and pumps and pumps. But also looking for buys, just like it is at the all-time high. Should I be shorting? So we're at that uncertainty stage of trading, which is also perhaps the best time to trade because that's when the market's moving. It's not consolidating, it's just moving up. So yeah, with the current market conditions, I think it's been very easy. Well, speaking for me and most people I know, it's very easy to make money when the market's just going higher and higher. Wouldn't you agree, John Doherty?
I would agree. Dakota, that's one of your favorite acronyms, isn't it? BTFD. Buy
the freaking dip. Yeah.
The freaking dip.
Yeah.
That's been the name of the game for sure.
Market states. But going back to that one question you asked me, Ben, is yes, it's a lot easier for today's traders to deal with the psychological or the financial aspect, right? The psychological side, it's probably still the same, but financially, it's a lot easier. The barrier to entry that prop firms provide traders is a fraction of what it used to be to just fund your own account. And a lot of people don't realize that. A lot of people take for granted, or they don't even understand. Like, wow, do I need $25,000 in my personal account to come in here and start day trading stocks or whatever futures, or even having a platform to learn and get the education, get the experience in a sim account? I would have loved if I was 21 years old or starting out trading to only have to put, a couple $100 in to learn how to trade, with the possibility of getting, a payout and paying for it over, a period of 1 or 2 years. That would have been absolutely amazing. Maybe I wouldn't be as successful of a trader because it would have been, I wouldn't have went through as dark of times that I went through. but you never know. I don't regret anything, of course, but I'd never want to see someone else be in a similar position as myself. Yeah.
Let me ask you
But
something though, Coda. Do you think the hard times made you more thankful for your progression
oh yeah,
and
definitely,
your
definitely. That's my
outcome?
side. I don't regret anything.
The outcome.
It's made me not spend the money, and
Right.
really appreciate the profit when I do make it.
Right. I mean, you've put in the work. You know, you deserve every single second of it.
Yeah, but I don't spend it as much as I probably should. The most expensive thing I've bought in the past 5 years is that BMW.
Whoa.
Yeah. Most expensive. Other than that, just a Honda Civic, single bedroom apartment. All my money I put right back into investments, and yeah, that's about it. Just being able to appreciate that type of stuff.
Yep. Well,
You gotta
I
save.
would like to say the same.
Hope will tell you
but,
that too.
I would like to say the same, but I've been traveling a lot lately. I went to Paris. I came back 3 days ago. I went to Hungary, Slovakia, and what was the other? Austria. So I'm trying to save money too. I'm not trying to be, too much of a spender. But
Hey,
it's
traveling's
hard,
different
like
though.
it's hard.
Traveling's
Oh, is
different.
it? Is it?
Yeah, I'd rather put money towards traveling than buying materialistic things
Where would you go?
that I won't have. You're buying experiences, right?
Yeah.
Where would you go though?
And you're at that age.
You had
That's what you're supposed to be doing at your age too. Go see the world, have some fun.
I mean, that's
but
what
then come
trading
back and
is
be
for.
serious for a little bit. Yeah.
Trading's for that freedom that you could travel and you could trade from anywhere around the world as long as you have a solid internet connection, right? I definitely need to do some more traveling. I have
Where would you go,
hopefully
Dakota?
a trip that I'm going to be booking here soon to head out there to New York and spend some time with
New
Coach
York.
Jay. Should be fun.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Great. Yeah.
When is that going to happen, do you think?
Sooner than you expect, JD. Sooner than you expect. That's as
All
good
right.
of a teaser as I could give you.
New York City?
Okay.
New York City.
Okay.
Jay just recently
Where the
moved
dreams
to
are
New
made.
Jersey. Yeah, go out there, see Jay. Then I might fly down to Florida, spend some time with my man Baron, and see how
Mr.
it's
Baron?
doing. Yeah, Baron. And look at this market
All right,
go.
so,
I'm still long from 756. I don't know if I'm sharing my screen.
Nice trade. Coda. What are you trading? Are you trading the micros or the minis right now?
This is just one mini. I jumped into one mini. I like this as a breakout. Buy the dip. We've been so bullish today. And I woke up this morning and I noticed, you see that Intel news? Intel was popping up 30% because NVIDIA is taking a big stake in them. That's insane.
You guys want to hear absolutely
$5 billion
something crazy?
stake. What do you got?
Tell us
everything.
So I interview on my YouTube channel. 90% of my content is interviewing Topstep traders that are on a live account and have actual proof of being consistently profitable. And one of the people that I interviewed, his name is Krabs. He's actually the hashtag 67th trader at Topstep. And yesterday he bought a Corvette from Topstep Payouts.
Really?
Is
he posting this on social? Is he tagging us?
Yes, he is. I don't think he is. I don't think he is. But
Get him on the phone right now. Put him on speaker. Yeah, that's awesome.
It's wonderful to see it.
We want to be your path to a better lifestyle. It's in our mission statement.
Man,
learning through doing.
All right, I
love hearing those kinds of stories.
I'm just gonna be done for the day.
Coda's flat. Are you locking it up? What's the P&L?
Locked out. $800
using the Topstep features.
$800.
Sir.
Demonstration, man. I've never had features like this, and it's so nice. It's so nice just to have these type of risk management features. I've traded other platforms, and they're a pain in the butt trying to adjust any risk management features. It's like you have to
100%.
really I sit there on Googling how to adjust this, how to adjust that, and it takes me an hour to make a small adjustment on the platform. This is just one click, risk settings, come in here and do that, or that lockout button. It's saved accounts every single day, especially a day like yesterday, FOMC. Those who locked out were so thankful for having that.
There's no other platform like Topstep. they really do have your back. Lockouts, risk management, just locking certain contracts down so you don't over leverage and blow your account. You know, it really is made for you to win. The only thing is yourself stopping yourself from becoming profitable.
Yeah, we try and make it as easy as possible for everybody, but you do have to take some accountability for your trading.
Like you guys give the bread and butter, we just got to eat it. You know, we're not eating it.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
Yeah, for free.
All right, guys.
That's the big one.
We are going to take a quick news break, quick 30 seconds or so. We got a little bit to talk about Fed housing. Let's run that. Let's run that clip.
We don't set mortgage rates, but our policy rate changes do tend to affect mortgage rates, and that has been happening. And that'll of course raise demand. Lower borrowing rates for builders will help, builders will help supply. And so some of that should happen. I think most analysts think that it would have to be pretty big changes for it to matter a lot big changes in rates to matter a lot for the housing sector. There's a deeper problem here. There's not a cyclical problem that the Fed can address, and that just is a pretty much nationwide housing shortage. Or a lot of places in the country just don't have enough housing for people, and all of the areas around metropolitan areas like Washington, for example, are very built up, and so you're having to build farther and farther out.
Well,
interesting comments from Chairman Powell there. Did you guys watch the entire thing yesterday?
No. You?
No, I'm too lazy.
Doesn't matter. Do you watch the news at all during the day, Ben? Are you strictly a technical trader? Are you keeping an eye on what's happening outside the world of trading? That's part of your routine at all, I should say.
It used to be, but then I got too attached to the fundamentals and it got away. I got interfered with my technicals. So I try to stay away from news now, believe it or not. I used to be 100% strict on just fundamentals and then, applying the strategy with it. But news can be sometimes messy. The world is going crazy right now. So it's just sometimes it's good to rely on just the technical side.
Good. And so you revamped
the news, right? You could just tune in Topstep TV, and the team's always summarizing it. That's
right.
That's
I do
my
get the
go-to
emails.
thing. I used to watch like CNBC or always logging in, looking at the news, looking at routers or Reddit, everything. And now it's just a lot easier. Just leave Topstep TV running. If something happens in these markets, the team's usually on top of it.
And I can hear your beautiful voice.
Exactly.
There you go.
Do you think we do a better job here than the other news outlets?
Dude, I think you guys were up here for sure. I mean, when it comes to strictly trading, yeah. Because you know why? You guys leave out the unnecessary information that we don't need to know. You guys go strictly towards the fundamental side, which is what you want when you're a day trader. I don't care if this happened in China and it's just this small, of a fraction of the markets. You guys cut the noise. There you go. The noise.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is what you want. I know for me, it's like you see the markets move. You don't want to wait 20 minutes until you figure it out on another network. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, this happened. And then they start interviewing like the janitor of the company. I don't, some random person asking about some random stock. It's like, hey, we're traders. We want to know what's going on now. We want to see what the market's doing, how it's reacting, like gold, like NASDAQ, what our thoughts are directly related to what's moving these markets. And it's one of the best things. That's why I love being on Topstep. That's why I love being a coach here. It has its benefits. I get treated like everybody else. The one benefit I do have as a coach is when I come on here, I get to enjoy these conversations with people like yourself and the rest of the team.
Is there any indicators you use, Dakota, that I could use?
You see it all, man. You see it all on slow markets and on here. I I don't like recommending indicators very much, just because I've went through so many of them. But if there was one indicator as a brand new trader or trader that's trying to find that consistency, and they're like, hey, what indicator could I start with? I would recommend something as simple as a VWAP, because it's very popular. I've heard tons of positive feedback from it. Do I use it myself? No, but it can help traders identify either the trend or keep them out of bad trades. It's not an end-all be-all indicator, but yeah, I think something very simple like a VWAP or a moving average, just to help you identify direction or keep you out of a choppy day or a bad trade. But as long as you could keep it simple and not use it as like, hey, this is everything.
And look at those
I know
charts.
John Doherty.
Look how clean. Yep. Look how clean Dakota's charts are right now. That's what he looks at all day. He doesn't have to muddy it up. He's not putting so many indicators and drawing so many lines on there that you can't even see the candles anymore. This is just pure price action trading right here.
Yeah. Something simple though. Someone's saying ATR and a VWAP. Simple. ATR for volatility, VWAP for direction, moving averages. I love to see traders when they only have like 2 at most 3 indicators on there. And the answer that if somebody asks you what's that indicator for, you have to have a very solid answer. Like, this indicator is specifically for this reason, and have it written down, have it on a plan, have it in black and white, be able to duplicate it. If you place a trade, you're able to, like maybe 3 months from now, you could go back to that same trade and identify exactly why you took that trade and what those indicators were doing. So no more than 3 is my recommendation. Anything other than that, it start getting a little bit complicated. But I've seen traders find success with everything. Heck, there's one trader that had like 12, and he was finding success. So you could find success doing almost anything in these markets, but doing it consistency is the key, and simplicity is there's beauty in simplicity.
There really is. And that comes with experience too. Yeah, when you first get started, you're going to run through all the indicators, you're going to take all the classes, you're going to do all the stuff, you're going to draw all the lines, and eventually you'll start weeding out the things that you find are not working for you. And it's different for everybody. What works for me won't work for Ben. What works for Ben won't work for Dakota. What works for Dakota won't work for you, you know?
Do you think that's a psychological aspect?
I think it can be. It's both. But I mean, you think of it in all sports, right? MMA. Each MMA fighter might have their own unique
style,
stance, way they style the fight. Same with boxing. I mean, there's not a single boxer I've sparred with that doesn't have their own unique, whether it's a habit, whether it's just something that they do, their fingerprint, right? And it's the same for us as traders. We need to find out what we like, what makes our trading, our trading, and usually the most simplest form is the best. There's plenty of times where I've sparred a new boxer and they try to do too much. I'm like, just stick with the basics. Like, just jab. You gotta learn how to jab first before you could throw any type of combination. And it's the same with trading. You gotta learn how to read some basic price action before you can start mixing in indicators or some complex strategies. You got to at least figure out one before you get with others.
Yeah.
Dakota, if you're ever in Montreal, Canada, I would love to introduce you to the UFC fighters at our gym. And, obviously we could spar a little bit. I could show you some ground game. And yeah, if you're just ever in Montreal, and you know where to find me.
Yeah. I'll have the team reach out. Montreal, Canada. We'll go out there and
Montreal
sparring with some of you guys, and then learn a little bit of ground game. I wrestled in high school, but that's way different than anything. In that.
Montreal, quick stopover on your way to New York, Dakota.
Yeah, it's just right over.
Just a little north, straight north. Let's check back in on the markets real quick. We haven't really looked at it much. I'm going to refresh my platform here and take a look at the tilt. 61% long in the ES, 50-50 in the NQ. Nothing happened in the NQ. 63% long crude and 71% long in gold. Gold tilt still above 70%, but nothing's happening. We've gone sideways. 36.79 half is what is that on our Topstep daily levels? 36.79 half is yesterday's low. We've bounced off that a couple of times in gold. This looks like it's poised for a breakout in the GC.
I think the biggest news of the day was just that
a little
NVIDIA buying up some Intel, right?
Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a little bit too. A $5 billion
Okay,
investment into Intel. And Intel stock boomed.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Almost
So
30%.
NVIDIA buys $5 billion worth of Intel, planning an AI chip collaboration.
Still up 28.5% right now. Intel stock up $7 today, trading at 32 even.
NVIDIA
looks like we're starting to move. Yeah.
Yep. NVIDIA's pushing the highs right now. NASDAQ, yeah, it looks like NASDAQ might continue to push highs. I mean, we made all-time highs today. What more can we ask? We're by the dip after FOMC. I can tell you what, there's so many traders pre-FOMC and advisors and influencers and all that was saying, yeah, you know, FOMC is going to be the top of 2025 or we're going to have a big pullback or sell the news. Well, here we are. We're hitting all-time highs. We bought those who bought the dip or didn't stress about it are in a pretty good position.
They make it seem so easy too, right? Just buy the freaking dip.
Just buy the dip. Easily said than done. It's always better after hindsight. The question is, where do you buy? How do you manage the risk?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's where the art comes
I feel
into
like
play.
I feel like we're having a hard time moving right now. Like we're going up, we're going down, we're going up, and it just in a state of consolidation or like a very big mid range. So it's just either waiting to get a breakout or the volatility just died. But maybe at like maybe around 1:30 Eastern time, market should start kicking in again.
You can see it. This is my chart up right now. Oh, good question. Yeah. Walk us through your daily routine. Go ahead, Ben. Walk us through your daily routine.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Well, so I wake up at 5 a.m. in the morning, and then I make my way to the TriStar Gym, Montreal, which is about 5-minute car ride. We'll spar, do some jiu-jitsu, wrestle, hard sparring usually towards the end. Do that for about 2 hours. Come home, take a shower, trade.
There you go. Putting the work in before the work.
How often do you hard spar every week?
I mean, it depends on my opponent, you know. So with the newer guys, I like to go easy on them, you know, let them learn. Like today, there was this beginner fighter. His name is Chris. He started about 9 months ago. I really just let him hit me. You know, I put my hands up. I moved with him. I just let him hit me. I didn't even hit him back. And then at the end, you know, I show him what's real fighting. Gave him a couple body shots. Dropped him about 6 times. But only on the body, not the head. You know, I'm just trying to show them, you know, it's just like, it's rough. You sure you want to do this? And that's pretty much it.
And you guys wear shin guards at all?
Yeah, always.
Okay.
He contemplated though
up.
for a good like 30 minutes. Like after I dropped him, each time he got up, he's like, "All right, should I do this?" And he's like, "All right, let's do it." He did this about 6 times, but you know, it was fine.
Good for him. That's how you learn, right?
Yeah. It also shows
how many
courage.
times you get knocked down. Yeah. It's not how many times you get knocked down. It's how many times you get back up. Yeah.
Sure. Well
Tell
said.
you had brain damage.
Yeah, honestly, I think
guys.
it really is. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead,
please.
John.
Continue.
All right. So,
please
like I was
continue.
saying, it was really about the discipline Life is all about discipline. If you don't get up, you don't put in that work. It could be anything. It could be your job. It could be trading. It could be fighting. It could be anything. Just even walking outside. You could be home, wasting your time. It's just really getting out there and making a name for yourself. And I think that's what trading is. I think most people get into it, one, for the money, and two, to become somebody important. And just never give up. I know if you're watching at home and you're going through a rough time, we've all been there. We've been in rooms. Dakota talked about it. I've talked about it. It does get rough, but at the end, it really does surely get better. So just keep going and never stop.
Well said.
Don't look back.
Well said. All right, I want to talk to you about your fight schedule coming up, but real quick, we're gonna bring in Gabe for just a minute to tell us what happened on this day in history. Take it away, Gabe.
Thanks, JD. We are taking a trip back to 1947. The CIA officially came into existence. The CIA was created by the National Security Act of 1947, signed by President Harry S. Truman. The CIA was intended to coordinate U.S. intelligence efforts, serving as a centralized body for collecting, evaluating, and disseminating intelligence information. It succeeded the Office of Strategic Services, which was a wartime agency that was disbanded after World War II. The act established the CIA as an independent civilian agency distinct from its military predecessors. The National Security Act explicitly limited the CIA's role to foreign intelligence, ensuring it had no domestic law enforcement police powers, which remained with the FBI. While initially envisioned as a daily intelligence newspaper, the CIA quickly developed and began conducting covert operations, a role that expanded significantly in the years that followed. That's what I got for you guys today. September 18th, 1947, the CIA was created. Back to you.
Very interesting. Thanks, Gabe. Yeah, wasn't it Operation Paperclip that really put the CIA on the map, too, after World War II?
Operation Paperclip. Interesting.
It was nice to see Gabe.
Yeah, Gabe's here. Gabe's here all day. He's in the back. Yeah, Operation Paperclip. We were getting all the scientists out of Germany before the Soviets got them. And a lot of them came to the United States and did very great things. But let's move on. All right, Ben, we got a couple minutes left. What's the schedule looking like in the future? You got any matches coming up? What's your plans?
Yeah, so we got Chimp to Chimp on YouTube. We're setting up an event on the 20th, which is this Saturday, and then I'll be more likely fighting during late November if everything goes well.
Late November. All right, you're going to have to keep us posted on that for sure. We will keep up with it. Real quick, walk us through your charts before we get out of here. I want to see what you're looking at in the markets. We didn't really get into it at all. We've been just chit-chatting. But tell us a little bit about your trading strategy. You said you revamped it a bit recently. You're kind of doing something new. How's it looking on your end? It's got to be working. You're in 3 fresh XFAs. So take a minute and walk us through what you're seeing in the markets.
Right. So I recently ran up a Topstep Express account to $10,000 before I went on vacation. And that's where I figured out it worked. So it was nice, I've been back testing it every single day, putting in 7+ hours of just back testing data, getting in those hours. And I'm not going to give away the sauce because I'm most likely going to keep that for the YouTube channel, but it has to do with higher time frame PD arrays, really getting onto the higher time frames and not just looking at the 2-minute to, we'll say, 15-minute, really just even the 30 minutes not good. You really want to stay on the hourly, 4-hourly daily. Give you market direction, especially at the all-time highs. But breaking it down is what I'm going to keep to myself. So, sorry, boys.
I guess we'll just have to check in on your YouTube channel to see you doing it live on your stream.
Sure, Ben Trades.
Ben Trades. Look him up. Ben, it's been great having you back. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're feeling better. You're back in the ring. You're doing good things. I love to see it. Good luck to you in these XFAs. I can't wait to catch up with you again soon. We'll have you back in the next couple weeks and follow up and see how everything's going. So thank you for joining us. Thanks for our pleasure. Our pleasure. Mr. Dakota, any words before we get out of here? Anything? What are you looking at? What do you want to say?
Ben said it good. Discipline. It's been a good. Nice to meet you though, Ben. Hopefully I see you around. See you around a lot more. Other than that, I mean, no, that's all I got. That's all I got.
Right. Sorry to put you on the spot there. All right, guys. Again, thank you, Ben Trades, for joining us. Dakota, always a pleasure. We're gonna step aside. We got group coaching coming up next. Me and Coach Vince and Coach Robert will be here. We've got the form pinned to the top of the chat. If you have a technical question for Coach Robert, you got a charting question for Vince. You want to call me a jerk? Put it in the grab that link. Ask your question. Say whatever you want. We're gonna take a short break.
Jealous.
We'll be back with. They are right. We're gonna take a short break. We'll be right back with group coaching, TopstepTV. Here we go.
Here we go.
What's up, everybody out there? This is Dolby Time from TopstepTV, and what I want to talk about here is the new dashboard. So we have updated all the account management tools. They have simplified everything. So that includes managing resets, managing rebuild dates, and most importantly, managing those payouts. Trust me, it's going to make all of our lives a lot easier. So trade well out there.
Futures traders should know and understand what open interest is. Open interest, quite simply put, is the number of outstanding contracts in a futures product. Why is it important? Open interest can tell you when money is coming into or being pulled out of a specific futures contract. Now, how can you use that to your advantage? When price is rising over time and open interest is increasing, that says that money is coming in to the long side of the market. It's a strong move to the upside. Open interest starts to fall off in that direction, maybe the market's running out of gas a little bit. And the same is true in the opposite direction. If price is moving lower over time on increasing open interest, money is coming into the short side in that market. But if open interest starts to fall off as price continues to go lower, maybe the downside is now out of gas. I hope this simple explanation of open interest is going to help you trade well.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. I apologize. I just had a sneezing fit. My nose might be running a little bit. I'm sorry. But making his triumphant return back to Topstep TV, Coach Robert over there on the right, the Riz, head coach of the Technical Titans, VIP, Season 3. Let's do it. In the middle, we got Coach Vince. You know him. He's here all the time. But welcome back, Coach Robert. What's going on? What's been happening in your world? We want to know everything. What's going on?
Hey, JD. Yeah, thanks for having me back. And hello to Coach Vince. We got to talk a lot behind the scenes here. But yeah, thanks for having me back into this session of with the weave thing we're going, the group coaching. I got my old AI backgrounds I had to dust off there. And thanks for Gabe for getting in there. I was like, what do we do this again? Do we share tabs? How does this work in? So this is great. VIP's been excellent. Coaches are amazing. We have a lot of great traders. I know this whole segment here isn't about VIP, but that's my main focus right now. I spend a lot of time doing that, not just with the team, but also across the teams and making sure everything is working. Discord being up to great. Shout out to Trenton for everything he does in Discord as well. We're having a ball. We're having a blast. Season 3 is going really, really well. JD, yeah, we got a lot. This season, we had a preliminary season 1, kind of like what do they call it, the pilot, right? And then season 2, we're like, all right, let's kind of mix this up a bit. And then season 3, which we have now, we really keeping a close eyes. As you know, those who don't, I was on Topstep TV for like a year and then moved over to coaching full-time a few months ago to focus on nothing but the coaching and the training programs and the trader success side of things. So myself and Martin, if we don't know Martin, who's in Chicago right now with all the leadership team, prepping for already starting stuff for season 4, really tracking, keeping a close eye on season 3. How can we improve it? What, the goods, the bads, the uglies, and just grabbing this thing, the bull by the horns or the bear by the neck and running with it. So we're super happy to be on here, catching up with everybody again. So
awesome. Yep, I actually talked to Martin last night. We were at dinner together, and we had a nice conversation. He's doing a hell of a job in Discord, and just working with these coaches and everybody in there. Discord is such a demanding. We had quite a bit to eat last night. The spread was impressive. Yeah, and a lot of team members there. I want to say 50 people, 50 top steppers there last night. It was a nice amount.
Nice.
But
Nice
Discord is no small feat. We've got well over 100,000 traders on in our Discord community right now. So it's sifting through all of that, trying to weed out the bad actors and trying to educate people at the same time. It's a job. It's a heavy lift. And the guys that we have in there managing it, guys like Coach Robert, guys like Martin, guys like Trenton, they're doing an exceptional job. So big shout out to all you guys. All right, Vince, what's happening in the markets with you today? What are you into? What are you looking at?
Nothing yet. I'm working 2 orders right now, one in the Dow, one in the ES. We're going to see if I get filled. But right now, just sitting on my hands and patiently waiting.
Patiently waiting. What are we waiting for? Waiting for a breakout?
I'm waiting for a pullback.
What's it looking like?
Honestly. I'm waiting
to
for
get
a
long in the
pullback
new
right
highs?
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
What are you looking at there? The NQ, ES?
I'm looking at the Dow and the ES right now. Let me throw the
Dow and
volume
the ES.
profile on
Got
here
it,
real
got it.
quick. Yeah, let me just toss this on here. There we go. So I am looking maybe to buy it closer to lower value and maybe try to fade it up. That's kind of the plan. If we get an opportunity, we'll see what happens while we're in here. But we're going to work it for the meantime. Patiently waiting.
Sounds good. All right. Well, Coach Robert, we haven't had you on in a while. Talk to us about VIP. What are you teaching your guys in there? What's the curriculum looking like?
Curriculum, thanks for bringing that up, JD. I have a very logical, analytical, statistic-driven, technical trader. And the big focus is, all right, where are we struggling? What things are we having trouble with? And simply don't do those. So the philosophy I have is, if one of the largest reasons traders have a hard time or we struggle, me too, nobody's exempt out of this, is due to the psychological component, right? We always see a lot of trading psychology. If that's the biggest issue, and biggest problem and its biggest stumbling block, why don't we just take that out of the picture and not worry about it, not focus on it? So this is why I put all the math and things behind it. And there are certain things like, hey, how do I trade around news? What's the best way to do this? Well, the best way is not. We see that all the time. Look at what happened yesterday with FOMC. How many gaps were there? How many price things? You tried to get in on a trade and you get filled 10 points later on ES, for goodness sake. It's not a good thing. So the simplest way, my Occam's razor approach, sometimes the simplest answer is the right one. Not always, but we just try to narrow it down and say, all right, let's start with this little piece right here. I'm having trouble doing that item, whatever it's going to be. Well, then don't do that anymore. I gave this example earlier today with my VIP team because we had a kind of a little moment today. We're rounding out week 4, and we really, we're still making some of the, I say smaller, the simpler, like mental errors, right? Trading the wrong product. If anybody knows me, I do not trade gold. I am horrible at trading gold. So to stop myself, I use the risk management tools in Topstep X. Just go over there, block off the symbol gold. Now I cannot make that mistake. And it's funny because the example I use is like, hey, I'm having trouble tying my shoes. I always trip on them. Sometimes I remember to tie them, sometimes I don't. So how do I fix that problem? Simple. The next pair of shoes I buy don't have laces, they're slip-ons. So now you no longer have to worry about that problem. And that's what the team focuses on. We say like, hey, every time I trade around point of control, I'm getting chopped up. Well, then don't trade around point of control. It's literally that simple. Now, we're not telling you what to do and what not to do. But let's remove the stuff we have problems with and just trade what's left. And they're doing a good job. It's a little bit of a different twist, a different mindset on it. They make, just trying to get the emotion out of it. If we struggle based on trading emotions, let's take them out of it. All right, did this happen or didn't it? Simplify everything, clean up the charts. There's not much on there. We just heard Dakota talk about it like he says all the time on the last segment. What's on your charts? What do you have indicators like candles? That's it. And
candles.
It's not like a fan against indicators. Just if you're going to use them how they're designed, and just make sure they don't conflict. If you put one on that says go long and the other one you have on there says go short, you're just confusing yourself. Simplify, scale it down, take it easy, take it slow, and do what matters. That's the focus of the Titans. I love the team. They're doing great. They're showing up for their meetings. They're asking questions, and we have a new theme every week, and I keep putting out these AI wallpapers for the Technical Titans. We made a theme song and everything. We got the golden arrow, the golden standard, and if I'll throw that in the chat afterwards once we get we'll throw the theme song out. It's a video and all this stuff. It's pretty crazy, but we're having a ball and checking with the other teams too. We hear good stuff. Coaches, we meet 2 to 3 times a week for all the 11 coaches, and we have feedback from everybody. We listen, we make adjustments, we make adaptations, and go forth, trying to give the best experience possible.
Awesome. I got to say, I love that coaching approach too. Hey, coach, every time I touch a hot stove, I burn my hand. I'll stop touching the hot stove then. Yeah. It makes perfect sense, right?
Exactly right. It's easier said than done. I get it. I understand it. But it's whenever you have a problem, you have an issue, just take the biggest bang for the buck. What's the biggest thing? Myself, I was always losing when I was trading the open. Guess what? I don't trade the open. I have trouble getting chopped up around point of control. Guess what? Don't trade around point of control. And you can take that out of there. It just becomes, I don't want to say easy because it's not. It just becomes simpler. If you just take all that thinking out of it. Oh, here's my status. Here's my setup. My strategy just showed. Oh, nope. Hold on. It's on point of control. Hands off. It makes it super, super simple and basic. And again, not easy because it's not easy. But that's what our focus is on. Technicalities.
Awesome.
I agree with you 100%. I think a lot of traders they overanalyze what they're doing. They think like it's a lot more involved, than what you really need to do. I try to keep it as simple as possible too. Traders ask me all the time, how come you don't have anything on your charts? I mean, I just threw the stochastic on here today because somebody asked me about it yesterday. So I put it on here just to see. But other than that, just value, and just looking for areas of opportunity, Patience is the hardest part. Being able to sit back and wait is 90% of the battle, I think, right? We all get enticed into trading when the markets are moving. So, sometimes there's no trade, and that's okay.
Exactly.
That is okay. Before we get into some questions, we got a bunch of questions. We had that That form is still pinned to the chat. But Coach Vince, head coach of the Market Makers, let's talk about your VIP team for a minute, and then we'll dive into some questions. What is going on with the Market Makers? What are you guys talking about in Discord? What's the
So
news
we've
over
been
there?
going over some strategy type stuff, right? I try to introduce a little bit of strategy to them. A lot of them have their own thing going on, but I'm definitely introducing value. I think value is very important as a trader to at least know where value is in the marketplace, right? Even if you're not using it to base your trading decisions, maybe it'll keep them out of trouble. So I'm trying to teach them that, along with knowing your opponent, right? Kind of getting an idea of what the other trader might be thinking, what they're doing, where they're hiding their stops. Are we going to run the stops? Those types of things. So we're doing some market structure type stuff. And I think a lot of them are starting to get a handle on some of it. I think some others are just still doing their own thing and just, it is what it is, right? You can't control everybody, right? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. But, at least we can give them some sort of foundation to build upon, whether they take it or not, it's up to them. But I think a lot of them are actually using some of the information. And, we've had some pretty decent success with some people passing combines. A few of them took payouts, I think. And, things are looking pretty good. Some of them disappeared. So we'll find out where those guys went. But
Some of them disappeared. That doesn't sound good. Yeah, we'll find out where they went. We'll find out. All right, guys. Before we get into questions, let's take a quick news break. We got a story to share with you about Amazon. Amazon is raising hourly wages. Check this out, guys. Amazon has announced pay increases for its fulfillment and transportation employees. Listen to this. This is great. The online retail giant is the nation's second largest private sector employer. Amazon says it's increasing its average pay to more than $23 per hour. $23 an hour for the average job at Amazon now. And that average total compensation is now over $30 per hour when benefits are included. So you're getting full benefits plus $23 plus an hour working at an Amazon fulfillment and transportation center. Employees also get free Prime memberships, prepaid tuition programs, a 401k with company match, and other perks. Amazon said it's $1 billion investment to improve pay and lower the cost of healthcare for its employees. Comes after Amazon workers at multiple facilities across the U.S. went on strike last year during the holiday shopping season. They demanded higher wages, better benefits, improved working conditions, and they got it all. So big shout out to Amazon for taking care of their people. They're making jobs over there look very attractive right now.
Nice.
Good on them. Love a good story when a company takes accountability for their people and they do the right thing. That's awesome. All right. Time for group coaching, everyone. All right. We're going to start off with a pretty simple question. This one actually is left over from yesterday. I was going through our list, and this one kind of stood out at me. It's a very simple question. It comes from Jackie. Jackie says, I am a new trader. So here's my question. Is there a difference between setting trades via the order book, the dome, or on the chart? Does one help with accuracy or avoiding slippage? First of all, it depends on when you're talking about slippage, you're talking about market orders and stop orders. You will not typically see any slippage if you're trading with limit orders. So a different animal there. So slippage occurs with market orders, which come in the form of market orders and stops. Second of all, part two of the question, which do you prefer to place orders? Personal opinion here. So I came up in the era. I was one of the very first, the group I traded with, we were one of the very first groups to utilize trading technologies or electronic trading in the futures pits in Chicago. And back then, front-end trading platforms did not come with charting packages. So we had tablets on the trading floor, and they were just filled with domes or ladders. So it was pure price action or pure market movement on the dome, no charts at all. I had 2 screens with 6 different markets and just the ladders, just prices moving up and down all day long. So I became very familiar with just placing orders using the dome or the ladder, and that's what I'm comfortable with still. But it's a matter of personal preference. What are you more comfortable with? Coach Vince, I will kick it over to you first. What is your preferred method for placing orders on your platform?
So I place my orders on the price ladder, aka the dome. So that's how I usually place my orders in there. But I usually always place them with some sort of maximum risk and target in place, just in case, right? Because if it's a fast moving market and you place a limit order and you get filled, depending on what your risk is per trade, you want to make sure that stop isn't right away. At least for me, I don't like to be naked out there with the position on. So I force myself to have an automatic stop in place with a target just pre-done, and then I adjust it based on where it needs to be moved. But I do place them off the dome. Many years ago, kind of like JD was saying, we would place. I use this platform. I don't even know if they have it anymore. It's called Ran Order, and we would place like a ticket. It would be, I think it's on here too. I don't ever use it, but there's a ticket you could pull up, and you put your order. Buy one lot at X. Stop here, and then you place it on there. But it takes a little bit longer to do it that way, right? So me personally, I like placing it on the dome. Just faster.
Yep, fair enough. I'm of the same school. What about you, Coach Robert? I know you like to program a lot of your trade setups, but what's your preferred method?
He doesn't have to think about his trades. You kidding me?
Yeah, very mechanical. Very mechanical.
Oh yeah, I do. So I'm definitely the odd man out of this crew. So I don't use a dom at all. Let's get to the crux of the first half of the question, JD. Are they different placing them? The answer is no. They're the same. Let's use an example. Let's just say you're placing a buy stop above the market, which means go long if price reaches that level. Whether you do it on the chart, on the DOM, or on your order book, they're exactly the same. It doesn't matter. They go exactly the same way. It's whatever's easiest for you. Since I'm not a DOM trader, I don't even have it on my chart. I like to right-click on the chart itself. So if I am, my chart screen's up there. I'm going to go way above the market. I'm going to right-click on this and choose a buy stop of one contract. Now we can see, I just happen to randomly click on the chart here, 6718 quarter. But now I don't want it there. I just put it up there to get it out of the way. And now I can very easily click it and drag it to the level that I want it to be at as a buy stop. Okay, and it will turn into a market order. You're going to get some slippage on there. Versus if I am at the under the market and I want to do a buy order, that would now be a limit buy. Same thing. When it comes down, it's going to limit. You're going to get a better fill on that. But I just moved it significantly far away so I can place the order on the chart. And I can drag it where I want it to be. You can do that on the DOM as well. You can do it through not necessarily the order book. You have to actually type it in. If I go to the order book and want to put a stop market, I have to type my price in. But if you're on the DOM, you can do the same thing. Just mouse over it, right click for your left click for your limit orders, right click for your stop orders, and it makes it just as easy. I like to see it on the chart because I like to visualize where I'm at, place it far enough away so I can have it ready to go, and then move it where I need to move it. And of course, just like any of us coaches, we're always going to use bracket orders, and doing some work on some advanced bracket orders in the background. So hopefully we'll get some more things happening that way. So stay tuned.
Ooh. How about that for a tease? Nice.
Ooh. Cliffhanger.
All right. Cliffhanger, right? So yeah, it's a matter of personal opinion, whatever you are most comfortable with. If you're brand new to this and you're still trying to get familiar with your platform, try out each different way to place an order on your chart. And you're going to find what works best for you, what you're more comfortable with. Are you looking for speed? Are you looking for accuracy? As Hoag would say, there's 1,000 ways to peel an onion. But you could also go to on your Topstep X platform, you click on that question mark, that support button on the bottom left of that left-hand navigation bar. Click on the question mark, and you've got access to all kinds of information for your Topstep X platform. You've got Topstep in 5 minutes or less tutorials that Coach Robert put together, a whole library of videos walking you through step-by-step different functionalities of the Topstep X platform. You've got your platform help center. Go in there and ask any question you want. You could search through any number of articles written by team members here at Topstep outlining different functionality for your trading platform. There's also other support resources. So any questions you might have about your platform, go ahead and jump in there. All right, let's move on. Get back to the markets here. Ooh, we should check in on the markets. Let me refresh my platform real quick. Let's check in on the tilt. We're 56% short in the ES, 61% short in the NQ, 60% long in crude, and 72% long in gold. The gold tilt has been 70% plus for about an hour and a half, and it's not moving an inch. We're about 6 minutes away from settlement in gold. Gold settles at 12:30 p.m. Central Time, as we say every day. It will continue to trade until 4 o'clock, but official settlement price will be established at 12:30 p.m. Central Time. All right, guys, you ready for another one?
Sure.
All right, this one. We'll start with Robert on this one. Coach Robert, this question comes from Vav, V-A-V. Vav wants to know, how do you quantify what is a reasonable target? For example, on ES, if you're letting your winner run, how do you know what is enough? I know you're more of a mechanical trader. You put your profit target and your risk brackets in pretty much. They're set, I should say. They're set, and you don't really adjust them too much. When's the last time you held a runner, Coach Robert? Has it been a while?
Yeah, JD, that last question from you, holding runner, that it's just simply not my style. Nothing against it. If someone's a long-term holder, absolutely fits their style. I personally don't. Mine are all calculated out. They're pretty much, breakout areas, and there's a target associated. It's a target zone, I call them, a target area. So let's go back to that question. I love the Q questions, quantitative, quant stuff, right? I like those questions. So thank you, Vat, for that question right there. So how do you know? The answer is you don't. There are 3 components to each trade. We have an entry, a target, and a stop, right? We know our entry because we use some type of strategy to qualify and quantify that, yeah, I'm getting in here. Let's just say it's a long position. I'm going long at this point. There's our entry. We know that. We just placed it. So where's our stop? Well, we know and hopefully have our risk calculated out and say, wait a second, where do I want this to be? So we know our entry because we placed it. We know our stop because we know what we're willing to risk. We do not know our target. We know a potential target. That's a very, very strong word, right? Potential, assume, speculate. That's all we can do. So yeah, if you're going to have those things set up and it's getting close to your target, please think of this. Because your target is there, it does not mean the market is going to hit it. It is a speculative location. So if you are close, nothing, one of the things that grinds my gears a lot, JD, is that, man, it missed my target by 2 ticks and I lost 15 points to my stop loss. I was like, you've got to be joking me. That, if anything, just get out of it when it comes halfway back, If it gets close enough is close enough, in my opinion, right? We don't know what's going to be. We have a speculation. In the second half of that, as far as letting your winners run, I'm not a huge fan on cliches, like things like that, like catching falling knives, trying to hit your friend. Those are all literally hindsight. You can't catch a falling knife because a falling knife isn't one until it is one, and then it's too late. You already did. The same thing with trends. Man, look at that trend I missed. Well, you didn't at the time. It wasn't one to start with, right? Same thing with letting a winner run. You can let a winner run there, right? If you have a winning trade, let's say you have 3 contracts, you peel 2 off and you leave 1. Yeah, there you go. Just let it see how far it goes. That's not a bad strategy. But saying letting a winner run, we don't know it's a winner until it is one. That's kind of the hardest thing. So imagine the 2 scenarios. You let it on there. You took the trade off. You didn't leave it on, and the market went the other direction. And you're like, whoo, good thing I got that extra piece off there. I would just lost some money, give some money back, right? And then what happens on the other side when you leave that on? Sorry, you take that off and it continues to go. Well, what do? We beat ourselves up, left money on the table. Said, no, you didn't. You took money off. You closed your trade. You did your job. Now, if you're going to let something run and see how far it'll go for it. If that's part of your strategy, absolutely. If you're asking me personally, I simply don't do it because all my stuff is calculated, targeted. And if I'm calculating just an arbitrary 10-point target and it goes to 9.5, and I reach over and I close my trade and then it goes another 50, I am not upset about it. I don't beat myself up like that. I'm like, no, I had it calculated. I got it. It was close enough. Took money off. And guess what? Wait for the next trade. Like, whoa, did you see that thing just take off? I don't look at it that way. It's a psychology thing. It just, I'm not going to beat myself up at it. I'm like, oh man, So if you have a strategy that you're looking for longer holds and you're stacking your contract and you want to leave it on there after you close out some profit, I say go for it. Let it go. And hey, maybe it'll go and maybe it won't. And you're not going to know and nobody knows. But we know our entry. We know our stop. We know a potential target, and that's all we can do.
You made some great points there. I particularly like the one about I missed my fill by 2 ticks, and it came back 15 points and ran my stop.
Yeah. Good Lord.
Our good buddy, our good friend and mentor, John Hoagland, talks a lot about the 10% rule. If you're not familiar with that, I'll give you a quick rundown. The 10% rule is when you have a trade on and you come within 10% of your target price or your profit target, you start considering how to get out of that trade instead of trying to squeeze another tick out, trying to whatever it is that you're thinking. When you get within 10% of your profit target, you have your finger on the mouse and you are ready to close that position at any time to lock in those profits instead of missing your profit target by 2 ticks and letting it run against you and hit your stop.
As I always say,
that's just another way
JD, exactly. Close up on that. It's like, there are not a lot of guarantees in the market, but one of them is that there will be another trade shortly.
Yep. There's always another trade. Go looking for it. You're going to find it. Vince, what's your take on it?
Yeah, so I'll piggyback on that a little bit. But the one thing, so I do try to let my trades run, right? I try to hold a longer position. So there's if you're managing the trade, okay, and you're trying to get a bigger bite out of the market, when I have a trade set up, right, I know my stop always before I enter a trade. Where's my risk? That's number one. Like Coach Robert said, your stop, you can control that, your entry, but then you need to look where you are in the market, right, in the current trading day, level wise. If I take a long here, am I buying at an area where there's going to be resistance, right? Can I get at least X amount on my trade? Okay. Sometimes you get into a trade and you're running into a brick wall, right? You're just late to the party. So a lot of it has to do with market structure. Okay. Where you are in the market. Now for myself, I like to trail to try to get a bigger bite. However, I lock in a certain amount of profit. So if the market runs, I'm okay with it pulling back to a certain area and stopping me out, right? As long as I'm getting at least 2 times my risk. If it goes up and it comes back down and I'm knocked out because it didn't get to the ultimate target at the end of the day, that for me, that's okay, right? Because I do it consistently and I'm locking in my minimum of what I want. Okay. So when you lock in your minimum, you don't get as upset with what's going on, right? So if you're looking for 2 to 1 and you're trying to get 8, okay, and you don't get 8 and you end up with 2, at least you got your guaranteed minimum for the day on that particular trade. So that's something I would say, trailing is tough. If you get burnt when you get ticked out, right, on a trailing stop, don't do it, right? Take the money and run, but sometimes when you do take that profit, okay, you're stepping, instead of stepping over the $50 bill to maybe get a $200 bill or a $500 bill, you're taking it prematurely. So there's a couple ways to look at it, but there's nothing wrong if you have a nice profit in the trade and you're within a couple points or a couple ticks. 10% rule always, I would say do it. But if you are trying to get those bigger opportunities, you need to have a certain risk appetite, right? And because if it, like you said, if it goes up 2 ticks to your target, it pulls back to your stop. I mean, I would never take a full stop if I'm X amount in the money. I protect myself. But if that throws you on tilt, right? Some people will get really mad, right? And pissed off. And then it blows your whole day. Like, oh my God, I had 1,000. I ended up with $200. And if that mentally throws you on tilt, don't do it. Just take the money, right? There's always another trade, and you never lose money taking money out of the market, right? So it's okay if you hit the button to get out.
Yep. Very good advice. Well said. As far as setting actual target prices for the trades that you have on, again, there's 1,000 ways to peel an onion. It depends on what your setup calls for. Are you trading a chart pattern with a sort of a measured move target? Are you trading? Are you looking at the average daily range? If you have a trade on in the S&P, you're long, and the average daily range is 52 points wide, and you've traded 54 points in the S&P already. What are the probabilities that it's going to continue to extend? Are you just trying to squeeze every last single tick out of the trade that you can? Are you looking at Fibo levels? Are you looking at pivot points? There's a lot of different ways to actually measure a target price for the trade that you're in.
Sure.
And again, it's a matter of personal preference. So when you set those target prices, always be prepared to exit the trade, because the market is always generating new information for you in real time. So you have to use that market generated information as well as any indicators or gut feeling that you might have. So there's a lot that goes into it. Putting on a good trade is a process. You're not shooting from the hip. This isn't just point, click, and pray. There is a process involved for putting on a good trade and getting out of a good trade and getting out of a bad trade too. So I hope that helps you out, Vav.
Yeah,
What's up, Robert?
Great.
Perfect, JD.
Can we throw one more piece into that as well? And I'd like to hear just because we're talking about the distance of holding runners and things. So we hear a lot about risk reward, right? 2-to-1 risk reward, meaning to reward for every one risk. Risking 10 points, making 20. Very simple. However, I'm going to throw this out there, being as a statistician here. The moment you have any trade that you move your stop, whether it's break even or adjust it, whether you add to the trade, take from the trade, move your target closer, get out early. If you put your 2-to-1 trade on there, the moment you touch anything, it is no longer a 2-to-1 risk reward. Therefore, if you take 40 trades a week and 5 or 6 of them you adjusted, you cannot look at your week and say, I use a 2-to-1 risk reward, because you did not. All those stats are junk, bogus, history gone, because you modified them in the process of monitoring them. It's just a statistical thing where if you want to do 2-to-1 risk reward, total, or 3-to-1, 4-to-1, whatever your ratio is, throw them on the chart and have to be hands off. The moment anything is moved, you just mess with that trade, which throws off all of your statistics. And I've shown this with my group. We've gone through like the GPT stuff and did the math on it. We did these exercises like, man, here are 200 trades. We plotted them all out. This is where they started, where they ended up. And on every trade, we said, all right, we're going to leave these 2-to-1 risk reward. And then we ran the same setup and said, you know what? When we get 80% of our target, let's move our stop to break even. In every scenario, it was a worse result. Statistics, facts, not a pin. Every single time. I have the charts for it. We did the exercise. Here are the trades. We had to generate random trades, 200 trades. I know it's not a simple size, but just at least give you an example. But in every scenario we ran, whenever we said you're 80% moving stop to break even was the worst case scenario. The second worst was 80% of your target, take it off, but now you're not having your 2-to-1 risk reward anymore. And then 2-to-1 risk reward, leave it, was the best scenario by not touching it. So think about that actually and statistically, right? When you throw it on there, leave it. If you move to break even, then you walk away. It was the absolute worst case scenario in every sample we ran. Food for thought.
How about that? Keeping the math on your side, Coach Robert is here to help everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Hit this
Math
guy up
is
in
important.
Discord.
Math is math. That's what I tell everybody.
Math is real.
Is math.
Math is math.
Arithmetic.
$50 is $50. There you go. All right. We got time for a couple more questions. Oh, actually, first, let's take a real short news break. We've got one more piece of news to share with you here. We're going to just follow up on this NVIDIA news from this morning. NVIDIA taking a $5 billion stake in Intel. Chipmaker NVIDIA said it will take a $5 billion stake in Intel. The purchase makes NVIDIA a major shareholder of the tech company alongside the U.S. government. So NVIDIA and the U.S. government are now in full control of Intel. Last month, President Donald Trump announced the government was making an $8.9 billion investment in Intel's common stock. It's part of the Trump administration's effort to boost semiconductor manufacturing in the United States and cement America's position as a leader in the global chipmaking industry. President Trump has said he plans to impose 100% tariffs on imported semiconductors, excluding suppliers that have committed to building products in the United States. We saw Intel stock up over 28%. Intel stock boosted 28% in pre-market trading based on that investment from NVIDIA. Let me pull it up. Let's get a recent quote from Intel. Up 24, pulled back just a little bit, 30.89 last traded price, up about $6, 24% boost for Intel today, off of a nice investment move from NVIDIA. That's how markets move, folks. All right.
Nice.
Got time for one or two more questions. Oh, here's one. Open interest is another simple. We could walk through this real quick. Curtis wants to know, how can you look at the open interest of a futures contract? So the long and short of it is, you do not, real-time open interest data is not available. If anybody tells you or tries to sell you real-time open interest data, you should call the CFTC, you should call the police, because you're being robbed, basically. But where do you find actual open interest data? I'm going to share my tab real quick. We're going to go right to the source, the CME Group website right here. So under the Markets tab, just pick your favorite market. There's 100 ways to search for markets, but I'm going to pull up the E-mini S&P 500 future. You're going to scroll down and find your ES market right there. Click on that. On here, you have a navigation menu, overview, quotes, settlements, volume and open interest, contract specifications, margins, and a calendar. You're going to go hover over volume and open interest and click on it. And it's going to give you the previous day's open interest for the contract that you're trading, for the front month contract and the next month contract. Obviously, September is going off the board on Friday. Tomorrow, the September contract will expire. So you see a decent change in open interest overnight. September contract lost 176,000. The December contract gained 176,000. So now most of the open interest, most of the open contracts have rolled into the December contract. 1.9 million open contracts in the ES. Still about 500,000 left to close out in the September contract before tomorrow. But you see all of that open interest has rolled into the December contract. The CME publishes official data twice a day. They'll do a preliminary number just a couple hours after the close every day. And then they'll post the final official number the following morning. So today, this morning, we got the official data from the CME for yesterday's trading day. It's a lagging indicator. It's very, very, very difficult to try and track open interest in real time. That's actually why markets close. So they have time to track all open contracts and see how many new ones, see how many old ones, see what's rolled, see what's staying. Do you think I missed anything there? Robert, Vince, anything you want to add to
I think you covered it.
Tracking?
One thing. Yeah, just one that there's got to do with rollover, that some are quarterly and some are monthly, like gold and oil, they roll monthly, whereas equities are rolling quarterly. Just to keep that in mind.
Very true.
Sometimes
Different
too, you have
contracts.
the preliminaries come out in the morning, and sometimes that number will change. So you do have to check it later on in the day to see if it flips.
Yep. Typically by 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time, the final official number will be posted on the CME Group website. And there's a couple different resources to get it, but it's always best to go straight to the source, right? We're trading CME Group products.
Absolutely.
Go to the CME Group website and get the real data.
Yep.
All right. Back to the charts. Let's check in on the tilt. What's happening? 50-50 in the ES. 61% short NQ, 54% long in crude, still 68% long in gold too. Gold has been hovering around, jockeying around that 70% long mark for a couple of hours now. It's still not moving. Gold has officially settled for the day also. Let me see if I can find that settlement price for you. See if it's posted.
No gold, no gold, no gold, no gold. Tell myself.
No gold.
Markets are taking a breather today. Hangover day here. Stuck in a range.
Yeah, definitely a hangover day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see official gold settlement yet. When I get that, I'll post it or I'll share it with you guys. All right. Next question. This question comes from Mubtazim. I hope I'm saying that right. Mubtazim. How do you decide to enter continuation and not keep looking for reversal? Thank you. So, how do you determine whether or not you're in a sideways market or a trending market? Coach Robert, you alluded to this earlier. The simple truth is you don't know until after the fact, right? You don't know you're in a trending market until after the trend's been established. But is there a way, while it's happening, to take a good guess on whether or not you should be playing the range or trading the breakout? What do you guys think?
Vince, you want first
Go
on
ahead,
this
Vince.
one, or you want me to go first? Go ahead, Vince.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so if you look at my chart right there, you can kind of see that we're in a range, right? We're value high, value low, back to the center of the range. Market is not, we're not trending up, we're trending down. We're just stuck here. We put in our initial balance for the day and we're just chopping in here at the top. Kind of a P-shaped profile here that's building today. Was it short covering and we're just, unraveling the shorts that were in the market? We don't know, right? We'll be able to tell a little bit more tomorrow with open interest, if we go and check that. But it's in rollover. And, right now the market's trying to get their roll done and it's keeping us in a range at the moment. But I use volume profile to kind of let me know, hey, what kind of market state are we in at the moment? And you can tell, look, this is a trend, right? A trend is pretty easy to define itself. This is not a trend. So that's how I use the chart to establish balance, right? Is using the profiles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes perfect sense. Robert, you got a take on this?
Yeah, I think you alluded to it, JD. It's we don't know a trend until it is one, and it is really hard to catch those at the right when they turn. So the answer is it's going to depend on the instrument because they do have some personality behaviors to them. Also depend on the time frame you're using if you're doing time charts and if using tick charts or whatever. There's some commonalities you can look at there. You can use some indicators that will help you at least give you an idea. They're not the end all be all, but can kind of give you an idea of like where are the buyers, who's stronger at this point in time. And I 100% agree with Vince about the volume profile. So let me give an example of a trend, JD, and this falling knife thing that I see a lot coming through the chat also. And the reason why I say we don't know it is one. So let's say you're at the bottom of the market and you're going, let me see. I want this to push up a little more so I can get to the bottom. I can get to the top of the range that I'm seeing. And then it gets there and it bounces out a little bit. And then you go, whoa, wait a minute. It's almost breaking VWAP. Let me just let it break VWAP and take it on the bounce. And now it hits VWAP. And you go, that's awesome. But look at that moving average I'm using. Oh, look at the buyers and look at where the volume profile is. Let me get out of this high volume node so I can get into some price action. And it goes up a little bit further. However, if you look back, you just missed a big long trend, right? Because based on that scenario, you came up a little bit, came up a little more with a VWAP, came up a little more on volume profile, and you look back and go, man, I just missed a trend. No, you didn't. It was you just identified 3 trades you were looking to get possibly into, and now if you didn't get it, you didn't get it. And if you're a trend trader, then what would you look for? Markets do 2 things: they trend or they consolidate. Trend, consolidate. Trend, consolidate. So if you're a trend trader, look for consolidations. And once you see those ranges, call them ranges if you want, or consolidations, we don't know where it's going to go or when or how far or how fast. But what we do know is that it's not going to stay doing what it's doing forever. So if you're a trend trader, get really good at identifying consolidation areas and then wait for it to break, bounce, and continue on. Then get into it. And what's the worst case if you're wrong? Hey, it just went a little higher out of consolidation and right back into it. Guess what? You lost the trade. Oh, well, move on to the next one. Because you know now it's still not going to stay there forever. So just give it another shot. And if you're looking for consolidation, you want to play the opposite side of the ranges, give it a little time. Volume profile is great for that. Watch the balances of buyers and sellers. On my chart, you have at the very bottom, it's called DMI. It's a directional movement index. Green is buyers, red is sellers. Let those things line up really close to each other so there's about an equal amount. The yellow line is ADX. It means there's no strength in any direction. And now you just became part of a consolidation. Simply sell the top and buy the bottoms or thereabouts. What happens if you sell the top, twice, and then the third time it actually takes off on you? Guess what? You lost the trade. Oh well, move on and maybe switch over to a trend environment. So you only have those two. It either trends or ranges, and play them both. Mm-hmm. And worst case scenario is going to take a trade. It's not going to be the right one. You get stopped out and you move on. That's pretty much all I can say about that.
Yeah. And just to add to that, it depends on your time frame, right? Go to my chart for a second. If I'm trading a 15-second chart, we're in a downtrend, right? So look at my chart right now. If you're looking at this frame and you're trading a 15-second chart, this is a trending market, right? It depends on your time frame. I go back to the 15-minute chart that I'm on, and for me, we're in a range, right? So, but I'm a longer time frame like trader, so I'm looking for a little bit bigger moves. But market, there's trends inside of trends, there's range inside of ranges, so you just have to define your time frame and try to trade around what the market is telling you, right? Let's look at a 1-minute chart. A 1-minute chart, we're pretty range bound on the 1 minute, right? But if you're on like a 1-second chart or something like that, or 15-second chart, the market is trending lower at the moment. So it all depends on that time frame that you're trading.
Exactly.
It's pretty interesting, right? Because you can have a trend inside of a range. And I think my chart locks up.
It all depends on what.
You're right.
It all depends on the time frame you're looking at, for sure.
Exactly right. Trade the trends
So
between
all
the
about
range.
time
Zoom
frame.
in or zoom out. Nice job, Vince. Awesome.
Yep.
Nice display.
Very
Love
nice.
it.
Thanks.
Hey guys, we got a question about settlement price in the chat. I'm going to take one from the chat real quick. Larry wants to know, how does settlement price affect the market? So I know this question comes up quite a bit. What is settlement? What is settlement price? Is it different than closing price or last price traded? Yes, it is. Settlement price and last price traded are two completely different things. So settlement price is established by the exchange for marking products to market. Basically what that means, it's a calculation that determines profits and loss for the day, and it's for managing margin requirements for open positions. Also, settlement price, when you come in the morning, you turn on your computer and you see that the S&P is up 16.5 points. That plus or minus being up 16 points is based off of that settlement price, not the last price traded for the day before the close, but the settlement price established by the exchange. So quite a few different functionalities of settlement price. It's a very important number. But again, that is established by the exchange, and it's used to mark positions to the market for margin requirements and for establishing P&Ls for open positions. Does that make sense? Anybody want to add anything to that?
Yeah.
Spot on.
No, I mean, that's a perfect explanation. I mean, I will tell you though, I mean, settlement is it's a tool for, when you have an account, and like you said, with margin, they take that settlement price into the day to see, hey, do you have enough margin in your account to sustain this position, or are we calling you for a margin call where you got to wire us some money, or you need to liquidate or hedge your position to avoid liquidation of that position, right? So that's what margin is. That's what settlement is for, right? They have a specific price, and then they balance out. At the end of each night, you would get an equity run sent out to you saying, hey, here's your account balance, here's your net position. And if your margin is, say, 15,000 and you have 10,000 in your account, you either got to wire in 5,000, or you need to liquidate or lessen your position or hedge it until the morning, until you can get a wire into the clearinghouse. So,
yep.
But I like settlement.
Absolutely right.
As for the next day, I do like settlement because a lot of times we will check it.
Have you ever had a margin call, Coach Vince? Either of you, Coach Robert, Coach Vince.
I've called a lot of people from margin calls. I haven't had one myself, no. But I've called a lot of people from margin calls, and that's a call I never wanted to make, you know.
Margin call, sir.
No, I have never had one, and it's not because of any other reason except I don't hold open trades. So if I did, I probably would have had one by now for sure.
The worst margin call I ever had was when somebody was short 38 S&P puts, and it was a flash crash.
Really?
That was the worst one I ever had. Yeah,
It was short. Oh my god. Oh,
short 38 naked S&P puts in the flash crash.
oh.
Woof. You want to quantify it? You want to quantify that for us, or you want to keep it secret?
And those
Oh,
are
my
big
goodness.
S&P puts. Those are big S&Ps. Those weren't ES puts. Those were S&P puts. Yeah,
The big ones,
Wow.
the real ones.
Yeah.
the real ones.
High nominal value there.
So that's
My goodness.
38 times 5 ES. That puts you at what, 200 minis short in a crash. Yeah.
That's a position, all right. That is a position.
Ooh.
Well, we'll leave it on that
Interesting
note, everybody. Always like to go out
Way to
on
go,
a high note,
Vince.
right?
Nice positive. Yeah, there we go.
All right, guys, that's all the time we got for group coaching. Thank you for submitting your questions. We'll be back again tomorrow for some more group coaching. We'll have that form pinned to the chat again. And we've also got the return of Shoulder Tap tomorrow. Coach Robert, welcome back to Topstep TV. Thanks for joining us today. Great to have you on. Always appreciate your time. Coach Vince,
Awesome.
we will see you soon in the future. Thank you for your time. Thanks for sharing your knowledge, trading wisdom,
you,
trading
guys.
insights, and just being a couple of great guys, right? That's what we're here for. All right,
You
folks,
too, JD.
we are going to step aside. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We're going to take a short break. Trade with Top Steps coming up next. Our boy Carlos P is in the house. Me and Dolby Time will be putting the screws to him and forcing him to take trades against his will. I'm joking. We will not be doing that at all. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break. Topstep TV, here we go.
It's fun, guys.
Hey, friends and traders, as always, please remember to like and subscribe.
We're live, Dolby.
Was that it?
All right.
It was just you have 15 seconds and then you get
What a
nothing.
start.
You
What a
count in
start.
your head. That's what the producer says. That's all good. What's up? Welcome everybody. Trade with Topstep. We got Carlos. Carlos is back. He got his fancy 5K hat on. I got my 5K hat on. JD didn't get the memo, but he has a cool shirt on. Go to shop.topstep.com if you want to buy some swag. That's the end of the show. We're just pimping merch. See y'all later. It's good. We got JD on the house account. He gets the trade today. JD, so you're on the house account, but NASDAQ is moving. I've been kind of stuck in a range, but a little over 200 point move today. So a lot of opportunity in the NASDAQ. You took the opening range trade this morning. How did the opening range trades go?
We took one. We took the crude oil trade. Took a little bit of shaving nick, $200 down on my end of the house count. We didn't take the gold trade. Sort of a blessing in disguise. We were looking at the 5-minute in the gold. Went through this during the morning recap. I'll pull up the gold chart real quick. There we go. So on that 5-minute opening range, the mini contract actually triggered a long. The micro missed the long by a single tick. We did not get into that trade by a single tick, and it went straight down after that long trigger was signaled in the mini. The micros did trigger a short, but we had some 730 numbers. I ended up deleting all orders before the 730 number came out just to avoid some slippage. And then we ended up just not taking the trade. So working nothing done in gold, but the short was the trade. And the 5-minute ultimately in the micro triggered a short, which was a golden trade that we did not get in on.
Yeah, it's a nice
No
reminder
harm,
to everybody.
no foul.
It is a game of ticks. Those are two different markets.
A game of ticks. Yep.
Carlos, you take some trades today?
Yeah, so unfortunately XFA trading didn't go so well today, but like we like to see, combine trading is going great, right?
Obviously.
Took a few good trades
naturally
in my combine. And so I am like $400 away or $300 away from hitting the profit target for today. Yeah, I think just mentally I'm making my XFAs a little bit more complicated than they need to be. I think I've been a little too into my head, whereas when I'm trading in a combine, I'm way more loose, and I find that the trades come way easier versus the other way around. So just trying to figure that out for myself because it's been a little annoying in XFAs, but I think I'm just thinking too much into it and questioning too much when I should just trust my instincts as a trader. So.
It is. You've been in and out of XFAs for a long time. Have you been in a live funded account as well through us?
Never. No, I got very close earlier, but yeah, no, never in a live account yet. And that's my goal is to get to a live account. But I mean I guess it may be wrong, right? But in my opinion, like when I get to a live account, I want to make sure that I have a very healthy balance and all that. So like I trade in a way that like I'm not going to trade just to get to a live account, right? Because then I could just make $200 a day and get 5 payouts and start a live account with $2,000. For me, the way I like to trade, I want to trade it to how I'm going to trade my live account, just to build that momentum and all of that. So it's something I've tried to work on, right? Find that consistency to get the 5 payouts needed for a live account. But it's definitely a goal I have. Hopefully before the end of the year to get there. That's where Pro Bowl happens. So
your little fourth quarter push, get into that live funded account.
And usually this is my better time of the year, so hopefully that still reigns true. On the past, the fourth quarter has always been a very good time trading for me. So hopefully that begins to reign true here.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that you're still having the yips getting into XFAs because you're in and out of XFAs for as long as I've known you for pretty consistently. So I would think that maybe that would kind of wear off after a while. It's like been here, done that. But I mean,
it's not so much. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's like, let's say, nerves or getting the yips. I just think it's more so if I know that, let's say, my past 3 XFAs, I haven't really performed well. I just think it's a mental like kind of block you create for yourself. At least for me, it was almost like I compare it to like in baseball. When you're kind of in a slump, right? You're past 5 at bats, you haven't really been making contact, you haven't really seen the ball well. You start to question, all right, well, is there something in my stance I need to change? Is it something do I need to maybe lean back more, wait for the the off speed? Am I jumping at the first pitch? You start to overthink it when a lot of times it's just how to play the game, right? You just got to get out there and do it. And I feel like that's what I've been doing to myself lately in my XFAs is more so just like, in my combines, I see trades clearly. I let it play out. In my XFA, I'm just overthinking it. And it's not necessarily a nervous thing because I don't like come into it like nervous, like, all right, I got to get in a trade or, it's not working. Let me get out. It's more so I just think it's like a mental block I've created for myself lately. And it just shows that no matter where you are on your trading journey, right, stuff like this can definitely happen. It's frustrating. I would say, to be honest, it's more frustrating being in a position where you've seen trading success to then struggle rather than never seeing that success and struggling. Or like I remember, when I first started trading, how hard it was to pass a combine and all that. And you go through your moments where it sucks, but you kind of just push through. But when you experience certain levels of success, to then struggle and not be able to replicate like that success or even just like some of that, I feel like is even more frustrating, which leads maybe to worse trading, right? So it's like an adjustment I've had to really learn to make for myself, because I do hold myself to a higher standard. I do expect a lot from myself. And I think that's a good thing, but also could be very, it could be a bad thing. So it's just, that's what I'm trying to work out with myself right now, my trading, but day by day, taking it day by day and making sure I show up every day. Cause that's what's important, and eventually this will pass. Right. So just gotta make sure you show up for it.
You got some brothers in chat here. I believe it's Garland Davis as well as Phenom Z, feeling the same thing about the little kind of switch from trading combine to XFA. The stakes are just a little bit higher, and it is hard to maintain that same consistent mental state. It's a balance of like you got to care a little bit, but not too much. Because if you care too much, then you lenny your trades, and we're all about that. It's one of Hoag's favorite statements: is lennying trades. It's just got to find that balance of caring and not caring, and that's you find that sweet spot, and then you just let stuff play out and let your trades run. It's such a tricky balance. JD, any thoughts on sort of that? I don't know if you've ever you ever been under the spotlight, JD, of having to pass a trading combine and get into an XFA and do all that before? I mean, you had like a real job.
Yeah,
too,
I'm in them.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, I actually have open XFAs right now. Don't really trade them. Since we're employees of Topstep, we're not like allowed to profit off of our trading. But yeah, I have open XFAs right now. I'm about to pass. I put on a trade earlier this morning. I haven't really checked it. Let's take a look at it though. I'm gonna switch over. Let's see where I'm at on this ES trade.
Oh, we got logged in. There you go. Ooh,
I'm up a couple
big time
bucks.
trade here.
I'm up a couple bucks on 150K. Let's see where I'm at. I'm about $1,400 away from passing another 150K combine here.
Nice. Let's go. Well done.
And
well done.
And I've got an open XFA also, but yeah, I've done it. I've passed thousands of combines, but again, we're not allowed to profit off of.
It's just too easy for
I've been here-
It's just too easy.
I've been here for 6 years, guys.
Yeah. JD's he's doing 0 DTE option trades. That's where he gets his kicks off. Combines are too easy. He's doing he doesn't live until we're 15 minutes before close in the NASDAQ. Okay, so Carlos, you've done some trades. You're you said 300, 400 bucks away from hitting your maximum profit objective for the day in a trading combine. You're a NASDAQ trader. Let's hit up some NASDAQ levels for you, Carlos. Then we'll get some levels from JD and see if we can get a cohesive trade idea here.
Yeah, so right now, we're actually pretty much stuck in between the 21 EMA and VWAP. I actually wasn't expecting 21 EMA to hold. Being that for the past 2 hours or so, it really hasn't held much. It's just, the market has dipped below it, dipped through it. I actually wasn't expecting it to hold, but it actually held on that bounce from close to 720. It bounced at like 730, where it's pretty much been bouncing for a good portion of this day. So I'm gonna hold off here because we had a big red candle rejection off the 21 EMA, came back down to the 730 level, bounced again, and we're kind of working our way back to the 21 EMA. So with the VWAP kind of sloping upwards slightly, it's kind of like basing here, but the 21 EMA sloping downwards. we can see, once this decides to break in whatever direction, we can see, a bigger reaction. So I'm going to hold off here and maybe wait to see if we can get down to this VWAP furlong.
Okay.
See if we hold. If we don't hold, then obviously we can keep it cheap and get out. Because that would just break the kind of, the flow we've been having here for the past few hours in the market.
Mm-hmm.
But I may even consider a short if we were to work up to this point of control at 786. It's a little far away, but that's just, again, where the market's kind of been stalling out and losing steam on the upside. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. Hopefully we can kind of work our way to either end of that range and the range stays so we can get a good trade there.
Dude, I like it.
Sounds
Got
good.
a plan. I haven't heard of the old VWAP pinch, but that used to be. Who used to say that? Was that? Oh, I forgot who used to say that. But the VWAP pinch, you get like a moving average coming into like a VWAP, kind of like pinches the market. I think you can get some action off of that. Maybe someone in chat for sure knows who used to say that. Oh, Brian Shannon, you're so fast. Chat GPT right here. Congratulations. You guys are brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So, JD, you're more of a opening range trader, but we got you here at the 1 p.m. segment. What are you seeing in these markets? We never trade the 1 p.m. segment as an opening range trader? You feel out of place right now?
I'll trade anything. You know me, Dolby. But we're just kind of drifting here. We got your typical Dorito pattern, just waiting for a breakout of this pattern. Sort of just drifting. We see ranges contracting. Once we start expanding, probably in the next hour, going into power hour or going into the close, we'll see these 5-minute candles, the ranges start to expand a little bit. We'll see volume picking up going into the close. Right now, just waiting for some direction. We're drifting sideways, just listing sideways, waiting for that breakout.
Yeah, we will see. Is it a breakout or a breakdown? I don't know. I had a megaphone drawn earlier that looked pretty clean, so maybe we get back down to the middle somewhere, 700s. It'd be an interesting long opportunity. I think that's kind of approximately where VWAP is too. There's some pretty interesting levels down there if these bulls cannot pick this up. Let's see what the tilt is saying. Nothing. This is kind of interesting. So NASDAQ 58% short, but ES 54% long. And then crude at 72% long on the tilt. And then gold's about 50-50. But as of right now, NASDAQ trading 24,729. Looks to be just a hair heavy. Just a hair heavy. Carlos, how is your father trading? Is he still trading?
Yeah, he's not going to stop trading for at all. Trust me on that. He's still going. He's having good days, having bad days. He's still trying to figure it out. He's doing well. He's showing up every day, right? So at least as much as he can, because he definitely is a busy guy, but trades as often as he can, and he still has that goal of getting into an XFA, getting a payout, and doing all that. So yeah, he's doing well. Always talks about TopstepTV. He's always watching as well. So.
Love
still,
it.
Still there.
It was a very fun segment we had with your father, little father-son duo. One of the few, maybe one of the only that we've actually had on. I believe we've had couples. We've had father-son before.
Yeah.
Hey,
funny enough, my wife wanted to start trading. I'm like, you can. Yeah. I'm like, you can, but she can be a little reckless. So I'm like, we're gonna have to tone that down a bit. Let's start a practice account and let's see how you could do.
Would you teach her? Would you help her, or would you?
100%.
Put her around the world and let her do her thing.
I would help her. I think obviously she needs to experience certain things herself. I think most people learn better that way, right? Rather than having someone just tell them and avoid that completely. I think it's good to kind of get your hand burnt a little bit so you understand what's at stake. But yeah, I would definitely help her. She kind of just takes it more as a joke thing, just more because she sees me do it. She knows I'm on TopstepTV, so she's just like, oh, I can be on TopstepTV, I can trade, and she just wants to do it. But we'll see. Maybe one of these days we can get her on our practice account, maybe during the reversal challenge, and just see how she does. I feel like that would be actually a good segment to do. Someone who's really never traded before, have them on a reversal challenge and see how they do. That would be pretty funny.
Get the whole family on. That would be an awesome reversal challenge with the Carloses. That'd be great. Although I have to say, your wife's attitude, sort of like laissez-faire,
sort of attitude, that's probably exactly the attitude you need to trade well.
Exactly.
So
How
that
much
would
you want
be,
that she would be the one to do well and make make a bunch
she'll
of
pull
money?
6 figures out, like, I don't care what's going on. I just press buttons. Six figures later in payouts. It's just how it is. Got to find that balance between caring and not caring. So NASDAQ still stuck in this range. Let's check out some other markets here. What do I have access to? Cattle back on the bid again, it looks like. Wish I could trade some cattle. Max out at 242, trading down at 232. Would love seeing lower cattle prices. I know Coach Robert would love to see cattle trading at like $50. He's a consumer of ribeyes. One of his favorite things.
Yep.
And Bitcoin on the up and up here. Is crypto
I think
back
Hoop was saying
on
the other
roll?
day. Hoop was at a butcher shop the other day. Hoop, if you're in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong. But he went out to he was looking at like a 4-pound prime rib or rib roast. And it was like $176. He passed on it. Like, meat prices are crazy right now. Absolutely crazy.
That's really high. That is really, really high. Man, sorry, Robert. Those cattle. I mean, Robert, have you considered hedging your beef consumption with going long cattle futures? Just an idea. Just an idea. So,
just an idea.
No trades working right now. We're all waiting for a little something here from the markets. Volume point of control trading at 24,747. Pretty high point of control, all things considered. Kind of stuck in the top half of the range today. Maybe 720s is sort of like that break point to see if we get under sort of the volume profile, or at least the largest part of it, at least to the downside.
Yeah, I definitely think if we break 720, we'll see a faster decline, I guess, from these highs. Because once you get under 720, that's under VWAP. And then it's just those candles there are just like this, almost like single prints, I guess, if you want to say, just straight up. So, I mean, I feel like if we break lower, we'll see a big sell-off.
Will we get it today? Will we get it today? Do you have any news that could push things? Well, news is mostly done. We got some FedEx earnings later. Tomorrow is the triple witching. JD, care to describe what triple witching is to the uninitiated?
It's options and futures expiration day. September contract and the futures for equities will go off the board. It will be eliminated. It is closing tomorrow. September contract goes off the board. If you have open positions in the September contract, they will be automatically closed and settled. Equities are cash settled products. So if you hold an open position into settlement and a live account, that position will be closed and you will be either debited or credited, whatever your P&L is for that open position. Also, it's options expiration, options on equity index futures, options on equity index futures, and single stock options are also expiring tomorrow. So triple witching day usually creates a bit of volatility as traders roll out of positions on the last day. During group coaching, we were taking a look at volume and open interest in the equities. I'll pull that up again real quick. I'll share my chart. I'll share my screen, I should say. So here is your open interest in the E-mini S&P 500. You see there are still about 500,000 open contracts, open positions in the September contract. Those will all either need to be offset or rolled into the December contract before end of day tomorrow. Ooh. So one more day left to roll all of these positions or close them out. Excuse me. Yep, and that all happens tomorrow. Yep.
Yes, it used to be quadruple witching, but they got rid of the single stock futures. So now we're down to triple witching.
Triple witching. But single stock futures are coming back. CME has announced that they'll start with a basket, I'm assuming. I shouldn't say assume, but it's anticipated they'll start with a basket of stocks, some of the most highly liquid and volatile. Likely Mag 7 single stock futures. You'll get some big tech numbers or big tech names and some other popular companies in that initial basket. And I think it'll be a test run, see how it does.
That's right. That chapter on single stock futures in the Series 3 is now relevant again. after about a 15-year hiatus. That's nice. Yeah, if you stick around long enough, maybe we'll get some of those old future pits back. There are some good questions. There was a question here in chat. Let's see. Where'd you go? Oh, chat moves so fast. Oh man, I thought there was a question on the ES about the 30-minute profile in the ES. We're not currently looking at the ES, but we can take a gander at it. I do have it up right now with 30-minute chart, 30-minute profile. To me, it looks like a Dorito pattern. So lower highs, higher lows, and it's pretty clean. So it looks like a market that's just kind of waiting out, and maybe it's the rollover or the triple witching that's keeping things a little bit locked up as it stands. But Carlos or JD, any thoughts on the ES here?
Let's take a look. Still just waiting for more information. Listing sideways. I'm looking at a 5-minute chart here. We're in a little baby range here the last hour or so, but really just waiting for more information. This market needs something to spark it, to bust out of this range.
Yeah,
I don't like trading in the middle of a range. What's up, Carlos? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks extremely similar to the NQ. The only difference is that it's actually slightly below VWAP right now. It was pretty much at it. So I would say it kind of looks heavier than the NQ, being that we're still above VWAP in the NQ. So if we were to get a sell-off in the ES, it probably would take the NQ with it as well. So I'm kind of favoring shorts more in the ES than the NQ, but I see potential in both. The ES seems to be respecting the 21 EMA as well more than the NQ. And it's also tighter, right? So you were talking about that squeeze earlier. You're kind of seeing that more in the ES than the NQ right now. The NQ is still pretty separate from each other, but the ES is pretty tight. So we may see that squeeze downward.
Yep, would agree. It looks a little bit heavy. Have failed to make a higher high recently in any of these indices. So sometimes you have to go down to go back up again. Sometimes you have to go down to go back up. And sometimes you have to bring in plugs and promos to keep things going. Gabe, if you're back there, let's rock that news bit.
Nice lead-in.
We try.
In the wake of the Federal Reserve's interest rate cut this week, mortgage rates continue to fall. Thursday, Freddie Mac released new data that shows the 30-year fixed mortgage rate is averaging 6.26%. That's down from 6.35% in the previous week, and it marks 4 straight weeks of falling rates. Homeowners are jumping at the chance to refinance. The volume of refinance applications jumped nearly 60% in the last week alone, according to a report from the Mortgage Bankers Association. The Federal Reserve has signaled more interest rate cuts could be on the way. However, mortgage rates more closely follow the 10-year Treasury yield. That is a measure of investor expectations for future inflation and economic growth.
Gabe, that was awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Man, I really love the chat. This guy, Jax Pilsner. Jax Pilsner has had me cracking up all day long.
What do we think
if what
that
he's
is?
saying, I don't know. But if what he's saying is true, he started drinking at about 6 o'clock this morning. And he's been in the chat all day long.
He's fired up to be here.
Yeah, I love it.
Love it. Love it.
Love the dedication. Do not drink and trade at the same time, though. Not wise. It is not wise. These markets are still looking to do something here. JD, I don't have crude oil pulled up because I'm on my live account. Do you have access to crude?
I sure do. Let me pull it up.
Where's crude trading at?
Last trade, 63.28 in the micro contract. Hovering just above the lows.
Okay.
Low of day, 63.02. About 25 ticks off the lows.
25? Okay. Not bad, not bad. A small bid, very small bid in the indices here. We cannot get out of this range right now. We're looking at about a 40-point range in the NASDAQ, which is actually kind of big. Typically, there's like 20-point ranges, so 40 points is not bad. But we have like a 200-point range today, so it looks pretty small. This little 5-minute range in both the ES and the NQ, kind of just hanging out and waiting. I do believe, though, that we do have. Oh no, that's for later. Yeah, Carlos, you were gonna say?
No, I'm considering a short if we work up to 21 EMA, being that we've just been in this tight little range. And like I said, the ES is also looking like it's going to squeeze to the downside. I'm just going to keep it cheap. If we break above the 21 EMA, then I'm out. I'll give it like a little bit of room above, but keeping it cheap, and hopefully it gives me that entry. So we're starting to respect the 21 EMA more than before. So if we can work back up there, I'll take a short and try to get that last little bit.
JD, what are your thoughts? If Carlos hops into a short, is that a trade that you're interested in taking?
We're sort of at the lower end of this 5-minute range in the NQ. So if we get a breakout below there, I'll piggyback that trade.
Let's go. Let's see if we can get out of this.
I'd like to see some
thing here.
I want to see a strong move, though. This is prime for a false breakout type of scenario here, too.
Yep. Can't stay in this consolidation forever. Pretty much guarantee that it's not going to stay here forever.
Yeah.
It will.
Markets go sideways. Markets go sideways a lot more often than they trend, you know? So it's good to have a strategy to play the range and also to play the breakout. And also to recognize when you have a false breakout, which happens pretty often.
Yeah, so yeah, I call them like tools in the toolbox, right? You have a setup for each market state or each formation, or maybe there's certain patterns you like. Nothing wrong with having something for a trending market and a plan for a range-bound market, assuming you want to participate every single day. If you don't want to participate every single day, then you probably just have one of those, and you're very, very good at it. Very good at it.
I think
I don't have the data. Go ahead, Carlos.
I was just say real quick. I think the way I kind of handle that is I try to recognize days where I don't necessarily feel fully comfortable with the market, right? Because obviously there are things you're better at, things you're worse at. I like to trade every day because I think there are opportunities every day. But I try to recognize early the days that maybe I'm not feeling the most in tune with the market, and then I just cut my days short compared to other days. So that's how I kind of treat it. I try to participate every day, try to at least show up every day. But if there's just a day where I just feel awkward with the market, right, is almost like the best way to explain it, where just you don't feel like you're in tune with the way the market's moving. It's good to recognize that early and cut that day short. At least you gave yourself a try, whether I'm up a little bit of money or whether I'm down a little bit of money. It's like I kind of just want to then leave it there and not keep pushing my luck.
That's a huge sign of maturity, too, when you can recognize those emotions and stay out of your own way, I guess you could say.
Save yourself a lot of money. Not trading when you're not in the zone or not feeling it, or something's wrong, or something happened last night, whatever it is. Save yourself a lot of money. What's funny about trading, it's the one job you have that you actually just don't have to show up to. Yet a lot of traders do elect to show up to it, even if they're not feeling their best. So, I mean, I can't tell you how many times I was not feeling too hot for whatever reason, and lost a lot of money for no reason. Just skip it. You don't have to trade. No one's gonna come to your house and tell you that you didn't show up to work today. You took a sick day.
We're just addicted, man. You're just addicted. We need to show up.
I swear.
I did get in this trade here. I did get in short. I'm only going to risk $200, just a little bit above the 21 EMA. If we break out above it, then I just look at it as I'm wrong. I'm looking for a relatively quick reaction here to the downside, and hopefully get that.
Okay, so
what's the risk? Where's the CYA?
There we go.
So it's really tight. I can't see. 754, I think. It's only $200 with two contracts. I'm really not giving it a lot of room, just because to me, if we break above the 21 EMA, then this trade's invalidated. So I'm not trying to risk too much here. This is really just looking for rejection off this 21 EMA.
Got a thesis, running the plan. You're trading two NASDAQ E-minis?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go. Seen a lot of traders switch to the micros. Are you still trading the E-minis in your XFAs as well?
Yeah. I try to keep it consistent with just how I trade combines and everything like that. Just I found something I'm comfortable with. The risk I'm comfortable with, and I'm able to stomach. Right. I think that's very important. Some people can't stomach minis, or their trading
Mm-hmm.
plan, let's say, doesn't allow it. Being that I'm very quick in and out of trades, I find that I've never been in a situation, especially with my stops, I've never been in a situation where, or I shouldn't say never, because obviously in the past definitely happened, but since obviously I've been disciplined, right? I don't put myself in a position where I lose way more than I should have, or I lose an amount that I'm not comfortable losing. So I try to look at just like what my average trades have been, my average winners, and that's usually around what I'm risking, and it's just basically like 1-to-1. I try to keep it 1-to-1, so I don't feel like, all right, great, I had one losing trade, and that I have to now have 5 winners to make up that one loser, right?
That's the worst.
Yeah, so I try to just keep it at a situation where it's like, all right, I had one loser that makes up a winner or half of a winner, and I'm still good. I'm in a comfortable position. Starting to get the reaction I wanted here. Just need a little bit more. We'll get out here just to reach that profit target.
So you're really just base hitting here. You're looking for like a couple points.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't. I don't need a lot, right? Just to get that profit target. So that's why I'm keeping it super tight, and I don't need to catch the whole move. Unfortunately, we got that move in the ES, but not so much in the NQ. I was still a little bit off, so it seems like I may get stopped out here. But
maybe. Let's see. These buyers came in from out of nowhere.
Yeah, we had more of a rejection in the ES, but the NQ is fighting back a little bit more. But I'm gonna let the trade play out. I've accepted the risk. Completely fine with whatever happens here. So hands off for now.
Yep. All you can do is accept the risk.
Let it play.
JD, any levels here that you'd be looking for shorts in the NASDAQ or shorts at all?
Looking for shorts? Well, again, we're at the bottom of this range. I boxed out this 5-minute NQ range.
Oh, nice.
We're sort of, we're closer to the middle of it, actually. Closer to the middle than the lower end, I think. So we are kind of diddling in the middle. I like Carlos's thesis, though. Getting in short, keeping the risk tight, just in case we do trade back to revisit the upper end of this range. But yeah, I'm just seeing sideways right now. This market needs something. Market needs something to boost it.
It does.
What's it going to be?
It does. Probably. I mean, this is the thing. If there's nothing going on, then it's probably just zombie rally to the up and to the right. Like I say this all the time. Like if you're shorting indices, like seriously shorting, there's got to be a good reason. There has to be something broken in the world for shorts to really pan out long term. Now, I mean, Carlos is taking a short, obviously, but it's technical in nature. But if you're looking for like a big move, like there's got to be something going on. Otherwise, it's just passive buyers just bidding it up.
Yep.
What is
crude oil settlement? Crude oil settled a couple minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. Official settlement price for crude oil is $63.57 a barrel, down 48 cents on the day, down 0.75%.
That's a pretty good chunk. Half a buck.
Half a buck.
Yeah, not too bad. Very curious to see if we can get crude back under 60 again. Oh, here we go, Carlos. Let's go. Bulls came in and they bailed out.
Just need a little bit more. Come on. Don't make me have to make like $10. Come on.
8 points. Oh, that's the worst. If you were like a $10 away, just lock it up. I'll let you leave for 20 minutes.
Come on.
That is the worst feeling to be that short. Your TP.
Wow. All right. I got out. 60 cents over the mark. I'll take it.
Okay. There we go. Well done. Well done.
That's a profit target for the day.
Yep.
Is that a lockup then?
Yeah, definitely. Locking up for today, all day, locking out, and there we go. So.
Perfect.
Now what are we going to do?
Nice trade. Well, it's all eyes on you. Left. All eyes on you, JD.
You could always just go full port in here, right?
Yeah, when's the last time you traded a 15 lot, JD?
Right. I've got access to some capital in this live account. I'm joking. I would never do that. People in the back. I'm responsible. I am a responsible person.
That is right. That is right. JD has not had any of Jack's Pilsners yet, so sober decisions only right now. I can tell you what we can do, though. We can bring in Gabe. Do a little jab, jab, jab.
All right, let's knock it out real quick. We got a few traders I want to shout out. Some familiar faces and some new folks as well. But thanks to everybody for consistently sharing in the chat what you're doing throughout the day. Gives us an idea of who's doing well, who needs a little bit of encouragement. Obviously, we know there's two sides of this coin always. Not everybody's locking out in the green for the day, as we just saw Carlos do. But shout out to YH8, locked out with $540 on MNQ. Joined us for Fast Markets. We had Braden on this morning. He had a good day in the market. Shout out to YH8. We got OG Traders, was down 500 in the XFA, now up 453. Great job there, OG. Hope you locked it up and walked away for the day. Joseph locked out $150 on my XFA and also passed another 50K combine. Let's go. Let's go, Joseph. We got Peanut Butter Bandit. Love the name. Just passed the combine. Great job there, Peanut Butter Bandit. Is your wife's name Jelly? I hope so. It's a terrible joke, but we're moving on. We got RTR. Made a big mistake today, trading distracted in London. Fought NQ, was down 30 racks. RTR ended up 9K in the day in the green. Not proud, but lesson was clear. Stick to your plan and respect your process. Discipline over luck. Shout out to RTR. Definitely a familiar face. Great comeback on that negative 30K day. But yeah, those are your jabs for the day. Back to you guys.
It's peanut butter jelly time. That was a good one. Peanut butter and jelly.
Great. Gabe, with lines like that, how do you not just have married and kids and all that, man? That was a great line. That was good stuff right there. Well, indices trying to bid lower here. Let's see if we can break this 5-minute range, trading 24,733s. Can we get below these 24,720s? It's kind of been the line in the sand for a while. James
I
Harden.
just want to say real quick as well, with my trade there, this is why I say it's important to give yourself an opportunity, right? We're in this range, but I saw something noticing how the 21 EMA was being respected here. We were kind of sloping downwards. I kept it cheap, right? Which is what you want to do. You keep it cheap. But technically, if I would have held this trade and I wasn't in a combine where I had the limited amount that I could make, this would have been a very good trade. This would have been, my entry was at 749, so basically 750. We went all the way down to 730. So you're looking at almost 20 points. So with the two contracts that I was in with, that would have been $800.
That's insane.
So
that would have been a really good risk reward.
Yes, I mean, I was risking 200 and I would have made 800 if I got out at the bottom of this range where we've been bouncing at 730, right? So that's why it's important just to give yourself the opportunity, give your trades the opportunity. If you see you can keep it cheap, if you see something that makes sense to your trading style, give it that opportunity because, if it works out, then you can have a situation like this, right? Again, that risk to reward is very good there. Risking 200 to make 800 is what you want to keep it at, so.
Carl, I have a question for you. If you were trading, say, in the morning, would you still use two E-minis or would you use one? Because we're in a much slower market state. So is that why you traded two?
I always trade 2 to 3. To be honest, 2 to 3 minis. Yeah, and in the morning, like this morning, I did trade with 2. It's more so just I go for my quick scalps, my entries, right? I go for good entries, and I have my risk there. I like today, in my XFA, when I was wrong, and I didn't lose a lot of money. I mean, I think I took one hard stop out at $800, but that was the only one. The rest were $300 to $400 losses. I kept it tight, I kept it small, and there was never a situation where I felt like I got stopped out and it's like, oh, but if I had more room, I would have been right. And I think that's where it kind of depends on how you trade and your trading style. I usually feel like if the trade goes against me like 10 points, 9 times out of 10, I'm usually wrong. And that's where I kind of like to question the trade is, all right, we're 10 points away from my entry. Do I want to stay in this? Is it looking good? Is there something I missed when I got in, right? Because I just wanted to get in the trade. Is there something I missed that now is telling me the opposite? That's kind of where I review it. But yeah, I mean, it's something that, I'm still comfortable with that risk, even in the higher volatility. I'm just more patient, right? So being in the morning sessions, I'll really wait for that good entry to try to get in and then, ride the trade up however much I need to, whatever it gives me, right? But yeah, I try to keep it consistent. I mean, I've definitely lowered it before, let's say to 1, when it's like really volatile, where it's just like, we're whipping around a lot. But I felt like today's price action was definitely readable. It wasn't something that was too crazy. It was more so just my execution was off. So
Well, it's good you know that. I mean, because typically in trading, it's like one decision you made is all it takes to go from a losing trade to a winning trade, or vice versa. And it's just you make those micro adjustments just to try to get that edge back. But that's why we say is try to be patient, take your best setups. It doesn't take much to go from a losing trade to a winning trade, or a losing day to a positive trade. And speaking of winning, the NASDAQ, these bulls are winning. Try to test the bottom of those 720s. Couldn't even get down there to test them, and we're already back up to 757 and counting to the upside, back above the 21-day EMA. So excellent timing by Carlos here to get that short, get out, get the money, and back on the bull. Here we go. Let's see if we can break out of these 760s. So that's actually a great example, Carlos, of how you can take a short in a bull market. Identify some short-term resistance, get in for 10, 15 points, and get out before it gets scary. That was an excellent trade. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, and I mean, this is also where you have to recognize, right? You're not going for a home run here. Knowing that you're counter trend and the market is in a range, it can break out in either way. But regardless, you're not going for a home run. So looking at just how this trade that's played out for the past hour, we've been bouncing at the 730 level for so much. It's like I wouldn't have expected it to break now. You're playing a range, you play the range, and then you get proven wrong on a breakout, and then that's that. So for people, let's say, who got in and were holding it for longer, expecting that breakout, this is where you just have to kind of set those limits for yourself and not expect that home run trade, because then it can get in your face very quickly, like you were saying. You can go from a winner, a nice winner, to a bad loser. So it's not fun.
It is not fun. But that was a great demonstration of how to counter trend trade a uptrending day. That was good stuff right there. Still stuck in the range. Can't get over these 760s, so maybe we just go back down to 730 again. We'll see. I mean, hit that 760 top pretty cleanly. Would you ever go back to the well here, Carlos, on the same short?
No. After we just broke through it here, I would have to see it being respected again. So I would have to see, us, let's say, come back down to the 730s or below, have it work its way back up, and then see a rejection off of it to then want to consider that again. And even just for today, I only consider in this moment because I saw that we were respecting it for the past 40 minutes or so. But earlier today, I wasn't really playing that. I wasn't playing, let's say, rejections or support with the 21 EMA because it wasn't really being respected today. We were really just kind of blowing through it most times. So it was actually more so just a momentary thing in that moment. That's why I kept it cheap, right? Because if it broke above and it kind of followed the theme of the day, then I didn't really risk it much, but I gave it the opportunity to do what it's been doing for the past 30, 40 minutes. I think it's important to look on a day perspective, right? What we've been doing the entire day, but also to kind of look at what's been happening recently, because you can make those good trades from what's happening recently, even if it kind of doesn't align with the overall day, right? You have to make sure that you keep it cheap. You have to make sure that you're also not looking for that home run. You take your scalp, you take what you get, and you're out.
Yeah, that was really good. JD, oil your chair, sir. That is what Socrates
I caught that one. I got a chortle out of that. Hey, I sit in this chair for roughly 12 hours a day, almost 6 days a week. It's taken a beating. I'm due for a new chair. That's for sure.
We can do a
it's my chair
for JD here.
It's my chair, and I'll squeak it all I want.
That's right. You tell him.
Tell me what to do with my chair.
Most importantly,
I've already resolved that. My next payout, I'm getting a new chair. I need a new one too.
Love it. Chat, put in your favorite chairs so we can go shopping. Shout out to Beverly Simmons Past for first trading combine. Welcome to XFA land. Beverly, congratulations. Take it slow and easy. Slow and easy.
I would even maybe say, being that Friday is a pretty good, is maybe a pretty tense day tomorrow, I would just say take tomorrow off and pick it back up on Monday. Celebrate your win. Be happy with passing, and maybe give yourself that day tomorrow to just really enjoy the weekend. Take a 3-day weekend so that Mondays show up. You don't have to worry about triple witching or anything like that. It's just a fresh trading week. I feel like that would probably be a good option. But either way, congrats. I know that.
I think that's a great idea, Carlos. Actually, is to
sure.
take the day off following just passing a fresh account. Get your head on straight. Don't try to let that feeling of awesomeness go away, because you don't want to take that into a XFA account, because then maybe you start putting on trades that you normally wouldn't put on because you're, euphoric. So maybe waiting that extra 24 hours, which would be another 72 because it's the weekend. By Monday, you'd be feeling just perfect. Not too good, not too bad. No emotions in the way. I think that's a very sound advice. And apparently the stream is now sponsored by Herman Miller. Get your chairs.
Yes, I was looking at that.
Miller.com. Yeah, it's like the main recommendation here.
Ringing endorsements for Herman Miller chairs in the chat.
Yes, fantastic. Well, chat, you got my attention.
Herman Millers are great. They're just expensive. They're expensive.
I don't pay a tariff cost. Just make them in America, I guess. That's what I'm saying. Well, nice bid here still in the NASDAQ, trying to push above those 760s. We do have Power Hour coming up. Maybe we'll get some price movement, some action. Then, pretty chill though. Actually, not too chill. I mean, 40 points is pretty good range actually for the 1 p.m. segment. It just feels like a small range because we've had such a large range on the day. Sometimes we just see a 20-point range. But this 40 points is pretty good. 40 points is pretty good.
Yeah,
Carlos got some money to the short side. No house account trades from JD. Maybe I'll take one in the next segment. See what we can do there. We do have triple witching tomorrow. So we're going to have some extra volatility.
Trading back above weekly kickoff high in the ES again. 6,700 weekly kickoff high in the S&P.
Good catch.
Above it once more.
Let's take a little lap around the tilt real quick. ES 64% long, NASDAQ about 53% long. That was to the short side maybe 15 minutes ago. So it's like the shorts maybe have given up a little bit. JD's chair agrees. And then crude oil is 74% long and gold is 58% long. Carlos, excellent trade. So glad you hit your TP for the day. Any wise words for chat out there?
There's still plenty of opportunity right now in the market, so I would just say wait for your trade. We're seeing pretty big moves for this time period in the market. Usually it's much slower, at least it's been slower. So I would just say, there's opportunity, but still play it safe. You want to make sure that you're still preserving your capital, especially for tomorrow. And if it's been a rough week, maybe take tomorrow off and pick up on Monday, right? Just like we told Beverly, I think it's a good thing to take breaks every once in a while, especially if things aren't going your way. So trade safe, trade smart, and give yourself that chance.
That is awesome. And JD, I'll save you. You've been on all day. You've been on all day. You don't have to.
That's all right.
Unless you want to. You want to do a quick goodbye to chat?
Is your chair?
Well, I'm going to address the chair comments to the chat right now. This chair isn't even a year old. I beat the shit out of it. I'm probably going to put it in the alley tonight after all these comments. Thank you, everybody, for your feedback. I appreciate you all.
Excellent stuff from our crew. Carlos, thank you so much. JD, always a pleasure. Coming up next, though, making his Power Hour debut, it's Senna, funded trader and a member of Coach Jay's VIP team, the Lunatics. Senna is a trader to be on the lookout for as one of TopStep's rising stars. He's here to trade the last hour of the day with myself and Jack. So stick around, chat. There's 1 hour left before Friday. See ya.
Hey, friends and traders, as always, please remember to like and subscribe. That's Topstep TV. Let's go. You know what time it is. It's Octothorpe Power Hour. We're joined by Senna. First time on here. Thank you, because I know it's a little later where you are. And Dolby time. Senna, how you doing today? You been trading anything?
Yeah. I got some good trades in the morning. Hit my target. I got about, I don't know, just under 400 on my XFA, locked it out. And then I've just been working on some combines, got a bit on those, and left the market when the kids got home and popped back in here to see if I can get anything in Power Hour.
Well, awesome.
Good day.
Hopefully something presents itself. The last Power Hour before the Power Hour of the quarter. Tomorrow when we have quarterly options expiration. So I want at least a 30 grand winning score for the reversal challenge. Senna.
That's right.
You've been on Topstep TV before, not during Power Hour, so might introduce you to the folks out there. You do a lot of stuff with automated trading strategies, correct?
Yeah, mostly. In fact, I kind of prefer that, because what I've learned about myself in doing this for the last year is that I'm a pretty basic ape, and like clicking buttons when number go up or down. So yeah, I've been trying to work on.
We all succumb to that sometimes. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you were saying in the green room how you felt that at this point the bots are just trading better for you, but I think that's the goal, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the bots don't have to go to sleep or interact with people. They just kind of trigger when they see a thing and they just do it, right? They don't have the hesitation. So you just need it to be statistically positive and let them rip. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, going into this, looks like everybody's flat. House account and Senna. Taking a glance around the markets, we are trading 6,700 or 6,702 in the ES right now. What else we got? It's been a day. NQ trading 24,506. Mag 7, we got Tesla, Microsoft, Apple down a little bit. The rest are up. Nvidia up 3.8% is the big mover today. We got a good old-fashioned AI pump going. A few of those stocks are going to the moon, especially Intel. Check in on Intel real quick. Where are you? Intel's up a measly 24% right now after their little joint venture with NVIDIA. In this combine today, Senna, are you going to be looking at the ES or the NQ?
I'm watching them both to see what happens. But something that I've noticed, and it's not statistically significant yet, but I've had some good results in Power Hour by waiting to see if a move gets reversed, or the move that has been going on for that hour starts getting reversed. Usually happens around about the half past mark. You can kind of start seeing whether or not it's happening. And if I see volume building round about then I will try to go in with momentum and then immediately reverse it, because a lot of people have to get out at what is 9 p.m. for me, even though at Topstep we're allowed the next 10 minutes. So you can actually get in there and then essentially reverse off it and get a kind of two-way move sometimes.
Nice. I'm glad that you have some Power Hour experience. I think it's a pretty underrated time of day to trade, to be honest.
I love that time too. Yeah, because the daily options expire there. Go ahead, Senna.
Yeah, no, I was saying the more I look at it, I used to look at it just the same way I used to look at US Open, thinking that looks untradeable. But the more I watched you guys and what actually happens, there appeared to be some patterns there that might be tradable. I don't know. Let's see. Famous last words.
Hopefully we see some. Senna, can you pick either the ES or the NASDAQ? Just pick one of those.
Okay.
We're playing a little game. Here. Just need you to pick one of those markets.
I just need to pick one of those markets. Yes.
Yes.
You don't have. You could trade. Nick Dolby is making this more difficult than it needs to be. You're going to pick one of them and select what you think the closing price will be, so that they can vote if it's above or below the chat.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Perfect. What price do you think it's going to close at 3 p.m. Central?
3 p.m. Central. I think it is going to be. Oh, that's not the ES. That's the NQ. Sorry, give me a sec.
No worries. We got a whole 50 minutes here
ES.
to hang out.
I think it could get, oof, yeah. I think we could actually get up to somewhere 67.19-ish.
67.19 hoops in the chat. The
Yeah.
over-under in the ES today. Y'all can
Cool.
vote on that.
67.19. Looking for a rally.
Mhm.
Let's go.
So, Senna,
Just
from that
because-
prediction,
yeah.
it's safe to say that you're
Mhm.
leaning a little bullish going in here?
At the moment, yeah. At the moment, we've just, yeah. It looks like we're about to essentially go and kind of wick out some stops. Or did I just miss that? It's possible I just missed that at about 7:30. But if it comes back, which it looks like it's going down a bit at the moment, then I think it'll bounce and head upwards.
I like it.
Awesome.
And essentially
We're
try
kind
and
of
liquidate some people.
Yeah, liquidate away. We're kind of setting a new little range right now in the ES for that whole, last hour before that. It's rare to see just piano keys like this. I got the 5-minute chart here in the ES. What was this going on here? Now we're kind of forming a new one up here. Dolby, what are you going to be trading the house account? Whatever presents itself.
Oh, whatever prevents itself. Yeah, most definitely. In general, I'm looking for a break in structure below 720s in the Nasdaq. I'd love to see 700 get tested and then have us push to the upside from there. But I am not a fan of just YOLOing longs. I want to see the market have to work for it a little bit. And I think if we got down to 720s, we'd get some action. I think it'd be pretty good. I think for the ES, it's similar in structure. I want to see like 66.92s down to like 88s, see if we can run those stops, and then I'd be interested in kind of longs below that. We might get
awesome. Yeah, I mean,
sorry, what was that number you gave with regards to where you think we'd have to go lower first?
For the ES.
NQ?
Oh, sorry, NQ.
No, NQ.
I'm looking at this kind of range between 700s and say like 730s. I think there could be some stops down there. So, typically how I would put in orders is I would take like 5 micros and say I would start like my campaign at like 20s, 15s, 10s, 5s, and evens. And so the entire stop would be about $250 on those. So it's 5 micros, 5 points apart. And so you're looking to get filled on a pullback and then to have it shoot to the upside. So that's what I would be looking for as a range trader.
This is something I've been meaning to ask you about, and it's actually you're actually the right person to talk to about this. Firstly, like just to say, on my motive wave, looking at my volume profile, I've got this thing called Volume IQ from some guys, and what it does is it essentially tries to estimate how many sellers and how many buyers are in the zone and chop the zones up, right? And my bots read that stuff and decide which way to go and all this kind of stuff. And it looks like there are almost double the number of buyers that there are sellers, around about 24,700 in the NQ. But just above that, it's almost equal. And then it goes neutral round about, well, it's actually red. So there are more sellers than buyers where we are here. So if we do kind of hop down there, it's, yeah, I mean, we could, I don't think we're getting much further than there. But yeah, it's interesting.
So is that how you use that data? You just kind of see where there is an imbalance between buyers and sellers at certain levels according to the indicator?
Yeah, kind of. So in most basic form, I look to see where there's imbalance to see which way price is likely to be squeezed, right? So if you've got a higher density of buyers below, and then it kind of goes in a gradient above and then shifts, then and especially if that kind of thing is happening starting at a high volume node, for example, then if you bounce off that high volume node, you're probably going to accelerate through a low volume node or a like total void in the volume before you then go and hit a high volume node again later on. And so it's that which I'm trying to take advantage of.
Okay, awesome. I think that's. I don't have that tool. Was that tool through? Did you say?
It's some guys called Trading Indicators, tradingindicators.com.
Trading indicators.
Yeah, they do some. They've got it for like Trading View, and and they got it for Trading View. They got it for Motive Wave. They got it for Ninja, I think, and a bunch of things. Yeah.
There's a couple outfits who just make indicators all day.
Yeah. And sorry to come back to what you was like the way that you trade. I've been trying to get an answer, or rather, I've been trying to get an opinion from somebody who's better at it than me. And I'm not great at scaling in because of you're doing it quickly often in the times when I'm doing it. So I've got this idea about scaling in and out of trades, essentially a longer curve. And I've seen you do something similar, right? But on top of that, I have this idea that I call synthetic drawdown, where you've got a trade and I don't know if you can see my thing, but you don't really need to. Let's say you've got a trade, you're going long, you've got, let's say 10 points below you, and that's your, after that 10 points, your trade is invalidated, and you want it to go twice that in your favor, right? So you have your entry point, and that's where you enter. And the general wisdom is that that drawdown is what you're paying to find out. That is what you're willing to pay to find out that you're right. Okay? And the way I look at it is that there's no need to be in that drawdown because you've set that up, right? Because let's say that drawdown is $250, right? You can get a lot of exits and entries for $250. I mean, a lot if you're in the NQ. Okay. So it's very difficult to execute, and it does weird things to your psychology if you try and do that by clicking buttons. But certainly with bots, you can say, look, this is my line. If I go below that line, let's pretend you're in drawdown, but you're not, right? The trade comes off if you drop out the bottom of it. But otherwise, there's no need to really be in that drawdown. Let's just, take it as read that we're in drawdown right now. Because that means that if it keeps going back in your if it keeps going away but doesn't invalidate, you can re-enter at any point. And the lower you re-enter, we're talking about long, So I've been trying to work with that. The problem is a lot of my entries appear to be at resistance because I'm getting suckered in. So then you go up and down and you eat your way through a bunch of stuff. But when you get it right, you can essentially just keep, as I've seen you do on screen, you can essentially just keep increasing your R ratio and lowering the distance that you have to actually move in order to hit your target. Or you can leave your target in the same place and just get a better trade.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of like the idea behind it. This sort of what I used to do actually way back in the day when I was doing trading combines in crude oil, the 5-minute ranges in crude oil used to be very consistent and much tighter. So I'll circle a range. Where am I? Oh, here we go. So like this sort of range that I have circled is, you see that pretty frequently in the crude oil market. And so oh, there we go. So what I would do, it's like, okay, so if all I'm focusing on is ranges, right? Then let's say I want to go short. So we know where the high is at. And then I have my stop at, say, like a couple ticks above. And then I'd put in another sell order, maybe like 2 or 3 ticks below my stop. So if I was risking, I would risk, say, like 12 ticks on the first contract, and then I'd risk 3 on the second, but I wouldn't move the stop. And the idea was that if I know that the ranges in crude are relatively tight and they don't have big wicks on the breakout, I'm willing to spend like the $30, or let's say 40 or 50 bucks if you include commissions, to get the extra contract, because if it hits and the trade is good, then my entry is just totally insane, and typically will end up paying for the the rest of the trade or the rest of the mistakes getting to that point. The issue I had with NASDAQ was that
I was just
the
gonna say.
5-minute candles or 5-minute ranges were very wicky. And so I would continually get stopped out. So I ended up modifying it to a point where let's take a 20-point range and we'll switch down to micros. And so now, because we're doing a 20-point range, we might not get filled on all 5, but it gives us the opportunity to take advantage of range extensions and the volatility that comes from ranges. And so it's just kind of trying to find ways to take advantage of what happens in the market and at the same time trying to maximize the profit potential of the trade. But sometimes traders will see this and be like, this is cannonballing because you're just adding to a losing trade. It's like, well, no, because I'm not moving my stop. It's 30 points from the first one. And I'm not going to move it. So I know that this brick of trades is worth a maximum loss of approximately 250. And I'm okay only getting 3 if it bounces or 4 if it bounces. Like, that's totally fine. And alternatively, I found that averaging up in the NASDAQ is incredibly difficult because of how volatile it is. So I'm just trying to find ways to take advantage of volatility in the markets. Now, if the market wasn't volatile, or if I was maybe trading like ES or crude oil, I don't know if the stack would ever get filled that consistently because we don't get like deep runs out of ranges only to have it bid back up again. So it's just a little bit of adaptation, but it's trying to find ways to maximize sizing. Because if you want to make good money, I mean great money in trading, you have to find ways to size up. But you have to do it responsibly, or else you're going to have a trade in a weird spot. And that's not where we want to be.
Yeah.
No spots. We don't want any weird trade spots. We are selling off a little bit here below this very flat VWAP for the session.
We have bids in here.
ES.
690s to 710s.
Well,
I can't hear anything. Is that me?
It's probably your headphones.
Oh no, I'm good now. Now I can hear everybody now.
Oh, I was just going to do a funny bit where I said all sorts of terrible things about you while you didn't have your headphones, but now it would be awkward.
What was your go-to?
I'll save it for another time.
All right.
We did bounce off. I was mentioning earlier, if we do start rallying, I was mentioning that 67.10 to 67.12 level. We did in the middle of the day respect that pretty well. We kind of grind up, got there, and just hung out. I still like that as an area of possible. The problem is if we start rallying is that, if you go through this, you're not too far from the high of the day / all-time highs. So I like it more if it goes through selling it on the way back through. But Dolby, you got the keys. I guess I should always be fine buying in these markets because that generally works.
I'm not going to feel bad taking a losing trade in going long in a bull market.
I know this day has just given me the heebie-jeebies, though.
The heebie-jeebies. So, Senna, how do you currently handle position sizing or sizing up?
So I allow myself per trade in general 3.125% of the available daily drawdown. 12.5% daily loss limit, unless I've gone on tilt. 12.5% daily loss limit. So I essentially give myself 4 trades. But if I win the trades, then the daily loss limit increases. The available increases. So, although I'm thinking about not allowing myself those changes intraday, because what I've noticed is when you size up, then your losses, they're not a lot bigger, but they can become bigger. And I don't know, maybe I should just make that determination when I'm out of a trailing drawdown situation later.
Yeah. So you are so if you get a couple red days, or sorry, a couple winning trades, that you will take that and kind of use it to help leverage up a little bit, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, mostly that's with the bots, because doing all those calculations is a bit of a ball ache when you're because it's based on your stop distance. It's all based on structure. So if I have to take 10 points, but I'm only able, and I'm trying to risk 250 on that, then the actual contract loading has to be dynamic. So it has to change every time.
Right.
And doing that when I'm trying to get into a trade can just be difficult. So
Yeah.
The bots are fine at it, but
We try not to do public math on TV, so
Mhm.
I get it. Totally with you on that. We do have our bids in it between 710 and 690. So let's see if we can run this.
where are you going, long or short?
It'd be longs. We'd be looking for longs.
Where you?
So
Yes.
is actually NASDAQ. These are NASDAQ longs. So we have a 30-minute range. I'm going to see if we can maybe test the downside of that. Maybe we find support at the middle. So that's kind of where we're trying to begin most of this campaign, is around like the 50% mark of the full range of the day today. Because sometimes buyers will come in and support that. I'm a huge fan of the 50%er. I think it's a pretty good level if you combine it with range trading. So we'll see. It's a very interesting mark. We were talking about it with Carlos in the last segment about these 720s down here. It's offered itself up as support several times. So let's see if it just breaks. Get some
I
fills.
feel it might break.
Yeah, get back to the upside.
Because it's low volume here.
Yep. But you said
So it
though
could
that,
just
that there
drop.
were. So is your indicator still showing that there's still a imbalance of more buyers and more sellers around the 700s?
Yes, but that was in the past, right? Like
Yeah.
that's when this volume profile was created. So looking at but we're just coming from a place where there was loads of, well, essentially where the point of control was on this volume profile, and we've come down to seeing some rejection there. Yeah, but we've come down to this area, and so it's a lot easier to drop through this. And I can kind of see if there's enough volume, we could drop through to like 24, 680.
Yeah. Okay. Got some action here. Got some good movement for power hour. This is good stuff. We've had at least.
We're at the VWAP, right?
Move. Yeah, VWAP is at 24,715s. That's my unmodified VWAP. That's where I have it at.
I'm looking at I've got the overnight on one screen and the New York one on another, and yeah, we're still above it. Yeah.
Let's run some stops. Come on. We'll see. This is where all range traders get excited. This is right here, right now. Because we're at the bottom of a range. Let's see what happens. Someone's got to make a decision here.
Yeah. I saw one question that the answer would get kind of inside baseball, but I might do it at some point because I kind of would love the chat's feedback, because I talked to MP about this last night. As you know, Dolby, there's like a lot of rules on what and how we can trade the house account. Two of them, one, makes complete sense. We can't trade it when we're off air unless we're just managing a position like the other day that goes on beyond it. The other is that we're really only supposed to be going with the people we have on TV's trades, right? So like someone's asking why I didn't take any of the trades I mentioned there. Well, at the time, Braden was long, and it would have been a no-no to enter a short in the house account, right?
Correct.
I was talking to MP about this last night, and my thought has kind of always been that the people watching or in chat probably just want to see as many people taking whatever trades they deem fit. But something to think about. Yeah.
I've just gone long.
See, there we go.
Zen is in there.
24,721. I'm working a bid, just got filled. But because of where I always do this anyway. Kind of based on what I've just mentioned, as soon as it goes in profit, if it goes into profit, I'm going to limit the risk.
Okay.
And then try and scale in if it goes in my favor.
Sounds good. Sounds like a great idea.
No,
a little bit jealous of your trade location.
Wow. That was quick business.
Back in. I'm back in.
That was quick. Okay.
Man, that was fast. That's the other thing with house account trades. You got to be super fast for some, depending who you have on air.
Yeah, well, some people it's impossible to follow. Like that's other
Yeah.
feedback I've given. It's like, okay, you want me to try and take Mandy's trades? She's out before I even know what happened.
Yeah, the 6-second delay is already gone. We need it. We need everything we can get.
Okay, I'm following this up aggressively because this is an NQ.
Man, nice trade.
Although I may
Great little range
scale
trade
in
right there.
further.
Great range trade. Jack, what's your favorite 0 DTE to trade if you had to?
I'm out for 120.
Nice.
Wow. Well, that was quick work.
Some scalping doodles right there.
Well,
I'm
Dolby,
kind of worried we might go down.
Fair.
Oh, you're flat. There's no worry. Real quick, before I get the answer to Dolby's questions about 0 DTEs, we got some news we're going to play here. I believe it's about what the kids call TikTok.
Speaking to President Xi on Friday to see if we can finalize something on TikTok because there is tremendous value, and I hate to give away value, but I like TikTok. It helped get me elected. The United States is getting a tremendous fee plus, I call it a fee plus, for just making the deal, and I don't want to throw that out the window.
There you go. Dolby time tried to run away. He probably thought that was longer than it is, but we will keep it there like Elijah. I'll leave an open spot for Dolby until he returns, Senna.
I just realized this is a 3-bar reversal, although it doesn't look like it's doing very well. Well, on the 5-minute.
Looking at the NQ.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Although if it reaches the point of this candle, it won't stay being one.
As I said this morning, I'm still hesitant to. Well, it's the last hour of the day, so we have more freedom, right, to take obviously shorter trades. But I wouldn't be surprised. We still got. Go to my charts real quick. Yeah, we still. This is the 10-year yield. This is where I was getting a little antsy about it earlier today. It kind of range came back in a little bit, but it's still above. We'll be referencing this blue line quite a bit going forward, where it was when Powell announced the rate cut yesterday. As it stays above that, for longer trades, I'm a little hesitant.
Ooh, we might be in. All right, we're good. We are in.
Long?
Long one, 24,710s. This party started.
Yeah.
Dolby. What were you doing there, Dolby? Hitting the
bathroom break. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna
Trying to
say
hydrate, Jack.
hitting the bubbler. That's what they call drinking fountains in Pittsburgh.
Oh,
I recognize
yeah,
that
that's
sounds
not what we
weird.
call bubblers in this house, Jack. That's not what we call bubblers. Totally different.
Not sure what else it
Totally
would mean.
different name. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Good price action so far here. Nice little bounce. We'll just let this ride into the sunset, hopefully into close, so we don't get stopped out.
On the day, the Russie's up 2.3%, 1% NQ, 0.5% in the ES. Nvidia still up 3.8%. Been a banner day, but a lot of salad there too. Like United Healthcare's down. Shockingly, Carvana's down 50 cents.
How's Open doing though? That's all that matters right now, Jack. How's Open doing?
Well, let's take a look together. Open has been relegated in my watcher here. I have this whole category of just like various junk that I've been watching. Let's see what we got here. Open's in the junk, hasn't been promoted yet. 10-14 right now.
Oh, I was hanging in there.
Yeah, it hasn't, compared to the last few days, it hasn't moved a ton today. You can see yesterday was cuckoo bananas.
Sorry, can you show me actually? Oh no, okay. So I thought maybe there was a mismatch between my contracts between Motive Wave and Topstep, but it's fine. They're the same thing.
Oh, they're good. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Excellent.
Sana, what's your favorite meme stock?
My favorite meme stock, Tesla, I guess.
Okay.
It's,
Does that count, Jack?
yeah.
Does that count as a meme stock? Is that a
1,000%. Yeah, and
Okay.
I
It
was
certainly
saying
caught
this,
my cars.
I was saying this morning that like some people take it as an insult or something, but I mean, there's definitely like definitions of what a meme stock is, and like,
Irrational movements, man.
yeah, which is fine. You still make money. It doesn't matter if the move's rational,
Yeah,
irrational. You make money if you're on the right side of it.
Yeah, totally. Controlled by a Bond villain. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
It's like being
It's
a
a wild
short
ride.
king. Nothing wrong. You're still a king. You know what I mean? It's fine. Just because you're a meme stock doesn't mean you can't be great.
Jack, you hang out in Wall Street bets, right? Like you kind of check it out.
Yes. Yeah, mostly because every morning I need content to put on during fast markets.
Great.
I wouldn't say that I hang out there too much, but like honestly, the comment section is pretty fire. Like they it's pretty funny in there. I get a good chuckle out of it. So yeah, I guess I do hang out there a little.
I watched it a bit during the whole GameStop craziness, and it was hilarious and terrifying at the same time. I never said anything, but I was just watching and what is going on here? It's crazy.
Well, you're not even really allowed. You can't really discuss GameStop on Wall Street Bets anymore. They have their own.
Really?
It's sort of like it's like an extremist group where like the most extreme broke off and made their own. It's the super stonk subreddit is. You want to see some real sickos. That doesn't make me laugh. It just makes me kind of sad. Yeah, it's
Diamond hands. Diamond
Diamond
Jack.
hands.
All I
They
can
still
say.
think everyone's synthetically short GameStop 4 years later.
I'm more Bitcoin.
Yeah. GameStop
Hey.
has like barely moved though since that
It's been
kerfuffle
stuck
last
in the
year.
20s. It's been stuck in the 20s
Yeah.
for a long time. A real long time. Kind of back to the entry here. Let's see if we can run 700s and pick up some more longs. But we've been in the green pretty much the entire time in this trade. We just don't have our full allocation yet for this trade. Oh, Jack, did you ever answer my question? What's your favorite 0 DTE to trade?
It would be.
You're gonna have to explain to me how those things work.
Yeah, I mean, they're just options that expire that day. 0 days
Every
till
day.
expiration. So like every day, a select few things like the SPX it's the SPX because I use it for other things and I like looking at the Michael Lutfi is on board with that. And now the 0 day like the 0 day to SPX options are like 60 to 70% of the volume now. While I have never traded like SPX 0 day options, I have occasionally traded what would be technically a 0 day option, but usually on specific stocks on the day they expire and selling them.
Got it.
Maybe I've bought once.
Sana, did you get what was your introduction into the markets, Sana? Was it options or was it crypto?
My introduction into the markets in general, or
Trading. Yeah, the trading.
when I was about 12 or so, I wanted to get into it, and my dad gave me access to his account, gave me a couple of £100, and I started trading stocks at school.
Oh, hell yeah. Just regular stocks or was it like penny stocks?
No, I mean, well, kind of regular stocks, and then at university, like a few penny stocks occasionally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
In London. Yeah.
Everyone has their gateway.
Back
into
when you had to
trading.
make calls.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah.
Had to call your broker. Yeah.
Sneak out of class.
Originally, that's what I wanted to do.
You'd be a great
With
broker.
Oh, go ahead, Senna, please.
No. Sorry, I don't know. I was just stumbling on my words. Go for it.
Well, I'll stumble for you here. The thing with the 0-day SPX options and stuff, I don't really get into them because that's not. I can't sit here all day monitoring. I don't have like a sophisticated algo that's hedging stuff for me. So it's like 97% of the time I'm selling options, and the juice just isn't worth the squeeze in this volatility environment. You know, like yesterday morning with the Fed meeting, I think the at the money call for the SPX was like 21 and the put was like 19. So I don't know, like that's a lot of, those are big too, because you know the SPX is like the value of the actual index pretty much. So 100 of
Yeah, they're
those.
expensive.
Anyway, it's a long way of saying that. And also if you're buying them, it's like, well, I don't know this for sure, but my guess is that it's overwhelmingly retail on the buy side of it. I don't think there's a lot of people selling them. So, you know,
Makes sense.
do what feels right, not financial advice.
Thank you for your wisdom, Jack. You're the voice of reason when it comes to options. Voice of reason.
Yeah,
Might
unless
get
you did some
filled-
fancy swinging intraday yesterday, like every person who bought SPX options got killed by the end of the day, it seems. So that happens.
Yeah, it does. Well,
I'm
almost
in
got
too
filled.
long.
Almost got. Ooh, too long. Let's go.
MNQ this time. 24, just because it's kind of getting into wild times of MOC. 24, 7, 10-ish, I guess. Yeah, 24, 714, actually. Yeah.
Nice.
Hoping that we get pushed.
Let's see. The nice thing about having bids down here is that we can be bearish up until our stop. So totally fine with this going down. Totally fine. That is A-okay.
Indeed. So we got house account and Senate getting long in the MNQ. We got about, time flies. We just got about 6 minutes until MOC.
6 minutes. I thought it was a quarter to. No?
It's at 2:50. It was at 10 to 3 our time.
Right.
Yeah, take a couple minutes. Love MOC. Gets a little bit of volatility here added in. Let's see if we can find some buyers. Sana, what's your trade at? So we can update the board. You're long 2 MNQ at where at?
So I'm long 2 MNQ at 24,714.
Okay, nice.
Stops at 24,693. Some volume coming in.
See if we can get I would love to see at least 750s. That would be awesome. But also, who doesn't want to be up 40 points in a trade?
Very
Candles are
nice.
kind of shorten up a little bit. So maybe this midway
Andrew,
point is offering a little bit of support.
give me a thumbs up and back if we're ready with the Power Hour content. I'm getting a 1 minute. Okay, cool. I was just seeing if maybe things, in case we get some action on MOC, but I am at your disposal.
This thing isn't really moving enough, although it is now kind of going down. I don't like how much volume there is in this.
Well, MOC can change pretty much everything. So let's see.
I mean, I'm risking profit at this point, so I'm not too worried. I've got $81 max risk on this right now.
Right. Well, Open Door has traded 242 million shares today. The average volume in the past 30 days is 377 million. So more shares of Open have traded each day the last month than there are people in the United States.
Nice. That's a great statistic.
Yeah.
Okay, long 2.
What are you MNQs or NQs?
Oh, I'm in Qs for sure. I'm in Qs for sure. So it'd be like a $2,500 trade if it was in E-minis.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the nice thing is that each time we get filled, we're just taking a little bit less risk.
I accidentally closed my position. Pressed the wrong button.
Ah, it's okay. It happens. It happens.
I'm getting it back in. I'm back in at 24,704. 1 MNQ.
Nice. Let's see.
We go lower, you might find some support at 66.80.
Oh, our stop jack? That'd be great.
Is your stop exactly at 66.80?
Yeah, it is. Not anymore. Now it's not. Now it's not. Now it's at 2079 3/4.
Gotta give it a little more than that. I mean, how many are you gonna have on total?
Well, if we get filled on all of them, it'd be 5 contracts. But we'll see. I like keeping it at around about $250 of risk. Seems pretty fair because that's about what we're getting on our winning trades because we're just not getting the really big runners in power hour. So I do want to keep like the max loss limit on the trade somewhat equal to what our like typical profit is or has been recently. In my opinion, a lot of trading is just, you know, 1 step up, 1 step down, 3 steps up, 1 step down, 1 step down, 1 step up, and you just try to base hit as much as you can until you hit your homers. You're just trying to stay alive. So, you know, if we could start getting $500, $750 winning trades, then you can accept more risk. Not yet. Not yet. Try to keep it 1-to-1 for now. Uh-oh. Trump said the T word. That should be interesting.
Yes, indeed.
No, he was talking.
He's interviewing on Fox News.
Yeah.
See if anything
Watching
crazy
time on
is coming.
sales after he said that.
Yeah, that's not cool. Why'd you do that, Trump?
Yeah.
We're getting a
I'm
little bit
out.
of. Okay.
Yeah, still long. We're
Still
long
a little-
3 at 705s.
Little life back in the 10-year yield, 4.11, we'll call it for now.
Okay. Back in 24,700, only 1 MNQ.
Okay, nice.
MOC is in what, 1 minute? Sorry, go.
Dolby, are you on a 1 minute chart?
5 minute, 5 minute, and 30 minute.
Okay, what I said earlier, Dolby, I was talking about the ES, by the way. I like 10 points lower in the ES. So in case you were looking at something in the NQ or the MNQ.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so don't worry about or stop. I assume that if it gets down to 66.80, we'd probably be stopped out of it.
Okay, scaled into
Here's
6.
MOC.
Trailed it too quickly, took 67 for like 10 points.
Nice. I'm pulling our other 2 orders, so we're just going to roll with 3 for the next 10 minutes. So we kind of got the move we wanted, and we're starting to get a little bit of velocity in these candlesticks. So I just want to see this go straight to the upside. We wanted to see a bounce at around the 50% level, which was about kind of right where you got in, Senna. We're on these 700, 705s. So we don't want to see this go down anymore. There's no need to put out the 4th and 5th contract. Let's just see if we can get this to bid to the upside off the 50% bounce. And that'll be that.
It was actually only 5 points because I scaled in very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. MOC was big to the sell side, actually. 1.8 billion S&P.
The market doesn't care.
Mostly S&P, just 233 million sell NASDAQ, 473 sell Dow, 324 million sell Magnificent 7.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it comes off sell side and then it just bids right up again. It's like the EIA number. But honestly, anything under $1 billion, it's kind of anything can happen.
I mean, S&P was 1.8 billion.
Sell side? Oh, that's pretty big.
Yeah.
Is it? Let me check out the ES. Is it eating it? No, it's bidding to the upside. Great.
No.
It makes sense.
It will change.
Someone makes sense of that.
Yeah, look at the reaction more. I mean, 1.8 billion shouldn't be anything. When you're talking about the S&P 500, it's like, good Lord. I mean, there's companies in that worth $4 trillion.
Yeah, right. That's nothing. It's nothing. Well, we got our position for the rest of the day. Sana, you're already out, right? You're in and out. You're like Mandy. You're trading super fast.
Sometimes it depends. I mean, now just because there's so much, how do you put it? There's so much volatility. So during the US Open, when it's moving quickly, I will often be out quickly. You know, my longest trades are 10 minutes, maybe half an hour sometimes. Although I looked at my stats this morning for my XFA, which is where I'm most careful, and these are the stats I'm quoting. And my 30-minute trades are like 100%, whereas my shorter trades are less successful. So I should probably just stay in for longer, right? But my bots will sometimes stay in for hours. So yeah. That's the thing.
I like holding on to trades. That's where all the action's at. It's annoying, but let the market do all the hard work.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of doing the hard work, we got some hashtag Power Hour content to focus on some people who've been doing some hard work. And the hardest working person in production, Andrea, are you ready to do this?
Yeah, sure. We've been toiling and toiling to get you these screenshots. Please enjoy. All right, first up, we have me again saying, whoops, forgot to share that I passed my VIP. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Next goal is to come on TopstepTV when I grow the account nicely. Nice.
Hell yeah, me. We'll see ya.
Let's go, me. All right, we got RLTW Strategies saying, played PM drop and scalped the 1-minute opening range, sitting and watching TopstepTV at the office. Well, next time,
oh,
take a
somebody's
picture
got
of
an
your
office.
Fancy.
La-di-da. Then next, we got Straw Hat Trader saying, day 5 on my Topstep account. I could take a payout, but I'm tempted to run it to a 10K balance to get the full 5K. Overall, really happy with my trading performance this week. Aiming to end the week with a banger. Love to see it.
Careful chasing those bangers.
Yep.
You are often the one that gets banged.
Next, we got Gigadude saying, challenge update, going from Combine to XFA and then to 50K in profit. No copy trading. Day 4, up 2,179. Nice price action today.
Nice.
And then finally, we got this one. It's from David saying, 13 months ago, I was a casualty of AI and was laid off from my tech job. I knew it would be the last job I ever had due to ageism. I learned to trade and locked in on Topstep, and in the last 9 months of it, I have almost replaced my salary. This week, 12K in payout. That's crazy.
Oh, nice job.
Congratulations. Yeah. All right. That's all I got.
Thank you. I was really hoping the next sentence when he said he was a casualty of AI was that he got hit by a Waymo. But we could hope. I presume, well...
we're break even on this one.
Okay.
We might just get stopped out. All right, we're flat. No, we're just done with the trade.
Scratch.
Scratched it. Yeah, minus 450. We almost hit TP1, didn't quite get it, and then support turned into resistance. So didn't want to take that into a losing trade. Really, we just wanted to see the 50% hold very strongly and then just bounce right into our TPs. It just didn't happen. We couldn't get above 730s. Kind of put a ceiling on it, and that's it. So we tried. That's what a lot of trades are. You just got to get in there and see what happens.
Got to be there to see it.
Don't know till you bet. So yeah, we're flat.
Tesla's selling off a little bit here. Let's see if any of the other high flyers the last couple days. More quantum mania today.
Yeah, what's the deal with quantum? How are they going to make any money?
No comment.
Start selling ads on their quantum computers.
Oh, sorry, is that a specific company, or did you?
There's a few.
I just look
at D-Wave and IonQ and assume that if they're doing well, everyone else is.
Yeah.
So that's kind of, well, I don't do quantum stuff, but I'm a cryptographer. So like the
Your head on a
encryption
swivel.
stuff is what I build.
Yeah.
So I'm always watching those guys. Those benches.
Quantum's coming to your job. I don't think so. How are they going to monetize quantum? That is $1 billion question.
I'm gonna break everything first, right?
Yeah. Let's see if this 50% holds. Probably will. 3 minutes left. 2 minutes left on the trading day. Triple witching tomorrow. Probably see some megaphone patterns. Hell yeah. All the witches.
We got futures rollover. The future expires. The quarterly options expiration for stocks and for index futures. Actually, we're going back. The CME announced, I think at the beginning of this year, that they are going to bring back single stock futures for some stocks. So it will be quad witching once more, I feel like, in not too long.
Can't wait. What are you looking forward to for a single stock future? What do you think would grab your attention, Jack?
Anything that had liquidity. They used to have single stock futures, and there just wasn't enough, my understanding, liquidity. But I think in this environment, relaunching them now, post 2020, Robinhood, everything else, I think there will be. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Like, some of the options people look at the single stock futures. I don't know. It would be awesome if they were liquid. I would love like that as a product.
One of the spot futures are coming out too, aren't they?
What's a spot future? Wait, what's the difference between a spot future and a single share?
Continuous futures? Or
I do believe. Oh, look it up. I thought they were going to talk about bringing them back, or just bringing them in general. Maybe could have swore I saw like an article somewhere that they were going to bring them back. So they just wouldn't have rollover, basically. I'll find the article. Someone in chat has already looked this up.
Yeah, I'll look at it.
Yeah, Hoop said it. Spot futures as well. There we go. Wasn't crazy.
How does that work though? Did this expire each? There's something I'm missing there. Okay, we're selling off a little bit here.
Yeah.
3 o'clock. Time flies. We're talking about perpetual futures.
700s.
We didn't get down to the 80s, but good stuff. Senna, thanks for coming by, man. Like, things go fast when you're in here. It's great talking with you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Pleasure.
Good night, guys.
Yes, you as well.
I think so.
Thanks, man.
This is my last segment. I won't be in here tomorrow. I will say one more time. Remember, it is quarterly options expiration, so watch out in that last hour. Don't want to leave on that sour note. There's lots of opportunities there. So pleasure seeing everybody today. Have fun. Get ready for Friday. And we're going to kick it over to James, the Hitman Harden. Talk us out.
That's right. That's right. Triple witching tomorrow, guys. Be on the lookout. It's going to be a fun but dangerous day. Just kidding. Nothing dangerous about it. But you should still be here and stick with Topstep TV for bell-to-bell action to make sure that you are covered for any moves you may not see coming. But for now, stick around. At the Buzzer is coming up next. That's with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. They're going to break down everything that happened in the markets today, and they're going to get you feeling good about that 5 p.m. reopen and get your Friday trading session started right. And then later tonight at 7:30, Coach Dakota is back with Slow Markets. You can catch him right here on our YouTube channel. Tomorrow morning, 1:30 a.m. Central Time, Aaron Trades is hosting London Open. But of course, it is Friday, so there will be no Euro trade with Deanna. But if you feel so inclined, stay up past London Open. Be right here for Topstep TV. We're going to be going live again tomorrow at 7:15 in the morning Central Time. We can't wait to see you there. But for now, At the Buzzer is up next. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. This has been Topstep TV. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.